I am here to serve your will, for that is my civil duty. Where's my Alan King? Oh, here it is. Hello there everybody. Is there anybody I can see? Jake? I'm pretty sure Rainbow is about to show up. How the Apex and chat has everyone going today? I'm going good. Thankfully, I'm feeling better. The only reason I didn't do a stream last Wednesday is because I was sick as hell. Like, I have got some virus, like a one-day virus on some shit. A pretty annual thing for my family, to be honest. Whatever, I am feeling way better now. As if I was fucking reborn. I'm here for the fun and madness of the Madman fan compilation that Rainbow cooked up. Yeah, hopefully Rainbow is here and he can provide the compilation. Hey man, as your mod, I demand you take care of your health before stream. That's what I did instead of the previous stream. Believe me, I'm feeling way better. Thankfully, it's nothing too serious of a virus. It's like a pretty strong cold. A pretty strong cold that makes my nose just clog up. That's the word I was looking for. Like, I was just feeling like shit, so thankfully I'm feeling now so much better. Like, believe me, I was fucking on demon time on work. Cause I would have to send you to the Hassan. I would have to send it to the Hassan Gulag if you tried to stream. See? Jake, just so you know, today in the Reactions Friday, there will be a video that involves Hassan in it. Just saying, in the meantime, I'm making a gamer potion. I'm pretty sure you know what video I'm talking about. Oh god. It will be fun. Lol, perfect joke, then yeah. Just so perfect, you cannot even imagine. By the way, I uploaded the Helsing Abridged video, the episode 9, that has been in my files for like 2 weeks. I finally fucking did it. The bitch got copyright circumcised on YouTube, so I uploaded it on Rumble as well, where it did not get fucked yet. Let me check for a second. How is the video doing? And the video is... Oh yeah, it's whole. Very good. Oh, Apex, have you seen the chat music video about Sean Head and Hassan lol? No, I did not watch that video. If you're referring to the latest one that Sean Head did. By the way, that's the video I'm about to watch today. If you're referring to that, I have not seen it and I did not know about it. But god, I just seen their back and forth on Twitter the last few days before the shoes video came out. God, I kept the video of Shu just roasting Hassan I kept it to watch it today because that I know that it will be the funniest shit I've ever imagined. Hey, you bitches! Rainbow! Look up Sean Head versus Hassan Jacket music, it's absolutely amazing. I will watch it after the Sean Head video. How about that? Sup, Rainbow? Hello there. By the way, I'll be back in a minute. I have to check if my AC is on. Give me a second. Oh yeah, the AC is on and it's on well. Got the playlist ready if you all want to hear it later. Yes! Hey Jack. Hello there, Rainbow. Very nice video, we're just hoping you would make it today. Yeah. By the way, Calvin, you know there's a Canada lore video from Fan. Thank you for reminding me. I need to add that to my video order. Give me a second. Thank you for reminding me, because I felt like I forgot something. Okay, adding it into the queue. Right after the Enterprise video. Good. Alright. Let's not waste any more time and start with our absolute collection of videos, and that's not including the the playlist that Rainbow prepared for us. Yeah, well, let me just get the playlist link. Just small favor about seeing one other short after the Warhammer stuff. Okay. Yo, what's up? Dio! What's up, Dio? You're just in time. We're about to start watching. And we start today this absolute just chunker of Reactions Friday with an HLC video per tradition. Lasso a tank. I beg your finest fucking pardon. Okay, let me get the link. Hell yeah, we start with the wisdom of...
really enjoys.
Shut up, fan. Not right now. Sorry, fan. I love you, fan, but no, not now. We start with the wisdom of Carbobab here. And I beg your finest fucking pardon. How are you gonna lasso a tank? With a drone, from what I've seen. Okay, lol, funny quote. Yeah, very appropriate fan quote, you know? Just saying. Okay, let's start. Because I wanna... Oh, Jesus. Sorry. I want to get done with the HLC video as fast as possible because there's a lot to watch. Let's go. Do.
Okay, everyone. Here's more alien stuff.
Oh, wonderful. By the way, I will put the cooking shit in order before next Reaction Friday in the playlist. Oh, no worries. It's all good.
Wait. Now hold on now.
Florida?
Ain't nowhere in here it says my Uncle Jeff was probed.
Because that's Florida. Because there are no... How do you say that? There are no marks that say he was probed. The absence of marks is the proof that he was probed. Some UFO logic, just saying. And funny enough, there's exactly 69 Warhammer things that fan made. Nice. But seriously, Apex, you need to watch the music video about Hassan and Shu. It's great. Right after we will go with the Shu and Red video. Oops, that was spoiler. Okay. Let's continue.
You're not releasing everything, Uncle Sam. That's because there's no proof. Your Uncle Jeff just got blackout and ended up out in the Everglades. Oh, yeah.
On brand.
I guess that was
perfect. Sounds good. Sounds very good.
my favorite Christmas ever.
Wait, what?
Oh, yeah. I guess that was my favorite Christmas ever.
Of course.
Look, I hate to be that guy, Uncle Sam, but quite frankly, nobody cares. You could walk a live alien out on the White House lawn and be like, look, here's an alien, not...
I mean, the Mexicans did it in their conquest like a year or two ago. Oh, sorry, no, 3 years ago. So yeah, they did that and barely anybody cared. The video of the Mexican Congress gained like 800,000 views, which is like their second biggest video ever. Oh, sorry, I think it was like 400,000. Anyway, nobody fucking cares about aliens at this point. We care more about Iran, Russia, and the fucking Epstein. Yeah, that's true. Oh lol, 7 stream streak, yeah. Yeah.
like the snow Mexicans or the Mexican Mexicans. They're like an alien, you know, from like another planet. And we just wouldn't care unless that alien came out holding the unredacted Epstein files. That's literally all we want.
What did I just say? At this point, there are enough actual freaks of nature here on Earth that aliens would just fit in like everybody else. Oh my god, that's so true, Jake. So true.
Buff is right. It's no longer Republican, Democrat, Independent, Liberal, Conservative, any of that. It's the politicians who are and are not on the Epstein list. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, the ones that are in both political parties. So they're doing everything they can to protect themselves and their homies.
Yeah,
I think at this point, just make it all publicly known.
true.
Chip is the
Would cheaper jump scare. And the better fellow is gone.
only one that I'm actually okay with getting an intercept before me. Like, I'll wait in line. I mean,
Yeah.
unless, of course, like, some of those kitty diddlers are, like, flying around in planes, then dips.
Yeah. I always agree with Chippy. Me too. Me too.
I got nothing. God, our country's so fucked. Glad to see you finally admit it, America.
No. This is an internal conversation. The Brits don't get to talk any shit. You have your own fucking problems, okay? Like, you talk shit about your own problems to your own people, and we do the same thing over here. We got our own shit going on. I
Yeah.
swear to God, I'll come over there and slap your damn typhoon so hard the canards fall off.
He just said he was gonna slap the gay out of one of your planes. Oi, bro.
By the way, here's the Eurofighter Typhoon. And Rainbow, for you here, those are the canards. Those are the canards, and that's why they are gay. Oh my god. Oh, yeah.
Come on, mate. That's fucking ridiculous, eh? Canards are not gay.
Yeah, you said that, you fucking European.
The first symptom of canards is a severe pounding sensation in your butthole. Enough.
The Muslim Republic of England. Oh, so true at this point. But hey, they recently had an election, I think. Chris, they choked on my drink. Yeah. Speaking of England, they had an election recently, from what I understand, and a new party won that's called Reform UK. I did not look into that. I have no idea what are the policies on thing. But considering that the Twitter assholes and the TikTok assholes are panicking and just in absolute hysteria, I think Reform is good. Like in theory, like it was literally the same thing as with Trump was when he won the election. If this hysteria is similar, and the hysteria is similar, just a different country, then there's a chance Britain may make a comeback, an actual comeback. I will not put my hopes way too high up there, considering it is pins on sucking bitch. But there's like, I will bet $5 that they can come back. Reform isn't radical enough. Wait, so they are just less retarded, but still very retarded, right? Is that what I'm getting? Yep, and Labour got fact by Reform UK they took over 1,400 local council seats from Labour and the Tories. Damn. So from what I'm getting, Reform isn't radical or retarded enough. But still very retarded and radical. Am I getting that right? Like in the same direction, but like not way too far enough. Is that what I'm getting, Dio? Oh my god. Anyway, let's continue.
Enough. I mean, there is some good news from the government. I mean, they just
What?
voted that like some senators are going to withhold their own pay when there's another government shutdown, which is wild.
No way. Politicians are fine with making less money. Netanyahu, if you're watching this, England is only 3 weeks away from launching a nuclear weapon. Jesus fucking Christ, Theo. fucking launching Operation Opera 2.0. Fucking beans on toast edition. Reform is midway between George Bush and Trump as far as right wing goes, from my understanding. So they like if you call it in the modern slang, they can be considered kinda based. Is that what I'm getting? Like they can be based, but like on Sunday in a holiday. Is that what I'm getting? If that is true, then well, it's better than fucking nothing. Right? Sorry about it.
Did not see this one coming. Like, this is one of those rare W's for like American politicians. Like, that's
Yeah,
total win there.
absolutely.
Oh, yeah, when we shut down again inevitably because we're fucking mad at something, let's withhold our pay. But hey, let's not let them Epstein files get out, hey, everybody?
Yeah.
So I understand that America has a lot going on right now, but the nation of Cuba, we're out of oil and fuel.
No way,
Would you
kinda
like it-
yeah, but they still have their retard moments. Of course they do. Oh well, at least a minor improvement. Still fucking way too far from the point of no return.
That I cut off the illegal oil going from Venezuela, probably, over to Cuba, and now they're running out of oil. I'm doing more for world peace.
Cuba, I applaud that you've
Yeah.
held out this long for, I mean, like 60 years. However, your entire hemisphere is controlled by a capitalist, for lack of a better term, empire.
Fucking, who said that? Ronald Trump is still existing, I see. Yeah. The orange that can barely bend. Yeah, but excuse me. Says fucking who? Literally the biggest empire to ever exist. Or to be exact to shadow of that empire. Fucking don't be a hypocrite.
We applaud that you've held out this long, but realistically, just cut the ties from communism and all the aggressor nations, and you could probably live in relative prosperity.
Yeah.
Yeah, what Beans on Toast said. Don't read too far into it, fucker. This is one of those few times that you get something right. Yeah,
Yeah.
and relative prosperity to a capitalist is way different than a communist. Relative prosperity to a capitalist is like affordable food, gas, amenities, different types of things being sent to your country, trade. Relative prosperity for a communist is, well, you get to eat this week. The
Yeah.
Democratic People's Republic of North Korea lives in great prosperity.
Wait. Weren't there some news about North Korea like this week? Maybe I'm confusing it with something else. Look, I'm a Trump supporter and a fan, but I'm still able to say he has done some dumb ass shit, lol. Yeah, he did some dumb ass shit, like, I fully agree with you. For example, the tariffs, they just rocked up everything, and now we cannot even afford a graphics card because of that. Like, gaming gear, gaming equipment for the PC, it's now, the prices are fucking ridiculous. Especially in Israel because of our import taxes. Like, it's ridiculous. Like you for that you just want to look at him and say, you're one retarded motherfucker, are you? Like, honestly.
You have one fat guy in your country, and he's
Yeah.
in charge of it. Also, before anyone in the comments is like, oh, North Korea is not communist, technically, blah, blah, blah.
Look at both the Korean countries at night. Like, tell me which one of them is communist.
One of the most prolific communists of the previous generation, Joseph Stalin, put Kim Il-sung in charge of North Korea.
Yeah.
You think that guy would say, you know what? You should do something different.
Earbuds disconnected, what did I miss? Pretty enough. Not gonna lie, I disappointed from the UK. They were the strongest empire in the world only a few hundred years ago, and now they are the most cocked shithole outside of Russia. So true. Oh, I'm burping. Well, with the graphics card and shit, that's as much as the tariffs as well as the AI bubble. Yeah, I'm waiting for that fucking AI bubble to pop the hell out. I'm fucking craving that day. Hopefully the bubble will blow up in the like next few months, because that bubble got way too fucking big. Did you see all the businesses they have? Not only is it shady, it's fucking huge. Rumored that it's gonna pop 2027. It's better pop by October of this fucking year. No, you know what better? Fucking July of this year. Better be those 2 months, because there's gonna be a riot one day. Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
No. Man, these humans.
Wait, what is that? Ah, never mind. Hey,
на который,
sorry
на
about that.
который стоит обратить
Sorry about that. Oh, and why do I always forget about that?
внимание.
What in the fuck? Sorry, old habit. And now, oh, great, now to find the... Oh, here it is.
Well, the previous generation, Joseph Stalin. Everyone,
The hell... Sadly, I don't think it will, cause Trump decided to deregulate the AI industry. Hey, fucking what? These AI businesses and ads on YouTube are pissing me off so much. Oh, I can fucking imagine. Okay, here's the point.
You should do something different. No. Man,
RAM and GPUs are being scalped more than even Pokemon cards nowadays. Wait till Logan Paul destroys AI too. Get Logan Paul into the AI business, please. He will fuck this shit up so badly. They will never try to do that again. Oh my god, that will be so good.
You know what?
Oh,
should
true,
do something
yeah.
different. No. Man, these humans really are so fucking mean to each other, dude. Not even scratching the surface, man. You gotta learn
Yeah.
about the Crusades, the Dark Ages, and then them when they discovered how to split the atom.
Yeah.
Although the country that they dropped those things on really has bounced back. America, I
Yeah.
know you always tout yourself for building shit. So, BAE Systems here in the United Kingdom is now updating our Mod 1 Stingray torpedo, which is air-launched. We can launch it from your Poseidon,
Huh.
or we can launch it from one of our ships. It's a lightweight, anti-submarine torpedo used for submarine warfare, obviously, and the Mod 2 is supposed to have a significantly longer loiter and wait time. So,
Does the... Wait.
a significantly longer loiter and wait time. So,
Never mind. I was about to make a bad joke, but it does not fit.
Sometimes we just be building shit. Hey, beans
Yeah.
on falafel. I'm not going to tell you what you think you know, but let me
Shut
ask you
up.
something about that fancy
Shut up, beans and beer. Oh, damn, that's a new one.
new torpedo you
Okay,
got.
what are we building now, lol? Yeah, good question, by the way. What is the US building? Beans on falafel? Yeah, because... well, the regular name to Britain is beans on toast, because they have no food better than that. And now beans on falafel, because falafel is apparently a Muslim thing. A Muslim thing. Although I don't think you will find falafel outside Israel, to be honest. I don't know.
Maybe you didn't see the video when I kickflipped a fucking Iranian frigate with a Mach 48. Can it do that? Because if it can't, then you're just still second best there.
Yeah.
Well, no, it doesn't
shut
have
up.
the yield of the Mach 48, but it's not really designed for that. This is specifically designed to just punch a hole in a submarine.
So,
So it's fucking useless.
smaller boom is supposed to be more scary? Look, man, I
Not
don't think
at
you
all.
understand the premise of a dick measuring contest. Like, if I pull out my fucking hog, right, and then all of a sudden you pull out the thunder thimble, I don't think you win.
Yeah, you will not be able to impress Russia's mom with that little with that little twinkle. And yet falafel is a general Middle Eastern food and it's damn tasty. True, the OS is built in space lasers, trust me, I'm Mossad affiliated. Hey! Look, the Jewish space laser is an Israeli business. Like, we are just renting the asteroid that Uncle Sam is occupying. Let's be honest about it.
Buff, if you could please not refer to the genitalia of my allies, that would be the best thing ever.
Once
Fuck
my
you.
engine upgrades hit, I'll consider it. But I will let you know that
That will be by like 2035, so yeah, it will not be very soon.
I'm probably going to decide against that.
Wonderful. And okay, if you want to talk about stuff like that, they're beans on toast. So, there's a company in the US currently designing Rogue One, which is part of the Army's Low Altitude Stalking and Strike Ordnance LASSO program. I had to read it. That's a really interesting acronym. They had to reach for that one.
Yeah.
Let me guess, it's something with a nuke.
Of course
What
it
is
is.
this, the 1950s? We already proved that we could put nukes in literally everything. I'm not joking.
Yeah. Yeah. So next we need to build the roads from God, then my life will be complete. Well, it won't be very effective, according to the fat electrician. But, you know what? If it will not be even combat effective, fuck it. Just do it because we can. Why not?
Man-portable shoulder-fired rockets, artillery, anti-ship rockets, torpedoes. Seriously, aside from a landmine, if it exists, we made it nuclear. God,
Yeah.
the 50s were fucking great.
Yeah, dear. The 1950s were awesome. They were. But speaking of like nuclear everything, we're gonna give some credit to Beans on Toast because he managed to make a chicken-powered nuclear landmine. Like, you have to be creative to make that.
Hate to admit it, but he's right. God,
Yeah.
good times. No,
Very
the
good.
LASSO program is supposed to be a cheap, lightweight, cost-effective anti-armor loitering system.
Mhm.
Basically, shoulder fired, they fire this thing off, it's man-portable, and it can go up to 12 miles out, which currently our premier missile shoulder-fired anti-tank system is the Javelin, which works really well, but Javelins are pricey, and you still need line of sight, which risks your troops. This thing, you can fire it up there, it'll loiter up to 30 minutes, it can go 12 miles out, fly up to 70 miles an hour in short bursts, and the thermal on it, when you tell it to kill something, is actually gimbaled with the payload. So the payload always delivers in the right direction to create the shape charge to punch through the top armor of an enemy tank.
So you're telling me that this is an improved and at the same time cheaper Javelin? Am I getting that right? Because if I'm getting that right, then it's fucking awesome. Rule of cool always is a necessity. True.
I think we might hit some new records with how high we're able to send Russian armor turrets. If you want to test them here,
That sounds about right to me. Yeah, and if it's true, then it's fucking awesome.
I'll take 3,000, 0% interest for the first 6 months, and then after that, we'll go to 3% interest. I'll consider it. Are you seriously saying that you're going to be testing your new systems on my tanks in Ukraine?
Yes.
Have we not all been doing that for like the past 4 years? Am I getting punked right now? Come on, bro. You had to know. Everyone was sending shit there to kind of see how well it works against the big bad wolf. Why the fuck wouldn't I do that with these?
Let's be correct. It's not the big bad wolf. It's the Down syndrome wolf. The one that makes cheese grilled sandwiches at night while hearing his mother being pounded into oblivion by a grumpy old man. Lol, saw that coming from a mile away, yeah. Of course Ukraine would want them. It's weird that Poland did not show up yet, by the way. Like, where is our little European Texas?
Plus, you could just leave.
Yeah.
My objectives in Ukraine are nearly complete.
First of all, no, they fucking don't. Second of all, was it fucking worth it? You lost over 1.2 million troops. Like, the last time I was checking that statistics, it was in fucking April. 1,200,000 men. You lost them. Were killed. Your 1,200,000 of your men were killed in battle. And that's statistics from a month ago. It could have gone up by 100,000 as right now. Make the military industrial complex great again. True.
I am considering leaving for
I'm
right
pumping.
now, but I have not made up my mind yet. Your
Because you have no mind, you fucking retard.
objectives? What even are your objectives?
Yeah, you have none.
Let's see. I made a list. Have a million.
Probably the objective. Oh, sorry about that. Probably the objectives are to fucking die. He is very successful at that. Oh, you. Okay, you snowed. Hold up, Jake. I need to read that with a somewhat southern accent. I'll try. Okay, you Snowden Communist Down Syndrome Wolf, what objectives have you successfully completed? Because as far as I can see, you have completed damn shit. That was the best I could do right now.
Casualties. Check. Become the laughing stock of the first world nations. Check.
Yeah.
Realize that you are a complete paper tiger and actually don't have the ability to invade anybody because your logistics infrastructure is worse than McDonald's. Check.
Good. Lol Apex, that was good. Thank you, Jake. Thank you. I tried. I need to learn how to do a southern accent properly. I need to find a video for that.
Ooh, and my personal favorite, this is kind of a new one. Officially, the Russian military is now shrinking because you can't find enough conscripts to replace the ones that are being killed in Ukraine. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, and on top of that, you cannot get enough conscripts. Even those that you're trying to conscript, they're saying, fuck you, I better go and die in jail. Loves in Polish. Oh, I better javelin, you say? I'll take 5,000. For now. A great rainbow, that would be priceless. Oh wait, would be funny to hear you with a southern accent. Yeah, that would be priceless. I need to fucking try.
You're bad at 1,000.
The fuck? Sometimes I'm pressing the wrong fucking buttons. Damn, that's again lols. Well, in that case, we will go on a break. Oh, mate, Apex, I'm Apex, and here is my Ford F-150. Wait, but the Americans never use oi. They're saying something like, how the lads, I'm Apex, and here is my F... And here is my... Okay, let me try again. Howdy, cousin, my name is Apex, and here is my Ford F-150. 6 liters of V8 fucking diesel. Yeah, I'm still bad at it. Why must we get ads when Camp Buff is going off on Russia? Hey, Apex, you wanna send some progress speak? Coloring is taking me a long time. Yes! Yes, please! Yes, please! Yes, please, I will be happy to see that. While Jack is on the ad break. Australian Apex timeline be like... Oh my god. Well, at least it is better than sounded like a fucking Frenchie, let's be honest. Oh, wait a second. Oh, damn, one sec. Wait. You sent me a WhatsApp link. Why? Freedom! Jake is free from the ad jail. My mistake? Oh, forgot it doesn't show if I open it from WhatsApp. Ah, yeah, makes sense. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Let's continue with the video.
You forget, Buff.
France doesn't exist. We don't talk about it. Oh, so true. Okay. Itch. Oh, so cute. Wait, give me a minute. Oh, I can see. Wait a second. Here lol. Color on YouTube homie. Fuck the creativity YouTube homie. Fuck the French. Yeah, so true. So true. Oh, that's adorable. Okay, let's continue with the video.
I still have more nuclear weapons than the Americans do.
Ow!
Fucking part of them does not even work. We have no idea if they work as of my chunk. We have no idea if like half the nukes even work. Maybe none of the nukes even work ever since the Soviet Union fell. As it was fucking shoot. Tend to learn a new art app while making this. Nice.
Oh, there you go. And then threaten nukes over 50 times. Check. Well, looks
Yep.
like you're all good.
I fucking hate you.
Good.
Ah, hate, that's such a strong word. I mean, I'm a lover and a fighter. You can ask your mom when I go over there later to stir the paint.
Wait. Did that community say he has more nukes than US? Yeah, he did say. And let's be honest, from the information that we do have, by numbers, it's kinda true, but again, these are the numbers we know of. Like, those are the numbers we know of. Shit, by the way, Russian missiles are shit, but... Russian missiles are shit, yeah. They are shit. Like, the fucking Oreshnik. It was designed with the 50 principle to whom it may concern. I'm pretty sure that America does not even have missiles of that type. Quantity don't mean shit if the quality is beyond shit. True.
You shut up your mouth!
I'm gonna miss making you say that when you finally leave Ukraine and there's nothing to talk about from your piece of shit failing nation.
America, you had a man in Denver jump into an aircraft engine?
What?
He shouldn't have been standing there.
Please tell me he yelled something funny like, "I'm Johnny Knoxville, and this is the ground beef."
It's not funny. He was dealing with loss from his family. Your airport should be more secure. Look, guys,
I've seen a few videos, I remember the story with the Sky King, like the guy who stole a plane and flew on that. Wait, hold up, did that actually happen? Probably actually happened. But American airports are fucking ginormous. And they are so fucking packed. Like sneaking into an upper airfield will be super easy if you try hard enough. Of course, it's fucking Denver. Yeah. Or is Beans on Toast just shit talking again? No, it's apparently really happened.
his family. Your airport should be more secure.
You know what? You know what? I will look it up. Ah, yeah, it's true. It's fucking true. What in the fuck? Man sucked into jet engine at Denver airport, had violent criminal past. Well, yeah. The story is fucking true. Man felt stuck on Denver airport runway, died by suicide, say. I was just gonna say I'm doing that as well, lol. Yeah. Man. Jet suck. Yeah, he's been sucked in by a check engine. Oh, for fuck's sake, people. Our airports are among the most secure on Earth, so shit your whole beans on toast. Alright, wait, what? Yeah, Rainbow. That fucking happened somehow. I don't want to know how.
Look, guys, I read the whole story about how he lost his dad and kind of went through a mental break, and then this whole thing happened. Realistically, the blame for this lies on no one but the individual. Like, I get it, flying sucks in general. I personally have experienced delays and fucking cancellations and some of the worst experiences when flying, but this ain't really on the airline. This is on the dude.
Yeah, it's on the guy, like... Sorry, homie, but if you purposely jumped and sucked yourself into a jet engine, a working jet engine, that was fucking louder than the fucking sun, it's kinda your fault, let's be honest. Like, I'm not trying to victim blame, but you're responsible for taking your whole life. Also, Apex, right now the art is just flat colors and not yet shaded, and it is, you know. Yeah, I've seen that. It's okay, Rainbow, don't worry. There are some things that are best left alone. True.
I got a bit of a problem. Venezuela is leading towards communism, and well, not in my hemisphere, especially after I saved you from Madudu. Maybe we should probably make Venezuela our 51st state.
You know what, I will not say anything about it.
Well, on the plus side there, at least he stops talking about Alberta.
Yes.
No. The entirety of Canada will become the 55th state of America. Very fucking soon.
Still on the chopping.
And by the way, Venezuela is not the 51st. Venezuela will be like the 53rd or 54th. 54th.
Block there,
For once, I agree with Trump on Venezuela. True.
popsicle beaner.
What did he say? On the plus side there, at least he stops talking about Alberta.
You're still on the chopping block there, popsicle beaner.
What did he say?
Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, new slur unlocked.
First of all,
considering that Canada used to be a part of the British Empire, oh my god, I beg you, Ice Cromer thinks they're safe. I beg your funniest fucking pardon. Oh my god, Popsicle Beaner is hilarious, yeah. Wait a second. Popsicle Beaner, yeah, Rainbow. Oh, by the way, Rainbow, I just wanted to say, where is that? Oh, wait. Where is it? Oh, here it is. By the way, Rainbow, congratulations on your promotion, Rainbow. You are now a moderator. Oh my god, Popsicle Bean. New slur unlocked. Yeah. Oh my. Welcome. I'm a mod now? Yeah, you are. And this is why I love Trump. He's absolutely hilarious. So true. Let's listen to that again.
no. About Alberta.
You're still on the chopping
You're
block
welcome.
there, popsicle beaner.
What did he say?
Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, new slur unlocked.
Yeah.
First of all, no.
Second of all, yes. Yes, Canada, the Popsicle Bean. I cannot laugh hard enough. Welcome to the mod crew. Yeah, welcome to the mod crew, crew Rainbow.
Second of all, I don't know if he's trolling at this point.
Yeah.
He did say that perhaps we should make Venezuela the 51st state. That's a real thing. That's a real
Yeah, now I'm a canon event for the streams. Yeah, you are. I'm sorry to see Patatis in the lore now. Yes.
quote that I read.
At least in the Apex lore.
I just I don't know if he's fucking with us at this point. I have no clue.
Hey, Winnie the Communist. I'm gonna be coming on.
But again, while I am for Venezuela becoming an American state, sadly Venezuela will be like the 53rd state. Because there are already a 51st and 52nd state of America. The 51st state, it's Israel. The 52nd, it's fucking Twitter. Try to fucking argue with me about that. Because it's the fucking truth.
Over there soon, and
Wait, we're part of the US? Unofficially. But let's be honest, the US kind of does control us.
I think we could have a good meeting between me and what you guys call him, Xi Jinping. That's Xi Ching. I don't.
Let's call him Winnie the Chinchon Tepu. So hear me out. We need to make a Canadian rainbow timeline a reality. Oh god. In many ways, yes, Rainbow, but I still see y'all as your own sovereign nation. Oh, thank you, Jake. Wait, is Dio talking about me? No, I have no idea, to be honest, Rainbow. I have no idea what Dio is referring to. Phew.
Your president. Our president believes that there is great economic, that's the word, success from the United States and the Great China working together. We don't need to be enemies.
Yeah, except literally every time we turn around, it's you trying to pay somebody for our secrets, but neither here nor there.
Yeah. That's what you feel of Warhammer, brother. Oh god, do not start, please. Please, I swear to god, do not start.
They're a big exporter. We're a big importer.
Shush, no, please, no, don't start that. Jokes on you all. I don't even know what I'm saying myself. Jesus, dear. For the Emperor. Please, you're about to be educated by shit. You're about to be educated by Shitpost Central. You can't escape us. I know, but please, let's keep it for later. For Ferrer, okay? Please, let's keep it for later.
Could really work out well for both of us if we can come to common ground. Yes, I believe so, America. We can work together. I just want us on the same page when it comes to Taiwan being a part of China because they are ethnically Chinese and should be a member of the Chinese Communist Party.
Oh, you fucking brain dead retard. Oh my god, I'm burping again. Oh. The wrath of the Imperium shall descend upon you, Apex. Yes, brother. How we accidentally awakened the Warhammer mob. Yes, we fucking did. We fucking did by accident.
Oh, and we were so close to a deal. That's probably not going to happen. You realize, America, because of all the munitions you've wasted in the Middle East fighting against Iran, that if we make a move on Taiwan, we are in a better position than you are right now with your current munition stock. And it could lead, potentially, to conflict between the Great China and the United States.
Wow. Believe me, there are some Americans that are fucking happy to be in a conflict. Come to the side of Twitch for the Warhammer stuff, fellow brother. Jesus.
Don't threaten me with a good time, you squinty-eyed fuck.
He beat me to it. Oh, I'm so fucking proud of that kid.
Me too.
You must be reasonable, America.
Oh sure, we need to ban the keep talking shit. We have more ammo than people. Damn kid, yeah.
Reasonable, but I do have certain non-negotiables. And I don't take no shit, at least for this administration. There are good and bad with every administration, but It's good to see our adversaries kind of afraid of who knocks in the night.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. The other night, there was a deer on 2 legs
True,
that
yeah.
knocked on the hangar door. I was kind of nervous. Franklin's like, oh, it's just a skinwalker. He put him in a rear naked choke, knocked him unconscious, and now he's doing experiments.
Jesus.
Sometimes the little dude scares me.
There are still attacks happening in Iran. Americans' word means nothing.
Still means more than your fucking word, you jihad Jimmy looking ass.
Whoa. We agreed.
Can't lie. I'm hoping for a Chew meme related invasion of Iran.
Word
yeah.
means nothing. Whoa.
I fully support our government's hardline stance on negotiating with our allies and enemies. Yeah, true. But honestly, I'm kind of disappointed that the Trump administration still tries to negotiate with Iran after like 2 months of unsuccessful negotiations. Like, at this point, just fucking do Epic Fury 2 fucking explosive boogaloo. Because really, it's fucking go time. I'm gonna go home in a bit, see you later. Oh, see ya, Dio.
Agreed to a ceasefire. Me and you. It was not my fault that when we went loud with each other, you bombed every single one of your neighbors, and now they're pissed off. So the UAE and Saudi Arabia, that's on you, man.
Yeah.
You think we were going to sit idly by and let you attack our infrastructure? If you had stayed just with American targets, I would not have problem. But no.
Now remember, we need the South Park stick of Truth Jew class to invade Iran. Oh god.
You want to attack the Crown Prince of Saudi.
I thought
Damn.
we agreed,
Yes.
America. We didn't want this to turn into a regional conflict. This was just you and Israel doing you and Israel things.
Seriously? Wait a second, fucking beans on toast.
Saudi. I thought
Hear me out. Operation Eagle Rage. Good idea.
we agreed, America. We didn't want this to turn into a regional conflict. This was just you and Israel doing you and Israel things.
Well, it's not our fucking fault that Jihad Jimmy the retarded inbred bitch decided to fucking yeet all its munitions everywhere it goes. Fucking Iran was fucking behaving like Oprah Winfrey or whatever her name is. You're getting a fucking ballistic missile. You're getting a ballistic missile. You're getting a ballistic missile. Everybody gets a fucking ballistic missile and a bunch of Shahed drones. Like, I'm sorry, Iran had it coming, man. Lol, Rain, but it would be epic. Yes, it would be. Can't forget the god fucking Apex lol. As much as I openly dislike this place, but I can't lie, that shit would be epic, yeah.
God, man, you were with us in the Middle East for 20 years. You know this is how it works. All the Muslim nations are super friendly with one another until one of them gets weakened, and then boom, they eat.
As a joke, I can support this idea. Yeah.
They're wounded.
Wait, what?
It works. All the Muslim nations are super friendly with one another until one of them gets weakened, and then boom, they eat their wounded.
Historically, yeah, that tracks. Wait, you're a Jewish American? Yep. Yeah, dope. Yeah, it's super dope. Oh my god. Fan time, bitches! Well, it's not fan time yet, because there's another video. Okay, let's listen. I'm pushing for cheapest voice to be done by JD Delay. That would be epic on so many levels. True. True. Went to my bar mitzvah and everything at 13. Nice. Getting balls like a smurf here. You know what? Rainbow? Let's start with the Fenrir Warhammer stuff. Like, as I said on the previous streams, we will not do everything at once. Jesus Christ! 540 videos! Damn, you put here an effort, Rainbow. Obviously, we will not do everything in one stream. So I decided we will split it in a number of parts of 1 hour each part. How about that? Like, this Reaction Friday, 1 hour of Fenrir Warhammer. And continue like that every Reaction Friday. At least the Warhammer stuff and the first shot of the Warhammer stuff. Alright, chill Rainbow, it's gonna be a long stream anyways, yeah. And yes, I put in the work, that's why it took me a week. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, Jesus, that will be scary. And also... Oh. Yeah, apparently I've seen more Warhammer videos than I thought. Whatever, let's refresh the memory. Let's go. It is organized beach. Yeah, I can see that. POV, you decided to get into Warhammer 40k. Your last mistake and... Google! Oh my god. Dillar friend. Oh my god.
Hey bro, can you explain Warhammer
Jesus.
lore to me? I want to play Space Marine.
Me and Jack be like... Yeah, it's true. It's just you two. Hey buddy, you ready for some lore?
Too. Wanna know? Hey bro, can you explain Warhammer lore to me? I want to play Space Marine too. Wanna know Warhammer lore?
Oh my god.
Cliff Note version. Sure, no problem. So you're playing as a Space Marine, specifically an Ultramarine from Ultramar, and they're basically these giant roided out humans with 2 hearts and 3 lungs, and they're wrapped in 2 tons of armor.
2 tons, damn. Yep, that's me and Rainbow, no doubt, yeah.
Okay, so kinda like Halo? They also happen to be
No.
pro-humanity extremists that will exterminate anything that isn't human and or sides with anything that isn't human. Wait,
Damn.
what? In the game, you're fighting Tyranids, and their only crime is wanting to eat. If not food, why food shaped? Okay, so the Zerg from
So, Helldiver basically, more like Helldivers on steroids, I believe.
StarCraft. You also, however, are fighting the forces of chaos, which are a combination of demons and humans that worship 4 chaos gods. I'm sorry,
What?
Specifically, in the game, you're fighting the Thousand Sons, who are actually followers of Zinch, who is basically if Cthulhu made a baby with the Riddler connection. Okay, I am more confused than when we started this conversation. I just wanted to know the cliff notes. This is the most bare-bone example I can give you, okay? Okay,
Jeez.
I just have one question. Sure, go ahead. I mentioned the name Slanesh. A relevant topic of conversation, ladies, and you're not ready. It's actually
Yeah, so true, and Jesus, Van, come on.
Space.
Oh. Oh god, I had them the needs. You're a fans friend, lol. Yeah. Yeah. I probably the friend that knows nothing about Warhammer and about to be taught a fucking lesson.
So I actually really enjoyed Space Marine 2. Do you think maybe you could tell me about Darktide?
Oh, God.
Learn about some Grandpa Nurgle?
Oh,
Again,
oh,
cliff
God.
notes, if you could. Alrighty.
Okay.
It's effectively a 4-player co-op game akin to Left 4 Dead. Oh, okay, so we're mainly fighting zombies. Nope! What? You see, the Hive City has been infested with a Nurgle plague specifically, which means this was caused
In the
by
fucking what?
cultists that are actually being infested by Nurgle demons and Nurgle diseases. How is this any different from a zombie game?
Now you are most definitely not ready for the NH by a cup of it of Slanesh. Damn.
Because 5 minutes fighting these guys and you're going to want every vaccine known to man.
What?
Oh, Jesus.
Beast of Nurgle, in case you're wondering. You know what? I am wondering. You know what? I am wondering. Ew! Ew! What the fuck, man? Oh, Christ alive, that is gross. Ew, man! Don't epics. Too late, Jake. I saw that. What the hell, man? That's the fucking. That is a bastardized Jabba the Hutt. What the fuck? Here, let this out. No, too late here. That's a fucking Jabba the Hutt with a belly mouth. What the fuck? Ew.
The fun thing about this game as opposed to Space Marine 2 comes from the fact that you're actually going to be playing as normal people. Normal in air quotes. Okay, what do you mean by that? Well, this game has a class system, and you basically have the classes separated into Guardsman, Psyker, Zealot, and Ogryn. Oh, okay, I get it now. So like Ranger, Magic, Melee, and Heavy? Yeah, except one of them is completely immune to the concept of dying. The other one is
Oh.
an emperor fanatic. The other one is a criminal, and the big guy basically has the intelligence of a dog. Okay, but my only
Nice. At this point, he might as well look up the Great Unclean One. You know what? Fair. And let's see, what are you? Eh! Ew, that looks like they fucking demonized that fucking fat guy from Dota 2, I believe. Like the Pudge or whatever his name is. Like, it's like Pudge but became a demon and fucking even more ugly than imagination could even provide. Really great eating today, aren't you, Apex? Don't worry, I ate like an hour or two ago, so... Yeah, I will probably have a one hell of a... Yeah. Let's see how it will go out. Welcome to the world of Grandfather Nurgle. Damn, yeah. Oh.
question now is, in the last game you saw followers of Tzeentch that were Space Marines. Why do I not see any Space Marines that are followers of Nurgle? Because a single Chaos Space Marine that worships under Nurgle would make this entire game implausible. Why?
Oh.
Space Marines are hard to kill. Chaos Space Marines are harder to kill. Nurgle Space Marines are virtually indestructible.
What?
So, 4 humans fighting that, it ain't ending well.
Not at all.
Hey, you wanna learn about...
Oh my god. What happened to my arm? Ah, never mind. My elbows, okay? Or my beats. Is that fucking Phantom Pain? God fucking hell.
some toasters?
What?
How did you Hey, you wanna learn about some toasters? How did you find me? I'm in a different city! Well, more accurately, cyborgs. What's
this I
hear about cyborgs? Who are you? Oh no, we're talking about
Jesus.
loyalist cyborgs, not socialist toasters. Oh,
Okay.
proceed. What is happening? We're learning about the Omnissiah!
What?
This is a completely separate faction from the rest of the Imperium, completely separate from the Astra Militarum, from the Space Marines, all those guys. In the Imperial of Man, they have a lot of equipment, and that equipment has to be maintained and worked on, and that equipment is worked on by the tech priests of the Mechanicus Omnissiah.
Okay.
Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. Flesh
Oh hell, the Omnissiah. Okay, I guess he's unlovable.
is weak. I'm some Messiah.
Yeah, the Descartes Legion was already a very tanky legion of Marines, and when they fell to Nurgle, they became near immortal. Jesus.
Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. Flesh is weak. I'm sorry, what? Their whole faction's mission is about preserving technology and maintaining the old world technology that existed before the Imperium. Because of this,
Oh.
they're actually quite infuriating to deal with from the Imperium's perspective. They will not listen to the Inquisition. They will not listen to the Astra Militarum. They will pretty much do whatever the fuck they want. And if you piss them
Nice.
off, guess what? Your chapter or your faction isn't getting tech that week. Also make them loyalists then. Because the Imperium of Man helped get them their toasters, and they just want their toasters, and everyone else keeps getting in the way of them getting their toasters. Why do you keep saying toasters? The machine spirit needs his toast! Woo! Out of my car!
No, they are staying in the car. And the near indestructible, yeah. By the way, what car is that? It looks like a... Looks familiar from the inside. It's most likely a Toyota of some kind. Keep your cybernetics away from my toaster, Rainbow. Shush, Jake, I already stole it. Oh my god. We're getting our own Warhammer spin-off.
Really enjoying playing Darktide, but I'm not really sure why there's skulls with computer parts.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
Who wants to learn about servitors?
Jesus. Now I know what you fuckers do to them. I don't need to replace it.
I have a choice? Nope. I'm gonna skip over a ton of lore about the whole Robot Wars thing. I'm sorry, the what?
What?
In the Imperium of Man, AI is banned. So, to make up for the lack of
late,
artificial
yeah.
intelligence, we use servitors. Servitors are people. Oftentimes, criminals are people who have wronged the Adeptus Mechanicus in some way, shape, or form.
What?
Wait, all of them? Yep, every one of them. So you know that medical drone that keeps on healing you and keeps becoming self-aware of its own existence? Yeah, that's a person, or was a person. Oh my god, is that why it asked me what happened to its family? Yep, and it doesn't stop there. That thing you use in missions to hack terminals? Servitor. Even the door is technically a servitor.
Jesus.
That doorknob is a person? Was a person. Oh my god, that is so dark. Why do you and so many other people enjoy this universe? Cause I'm 50 shades of fucked up and dark humor is my therapy. Woo!
Oh, fucking relatable. Sucks for you, toaster fucker. That was the T guy. Oh my god, I love my chat. I love my right ravens.
I wonder who the
Jesus. Fiend fan! Look at that fucking Fiend fan! Damn, you tricky motherfucker.
the Tau are. You wanna learn about some space weebs? Were you under my bed?
Excuse me, did I hear space weeps? Space weeps?
Tau are. You wanna learn about some space weebs?
Okay, everybody shut up, time to fucking listen.
Were you under my bed? Sure was. Also, you should get that snoring checked out. How long have you been under there? The Tau Empire. And he's ignoring me. These guys are a hyper-advanced civilization in the 41st millennium, and they could honestly almost be considered the closest thing you have to good guys. Wait, really?
What?
No, I'm just fucking with you, but could
come
you
on.
imagine? Are there any good guys in 40k? Nope, everyone sucks. Anyway, Tau are actually quite open to indoctrinating other societies and species into their empire, as long as they look to serve the greater good. Because of this, they are always incorporating new technology into their side, and they're very heavy on the usage of drones and long-range engagements. Also, a large part of why the community calls them space weebs is because the Tau Empire kind of rely heavy on mechs that kind of look like Gundams.
Damn!
I gotta say, that looks like some pretty advanced tech.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, great rail guns, but horrible in close range.
Yeah, makes sense.
Meaning you are really good at fighting at long range, but the moment they get within smacking distance of you, you're cooked.
Fair. Fully fair.
I wouldn't.
We need to introduce Apex to brother Alpha Booze and the Emperor's Emperor's text to speech. Damn, you guys, I'm back from a shower. What have I missed? You have missed a little bit of Warhammer 40k lol, Dio. A little bit. Oh, and by the way, you can now see a Finn Madman Fenrir in the flesh. Or in the closet. I have no idea why YouTube does that to the shorts. Fucking stutter.
Necrons are. You wanna learn about what Necrons are?
Excuse me?
You wanna learn about some mecha mummies? Were you in my ceiling?
Yeah, apparently. I think it just happens when you watch shorts in the normal way videos are shown.
The
Yeah.
boys for spooky season! Necrons are one of the oldest species, technically, in the 41st millennium. They are an ancient race of robot skeletons that are waking up all over the galaxy, and there might actually be billions of them. With a B? With a B. Reason being
With a fucking B.
is that the Necrons were kind of spread all throughout the Milky Way
Fuck the Necros, I had those AI abominations.
galaxy, trapped on all these different tomb
Damn.
worlds. Necrons were kind of spread all throughout the Milky Way galaxy, trapped on all these different tomb worlds. Necrons are nigh immortal. As long as they're nearby to their original forge craft thingy, they can literally respawn upon you killing them. So fighting a Necron army could be next to impossible with how fast they can respawn. That sounds incredibly broken if you play it on the tabletop.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. You think fighting automatons and Helldivers 2 is irritating? Try fighting immortal space mummy Terminators.
Jesus.
So how do you kill them then? With
You don't.
spite and a can-do attitude.
Huh. You can. Okay.
So hit it till it dies. Till it dies! Woo! What a
Spine
great-
splitter, yeah. Still remember that one channel that absolutely hates orcs because they are too dumb to figure out their next moves. Damn. Am I the only one who isn't familiar with Warhammer in here? Don't worry, Dio. I am here in the club with ya. I have next to no knowledge about the Warhammer 40k lore. Like, I have never touched that beach. Never. And yes, I know they have a sad backstory, but still, they are fucked up. Yeah, you know what? Fuck them. Fuck the Necrons. And
Grey Knights. What are Grey Knights? You want to learn
you will, you will be educated, Brother Apex and Brother Dio. Oh my god.
about some choir boy Marines? I guess.
What?
Well, too bad. They don't exist.
Oh, come on.
What? See, the thing is with Grey Knights, they are technically Space Marines that were developed in secret. Grey Knights are not real because the Inquisition had to develop them in secret, specifically with the Emperor's very gene seed. I'm sorry, gene what?
What?
Oh, right, I've never explained this. So basically, gene seeds are these bioorganic seeds that contain all the genetic information that is needed to create a Space Marine. So when
Brother,
someone
have some decency, Jesus.
is chosen to become a Space Marine, they're given a gene seed, which then helps them to develop the physical traits of a Space Marine. What makes Grey Knights so special is that their gene seed comes from the Emperor, and because of this, they are the only Space Marines that have psychic abilities.
What?
Which is why they're technically not an Astartes Legion and more an extension of the Inquisition, because they are purpose-built for fighting demons, and their
Jesus.
psychic abilities help them in fighting against demons and the warp. These guys can literally walk into the warp and run hands with demons.
Damn.
But officially speaking, they don't exist. And they do exist, but to the official civilians of the Imperium, they do not exist. So if you think that they exist, you're getting a visit from an Inquisitor.
Damn.
What is the warp?
Alright. I only heard they had some giant robots there? What? Yes, my brother Rainbow, we will indoctrinate them and they will learn the love of the God Emperor of mankind. Jesus. Well, each legion uses their respective Primarch's gene seed. So you're telling me that they basically took some eggs from the Emperor. Is that what I'm getting? Sheesh. Like to become the sons of each Primarch, and I think so, yes. Fucking hell. Psychic Marine sounds cool as fuck. Maybe Dio, but it depends on which Marines, like... I don't know. I would not want to give the US Marines any psychic abilities. Let's be honest.
Hell is What is the warp? Hell is a highway! Pardon? In the
Right.
41st millennium, hell is real, okay? And
Okay.
humanity and a lot of other people use it as a fucking highway. What does that mean? In most sci-fi properties, you have faster than light travel or some kind of nonsense way that they travel fast throughout the universe so they can get from planet to planet.
Yeah.
Well, in Warhammer 40k, you gotta go through hell. You see, the warp, while also being hell, is also kind of an everywhere dimension, which means you can technically shortcut your way through it to get from planet to planet. Otherwise, you're gonna be in space for like hundreds of years trying to travel between planets.
Okay.
That makes sense. That doesn't sound that bad. Did you forget the part where you're shortcutting through hell? Faster than light travel through the warp is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, I can
And most
imagine.
of the time when people go in there trying to navigate it, they go in blind. The only way humanity is even able to navigate through the warp is because of the God Emperor sitting on the throne and having, 1,000 psychic people sacrificed to him every day or something or other. That was
Damn.
so many words you just threw at me that make no fucking sense.
Yeah.
Finally starting to get it!
Yeah, kinda. Oh my god. The gene seed is a special organ that is made from the Primarch's DNA and is what allows the Marines to take on their Legionus and Primarch traits and abilities. For example, Magnus the Red was a super powerful Psyker, so this is the Thousand Sons. His Legion became super powerful Psykers. Oh! So basically, you're making an egg, inject it with the DNA of your Primarch, your Emperor, your whatever, and then you're putting that egg into like the Space Marine, and it gets the abilities of that Primarch. That explains it better. Yeah, honestly, yeah, it does explains it better. Damn. Space sharks? What?
Now they're Carcadons.
What?
Space sharks! Space
Huh.
what?
Space what?
Space sharks. Space Sharks are a fleet-based loyalist space marine chapter. Okay, but why does the community love them so much? The Red fucking Wake!
The what?
Ty Barros, Reaper of the Void, the chapter master of the Space Sharks.
Damn.
He is a thick boy! This absolute
Yeah.
Hulk of a space marine rivals Terminators in their armor. He is so calorically dense, they had to custom build his armor fixed with dreadnought armor just to fit him.
Excuse
There's an
me?
instance in the lore where Tyberos was actually mistaken for a statue instead of a space marine, and no one knew he was actually a real thing until he moved in his armor. This
Damn.
motherfucker is quiet as hell despite being the size of a fucking tank. Did I mention he also has custom fitted power gauntlets with razor claws
Yeah.
and chainsaws attached to them? He is a big boy. Holy shit, and he's the Loyalist chapter? I know, right? Big boy almost looks like a Primarch, he's so big, but he's not actually the size of a Primarch. I'm sorry, what
What?
the fuck is a Primarch?
Yeah.
We'll talk about that. I'm gonna have to talk about the heresy.
Wait, what? Hell yeah, let's fucking comment through the chapters here, damn. I think he's the size of a Primarch too. Apparently he's not. We are the butchers of Badab and we will kill all in his name and so in absolute silence. Holy shit.
Ready to talk about some daddy issues? How did you know? I bought him some.
Wait, Horus Heresy is that the issues? What?
Ready to talk about some daddy issues? How did you know? I bought him some oak juice.
Horus Heresy, just to be clear, yeah.
The Horus about some daddy issues? How did you know? I bought him some oak juice. He misses you. The Horus Heresy! What's the Horus Heresy? Family Feud meets the sacking of Rome. What? No questions, this is a speed run.
I still don't understand what a Primarch is. I hope we will understand soon.
Anywho.
Don't worry, you.
Meets the sacking of Rome. What? No questions, this is a speed run. Anywho, after the Emperor would leave the Crusades and name his son Horus the War Master to continue the Crusades, he would go back to Terra to work on the Webway Project. The Webway Project is very important to this story because that Webway Project is what would give humanity a safe way to traverse the warp and
That's what a Primarch is. Wait. It is a father of each legion. That's what a Primarch is. Oh! Okay, now... okay, got it.
important to this story because that Webway Project is what would give humanity a safe way to traverse the warp and have faster than light travel.
Okay.
Horus would actually start feeling abandoned by his father during the Crusades, even though Big E had more important shit to deal with. Because of those doubts, when he got injured and Logar, his brother from the Wordbearers, tried to heal him, he corrupted him with chaos. And because of those doubts, he slowly started getting corrupted by chaos. Horus would then slowly become corrupted more and more over the time of the Crusades, and then he himself would start sowing the seeds of revolt, which would lead us towards the heresy. By the way, the Emperor's other son, Magnus, tried to warn the Emperor of this before Horus became corrupted, but when he psychically tried to warn the Emperor, he ended up destroying the Webway, which gave birth to everything in the warp breaking free and destroying the Webway project. And because of Magnus, when the Horus Heresy finally kicked off, the Emperor couldn't be involved because he had to sit on the Golden Throne to fend off all the demons that were getting loose out of the warp. This would result in a 7-year-long civil war throughout the entire Milky Way galaxy,
Jesus.
with 18 different Primarch and Space Marine factions fighting each other on a 9v9 fight of Loyalist versus Heretic, all leading up to a climactic battle on the planet of Holy Terra. And while the traitors were fighting on Terra and slowly losing, the Emperor was in the basement of the Royal Palace with the Custodes fighting demons at the same time of this revolt. And it was
Jesus.
only when Horus dropped the shields on his ship and basically said, "Come run my fade," that the Emperor got out of there and had his boy Malcador sit on the Golden Throne to fend off the demons, and then he went up there to smack his son silly. But when the Emperor got there, Horus had slain his brother Sanguinius, who was the other golden boy of the family, and then the Emperor and Horus would do battle, Horus would die, the Emperor would be mortally wounded, where he would then be condemned to the Golden Throne, which is the only thing keeping him alive right now. Horus threw
Damn.
this rebellion because he had a vision that the Emperor was going to revert the Imperium of Man into a Dark Age society that would worship him as a deity. But by inadvertently wounding the Emperor and putting him on the Golden Throne, Horus fulfilled the future he was trying to prevent, and humanity would regress into a medieval class society that is regressing ever slowly without the Emperor's presence.
Jesus.
So do you get it? What the fuck?
Yeah. Like, what the fuck? Did I just hear? A Primarch is the genetically created... sons of the Emperor who he created in a lab to be the leaders of his Space Marine legions. Okay, the Emperor created like a bunch of sons basically genetic clones of his, and those are the Primarchs. Those Primarchs lead the Space Marine legions. Okay. The link for video after all shots is about Logger, by the way. Okay. Terra is Earth, by the way, Pixie. I think I heard that. Goddamn, Sanguinius' death is tragic. Agreed, and it's even more so due to what his death did to the Blood Angels. What? 21 Primarchs, to be exact, from what I know. Jesus! Fucking information overload. Yo,
Ready for loyalty and friendly fire artillery. What?
You learn about this in a bit, Apex. Damn. Cox Bolter. You mean 18, right? Jesus, Jake. Yes, my favorite Guardsman Legion.
Corps of Ready for loyalty and friendly
Jesus.
fire artillery. What? The Death Corps of Krieg, my favorite Imperial Guard faction. But I'm confused. These guys look like they're from World War I. That is on purpose. The Death Corps are a.
Wait, what?
I'm confused. These guys look like they're from World War I. That is
Yeah.
on purpose. The Death Corps are a unit of Imperial Guardsmen that hail from the planet of Krieg, a planet that saw a civil war that went on for 500 years.
Jeez.
This civil war turned a beautiful, stunning, aristocratic planet into what is classified now as a death world. Death worlds in 40k are not fun to live on, but they do produce some of the best soldiers around.
Huh.
During this internal
Yeah.
conflict, there would be a lot of trench-based combat and artillery-based warfare, which means the Kriegsmen are masters of trench-on-trench warfare, siege fighting, and artillery warfare. What makes the Krieg so incredible is that they view themselves as being descended from a traitor's ilk, so to speak. And because of this, they have an unyielding desire to prove themselves worthy of forgiveness in the Emperor's eyes.
What the fuck is the word retreat? Damn. No, I mean 21. You know that 2 of them are redacted and 2 are from 1 legion, so again. And 18, right? Yeah, sure. Honestly, I absolutely love the Kriegsmen. I'm right now in a D&D campaign and I'm playing a cleric with a Warhammer that's called Kurt Craig. Damn.
I would argue the only faction that comes close to the Kriegsmen's loyalty would be the Cadians, but even then, the Kriegsmen are die-hard loyalists.
Yeah.
Commissars are given to Imperial Guard regiments to keep them from running away. Commissars are attached to Kriegsmen regiments to prevent them from dying too fast in the name of the Emperor. Jesus Christ, that's depressing. Did I mention they use shovels for melee?
Oh!
Everybody loves shovels.
Yes! And agreed, the Kriegers are the best guardsman regiment. You know what, they use shovels. I vibe with them.
Who's ready for the closest thing we have to good guys? To a point. They're actual good
What?
guys? To a
What?
point. The Salamanders! These
Oh?
are just Space Marines with a green paint job. Wrong! These are the Salamander chapter of the Space Marines, and they are quite possibly the friendliest legion out of all the 20 legions. If you neglect, all the chaos, the Salamanders have the belief that
Here come my favorite legion. Damn, another great legion. Okay, I'm
the
listening.
leader of the Space Marines, and they are quite possibly the friendliest legion out of all the 20 legions. If you neglect, all the chaos, the Salamanders have the belief that without the people of the Imperium, there is no Imperium to protect. They're still diehard loyalists to the Emperor, but their loyalty is also to the people who live in the Imperium.
Aw.
Aside from being really friendly, they are battle engineers, each and every one of them in their own right, specializing in flamethrowers and developing their own specific types of weapons for the occasion. And every
Damn.
single one of them are more than capable of repairing their equipment on the fly. Salamanders are probably my favorite loyalists faction of the Space Marines, and I think if you enjoy being a more friendly type of Marine, you'll enjoy playing as Salamanders too. Wow, that's actually really refreshing, and they care that much about civilians? Yeah, human ones. What does that mean? It means this is Warhammer 40k, and Warhammer's got a Warhammer!
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Not my favorite, but still dope. Oh, wait, third favorite legion, my mistake. My favorite is the White Scars. I beg your finest fucking pardon. Their Emperor's Vikram Legion are Interactive Emperor's Warcry Legion alongside the Night Lords. Oh my god. Information overload. Salamander's Legion are quite literally the good people of the Warhammer universe cause they of what you heard, yeah.
Regret asking what Warhammer is. We're talking about the Sons of Leman Rus! So what's with the armored Lycans? What else? Space Vikings, obviously. These guys love to do 3 things. Talk shit, fight, and get drunk. Wait, but I thought Space Marines can't get drunk because of their biology. They can! That's why the Space Wolves figured out a way to ferment a plant that would kill a normal human, but actually makes a delicious beverage for them. They engineered a way to get shit-faced.
Okay, now I vibe with those guys. Oh fuck, not the Space Police, I'm sorry. Space Wolves. US Marines in Warhammer. Basically, you are so music family. Jesus Christ. Engineered their way to get hammered. Oh, I like them.
Yep, and they love to fight and they are loyal to a fault. Space Wolves will literally fight anything. They even fought Grey Knights at one point because the Inquisition dared to insinuate that this loyal as fuck legion might be heretical. Space Wolves are also technically mutated because they have a mutation in their gene seed which gives them those wolf-like features, everything from the extra hair to even the fangs.
Oh.
If a Space Wolf fights enough, they will basically turn into a Berserker, and Warhammer's version of this Berserker is a Vulcan, which is basically a Lycan-type werewolf thing. This feels like a concept a 5-year-old came up with. It may be, but if you like fighting, drinking, and having a good time, the Space Wolves are definitely the ones you should be playing.
Yeah. Actually, the Imperial Fist would be more like the US Marines of Warhammer, lol. Well, no, they would be the Seabees. You're giving me spoilers right now, you know that?
Planet of Rambo!
Oh, I've seen that video. Oh, I love that.
Planet of Rambo!
Oh god.
The Katakan Jungle Fighters!
Jesus.
Talking about Death World before with Krieg, now we're talking about Katakan.
Alright, I'd say they are a mix of pops, honestly. Huh, fair.
Katakan is a jungle planet filled with some of the most horrifying creatures you will ever see in your life. And it would kill a normal person. But if you are born on the planet of Katakan, you are just built different. Katakan doesn't even need a defense force to defend it from forces of chaos because the planet itself is the defense force. Chaos invaded that bitch and they got turned into lunch real quick. Katakan jungle fighters are probably the best example of Imperial commandos. These guys will oftentimes be attached to other guardsmen regiments to conduct special operations or support missions. They do not wear their rank on their shoulders. They do not believe in authority. They do not even recognize the authority of Commissar. Fighters of Katakan believe that you only earn respect through battle. You would think in this universe you would be wearing more armor than that. Their muscles are their armor!
Oh!
Stand by!
Alright. I love the lore of Katakan. Yeah, listen, a planet of rainbows? Fucking, I would love that. I would love that too.
For Titanfall! Stand by for Titanfall!
What? Imperial Knights. I think you two mentioned it a few minutes ago. Okay, let's listen.
Excuse me? Imperial Knights! Giant hulking
We stand slime marble.
stand by for Titanfall! Excuse me? Imperial Knights! Giant hulking war machines piloted by a single nobleman from a noble family. These massive war hulks were originally designed during the Dark Age of technology, where their original purpose was actually to be used as construction, mining, or even like pest control.
So you're saying this is this is where Kuro took the Exostrider from?
Planet of
Sorry, that was me. We never mentioned that. I think. Wait a minute, you're telling me that Kuro looking into that and said, you know what? We can make them bigger. Jesus.
construction, mining, or even like pest control. What the hell do you need a mech for pest control for?
Oh, just wait, Apex. The Knights are just this small mega. We haven't even got to the actual Titans yet. Oh? Oh! Jesus, indeed, Apex. Well, I mean, listen. A war machine that was supposed to be a cargo vessel, like, You know, familiar concept.
Designed during the dark age of technology, where their original purpose was actually to be used as construction, mining, or even like pest control. What the hell do you need a mech for pest control for? It's 40k, use your imagination. The present timeline, Imperial Knights are war machines, and a single one of these puppies can take out an entire army if you know how to use it correctly. Their names are also long as shit. What?
Wait, what?
Army, if you know how to use it correctly. Their names are also long as shit.
Wait a Blade of Kayak Knight Valiant, piloted by Lord Honig Canorim, son of High King Valerin Canorim, High Prince of House Canorim, Master of the Blade of Gaia, Keeper of Gates of Loralo, Wielder of the Caloric Flame, Bringer of Hope, Herald of the Holy Order of the Amalditarite Lens, the Paladin of Koto, Slayer of the Lion of Erza, the Triumphant, the Light of the Stars, the what? I cannot read the last one. Holy fucking name. I don't think he goes over Titan classes in Warhammer, so I was just googling it after we're done with this portion of the playlist here. Can we just give him the Blade Morts video of Titan's Rainbow? Jesus. True, but I doubt he would watch it to this playlist. Yeah, I doubt it.
What? It's also been described that the pilots feel everything the mech is, like they feel the armor as if it's their skin, and they
Distractions Friday. Yeah, definitely not Distractions Friday like the next one.
walk as if it's their feet, so you know, if that mech takes damage, they feel a lot of pain. Why is them feeling pain when they take damage even necessary? That feels like a huge design flaw. Because the only conceivable way to pilot one of these mechs in its full potential is if the pilot is literally linked to it directly.
Oh.
Imperial Knights aren't just a lore thing either. This is a faction you can play on the tabletop. You can buy these miniatures and show up to a game and play against someone who has an army of like little figures. Which I'm sure must be fun for people's pile of shame.
Damn.
Why? Slime Marbo!
Oh wait, Okay, Sly Marbo now. Okay, let's listen.
The Kanakan jungle fighter that may appear like a normal man, but is a one-man army.
Alright.
As it, Sly Marbo joined the 12th Regiment of the Kanakan jungle fighters.
Agreed, that is a good thing to consider when you wanna pilot a mech in its full potential. It will hurt as fucking matter, but worth it.
But the 12th Regiment would be wiped out when they encountered an orc wog. Weeks later, a lone survivor would return from the 12th Regiment with the head of the orc war boss, and it was none other than Sly Marbo.
Damn.
And his most notable active legend is probably where he survived the Dark Eldar invasion of Galabad.
Jesus. Don't worry, buying one Apex. It puts a MF addiction to shame as far as price goes. The motherfucking knights are way too damn expensive. I am not planning to buy anything Warhammer check, let's be honest. Because I have no fucking money in the first place. I meant meth addiction, all damn fat thumbs. I thought you... For a second I thought you were censored yourself. Let's be honest.
Drukhari raised the entire planet in the Dark Eldar invasion of Galabad. The Drukhari...
Hey. Oh, hello there, Dark. Huh. Fun. Shut up. What's up? What's up, Dark? It's been a while since I saw you last time. Shall I bind this guy? And wait, Dio? No, don't bind. Don't ban him. He's alright.
Raised the entire planet, leaving no survivors whatsoever. But when reinforcements finally arrived, they found Sly Marbo, painted head to toe in the blood of Xenos, surrounded by bodies of Drukhari, with the head of their leader on it.
Wait, who ban who? The Dark, who just showed up above me, asks if he should buy the free guy who I called Dio. Yeah, I go mystic for a week and all hell breaks loose. Now I am monitoring everything. Now hell has broke loose. You're just way too fucking strict on things, Dark. Get loose a little bit, man.
They're supposed to live by bodies of Drukhari, with the head of their leader on it. There are supposedly
Yay.
other legends that he took down a Bane-class Titan all by himself.
What?
And apparently hunts Lictor Tyranids for sport, which, by the way, camouflage to near invisibility and are psychic. No one knows what his deal
Jesus.
is. All we know is that he is one bad motherfucker.
Yeah.
That is wild, but back up. What are the Dark Eldar? Oh, look! I have to be anywhere but here now. What are the Dark Eldar?
What are the Dark
Who wants
Eldar?
more
Hello? Hold up, what did I miss while at jail? Ah, Dark showed up back. Yeah. Dark, who has not been on a stream for like 2 weeks or something. So, Slimer, well, yeah. Age does not help with rigidity. Oh, come on, Dark.
And we know
I know the Slimer baller, lol. Yeah. You missed your favorite Katachan. Oh my god.
who wants more sack? Can we not?
What?
Angron and the World Eaters.
Uh-huh.
World Eaters are the 12th Legion in the Space Marine chapters, and their story is kind of a tragic one.
What?
Every Primarch was kind of born on a planet where they had loving parents, or stability, or understanding and kindness. The World Eaters Primarch Angron was born on New Syria, where he was a slave gladiator. Being forced to get the Butcher's Nails implantation installed, which is a mechanical implant that pushes pain on Angron constantly when he's not fighting. And when Angron finally led a rebellion, which was tragically going to end with him and his chosen family dying, he was swept away from the Emperor, being cheated out of his choice to die with his kin. The World Eaters empathized with their Primarch, wanting to know his pain, which is where they would reverse engineer the Butcher's Nails, implanting them in the Legion themselves, causing a division inside of the chapter. Brother against brother, and when the Great Crusade was over and the Horus Heresy began, Angron did not defy his father because he agreed with Horus. He defied his father because he saw his father as no better than the royals who had enslaved him his entire life. And Angron, in his very dying days, would never even get to know peace, instead being turned into a demon prince of Khorne, thus enforcing his life will never be anything more than a battle.
Jesus.
What the Shakespearean fuck?
True. One of the Chaos Legends now. Yes, my favorite traitor Legion. Jesus. Primarchs had loving parents. I want to know what he is on. Dark. You don't want to know what the madman Fenrir is on. Anytime. I'm just kidding. He's on gamer subs all of the time.
Hey, members of my Discord actually get to help me come up with ideas for videos, including America Wizard. There's also behind-the-scenes content, bonus content, and a bi-weekly call that you can join in on. You can find all of that in my Patreon at the link in bio. Are you ready to cry? Why would someone be ready
God.
for that? We're talking about the Lamenters! Okay, more Space Marines. What's
Oh my god, I'm hearing like a prayer, or it's about to be something teary-eyed. It's actually true that some of the Primarchs did have loving parents. In Warhammer 40k? There was kindness from people? Like, jeez. Actual kindness. TBH, the character I feel earned self-promos most is fan cause his and Emmy's work on the content. Yup. True, Rainbow. True. Based.
their deal? The Lamenters are a descendant legion from the Blood Angels, and they can also be considered the closest thing we have to good guys. No other comments on their character, they're just good dudes. When they started their campaigns, they were literally just trying to liberate worlds that were being held up by dictatorships or by chaos. They were trying to feed the needy and cure the sick. They are just genuinely good dudes. They also managed to cure the Black Rage, an inherent flaw in the gene seed of the Blood Angels. Feeding and curing the sick? Oh my god, that's amazing.
Yep.
Too bad they're cursed. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
Well, where to begin? Rumors began to spread about their chapter that they were cursed. Other Space Marine legions literally started believing they were cursed.
Wait. Also, for the Lamenters, they were some of the best boys. Wait, what do you mean by cursed?
Too bad they're cursed. What the fuck does that mean? Well, where to begin?
They technically had parents, but it was essentially the part of Makanda was their father, and Indra was a professional, was their mother. Okay, like rumors basically. So they were falsely accused of being cursed because they were chill dudes? Fucking hell, man, they got fucked over.
Rumors began to spread about their chapter that they were cursed. Other Space Marine legions literally started believing they were cursed. The chapter called the Mortificators abandoned the Lamenters on Corellia due to the fact that they were cursed, which in turn doomed the planet and 4 billion people to their deaths. They got trapped in the warp for 100 years. What? Don't interrupt, it gets worse. They were blamed for a rebellion that they had nothing to do with. Because of that rebellion, they then had to go on a 100-year penance crusade.
Jesus. And the worst part is they were accused of a fucking successor chapter of Wait, what? And wait, you mean by? And the worst part is they were accused by a fucking successor chapter of Ultra Smurfs, Ultramarines? Jesus.
That same penance crusade they were sent on would cause them to come on a direct collision course with the Hive Fleet Kraken, having to fight Tyranids and lose most of their chapter, and their chapter inevitably dying horrifically.
Oh,
and remember that cure I mentioned? Yeah, it got lost forever because of the destruction of their chapter.
oh, come on,
really
man.
hates having good guys.
Yeah.
Yep. Vulcan lives! Who?
What?
The Emperor's Dragon, Primarch of the Salamanders, and the nicest boy you'll ever meet.
What?
Vulcan! That is a big boy. That
Excuse me, how big he is?
and the nicest boy you'll ever meet. Vulcan! That is a big boy.
Yes, my favorite Primarch, yeah. Wait, that's a normal human, like, right? That is a normal 6-foot man, right? Vulcan lives. Yeah. So that's a 6-foot man. That's a regular space marine, right? And that is Vulcan. Jesus fucking Christ. That's a big boy. Goodness. Edra and Eoram basically used the Emperor's genetic code and infused it with Edra's DNA and alien DNA. Each Primarch was infused with a different species genetic code. Alright. Vulcan is 11 foot and 9 inches. Jesus! But let me try to convert it into fucking metric. It should be roughly like 3.5 meters, right? Actually, the small guy is a spice. What? Actually, the small guy is a space marine, and the bigger guy is the Primarch Rogel Thorn, and the other is Vulcan. That's a space marine? What? (3627 centimeters according to Google calculator. By comparison, yes. That's a space marine. What? They are huge, and by the way, give me a minute. My dad just came. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. My dad brought a friend of his, and oh my god, you wrote some more bullshit. And they are technically siblings, but you know, it's like calling a bunch of different products of a lab-grown super soldier project siblings. Yeah. By the way, we will probably cut out. We will like cut off 3 minutes, like so. Whatever. Yep, it's insane how big the Primarchs are, and even more when Vulcan is the discussion, cause Space Marines are about 8 feet tall. Primarchs in general are around. Marines are about 8 feet tall. Primarchs in general are around 10 feet tall, and Vulcan, as we said, over 11 feet tall. They are big fuckers, yeah. And normal humans, well, we still have our normal height. So that's an 8 feet tall guy. Damn. Jesus fucking Christ. And please, Dark, do not write long lectures, okay? Please, for the love of God. It takes you forever to write them. Like, sorry, but I'm honest with you.
Boy, that he is! Vulcan is my favorite Primarch and the embodiment of unyielding. Elaborate.
Yep, this is the insanity of 40k. Yeah, looks like that.
Vulcan is what's known as a perpetual, which means he's got a healing factor that can rival even Wolverine. He has died and come back. A lot! As mentioned, he is the Primarch of the Salamanders, and yes, he is just as kind-hearted and thoughtful as his sons, but that does not mean he cannot throw down.
Alright.
Examples? Clearly too many to count, but I'll go with my personal favorite. During the Horus Heresy, Conrad Kerr, Primarch to the Night Lords, would take his brother Vulcan as a prisoner, and because he knew Vulcan is nigh immortal, he would, well, take advantage of this. Unspeakable things. Unspeakable things!
Alright. Bro, Vulcan got shot through a fucking sun and survived? What? What? Excuse me, what? He got shot through a sun and survived? Wait a minute. So he got yeeted into the sun at the speed of Mach fuck, in theory. He got yeeted into the sun by the speed of Mach fuck, speed of light fuck. Punched his body punched its way through the sun, like entered the sun, went through the core, and just kept flying. And got out of it and kept flying, and he survived it. Hello. Holy fuck. So essentially a single squad of Space Marines is enough to take an entire planet. One squad is usually 5 Marines with maximum of 7 or 8, depending on the terrain and the local raciness. Makes sense. Yep, he even survived re-entry into a planet's atmosphere. Honestly, in comparison to being shot to a fucking sun, it looks like a Monty in comparison. The basically immortal explains why he survived here. Yes, Vulcan is essentially a phoenix in human form. Damn.
But that never broke Vulcan's spirit. When Vulcan would finally have a chance to get away, he would get his hands on his hammer Dawnbreaker, a hammer that he crafted himself to also act as a teleportation device. Conrad Kerr would boast that the room was teleport-proof and he would not be able to get out, and Vulcan would humble his brother by telling Conrad, "Oh, clearly you've thought of everything, brother, but you forgot one important detail." "And what's that, brother?" "My teleportation device is still a hammer." To which Vulcan would just start hammering Conrad. He just forgot his brother was holding an actual hammer? Indeed, because Conrad Kerr only seeing his brother as a kind weakling is what would work against him. Vulcan is my favorite character because he embodies be kind and carry a blunt object. You know, I'm pretty hungry. I should make somebody eat.
Blood Ravens robbed me. Oh my god. Yeah, we have a guy wielding a fucking Warhammer in Warhammer. And from what I've heard, he's the only guy who wields a Warhammer in Warhammer, right? Fucking, have one, use one.
Wait a minute!
Oh, of course, the 11.9 foot tall motherfucker carrying a Warhammer is a weakling cause he's kind. Of course. Of course.
You know, I'm pretty hungry. I should make something to eat. Wait a minute! Where's my fridge?
Excuse?
How dare you mistake our chapter for the Blood Angels?
Look, I'm well aware I got that wrong, okay? The comments section was very kind about that.
Silence, heretic!
Okay.
As penance for this heresy, we the Blood Angels have taken your sustenance cryo unit.
What?
Invox transmission!
Hold up, what? Wait, what is that about? I don't think I don't think Fan was talking about the Blood Engines previously. Fridge Apex, yeah, they took his fridge. Yeah, I noticed. By the way, Fenrir has a ridiculously small fridge. Like, this fridge is smaller than the freezer portion on a full-size fridge. Like, he's just trolling. You know Hell Chambers in Halo, right? Dark, for the love of God, what did you bring up this time? For the wrong reasons. The people the Oni calls ODST, they jump from orbit with an exosuit. The Space Marines jump casually from orbit wearing their usual armor. Alright. The Blood Ravens yoinked his fridge cause they love yoinking shot. So you're telling me that the Blood Ravens are E4s? Am I hearing that right? They are tech nerds, basically. Wait. So more like so they are more like car mechanics. Huh. I should befriend them. Look up Yoink by look up Yoink by Jack Stormy because that song will explain everything. On my own time.
Peace, the Vox requires repairs! Brother, I have successfully hotwired the Ultramarines Thunderhawk! Fantastic! Now
You should watch Secret Lever, it was a Warhammer episode. I will never watch anything that was sponsored by PlayStation. Sounds good.
off to require more relics! Fuck yes!
You will understand better that way? Still no.
Where are they going with that Thunderhawk? Apparently some building on Old Terra full of relics.
Excuse me?
That's pretty much who the Blood Ravens are in a nutshell. So, what do you think? What the fuck? Are
Yeah.
you hungry? Yeah, I could eat. How about some biomass? Okay.
Oh god, the Tyranids, oh my god, we're about to lose our appetite, right? Yep, here comes the great yoink. Wait, they literally yoinked everything out of the Washington Museum, or whatever was that?
Got a 40k shit. Tyranids! To summarize these guys, if not food, why food shaped?
What?
What? They're an insect reptilian looking species that literally want to eat everything.
Oh god.
Picture this, a giant bug that floats throughout space, finds a planet, then spits out Fords the size of Bradleys, maybe like 3 Bradleys actually, and then spews out small
Muffles as a legion, basically. Tyranids is Muffles as a legion. That and every other relic they see, that's a Blood Raven, lol. Wait, I think we are out of the loop right now. Wait. Did we got a delay? Just in case. Wait. Muffles will eat or drink anything, so Tyranids do the same. Ah, okay. Now makes sense. Muffles as a legion. Why are we calling Tyranids a legion? Isn't that like a species? Whatever.
bugs to start eating everything on that planet and convert. Then spits out Fords the size of Bradleys, but maybe like 3 Bradleys actually.
Jeez.
And then
Same shit, different toilet paper. Okay. The Knights are the Marvel's Legion and the Blood Ravens are the Thieves of Warhammers. Okay.
spews out smaller bugs to start.
Oh, wait. The Blood Ravens, like, I finally came to it. The Blood Ravens of Warhammer, like, those are the CBs of Warhammer, basically. Yeah, that's how I can at least describe the Blood Ravens as of right now.
Eating everything on that planet and convert it into biomass. What is biomass? Technically, you are. Ew.
Ew.
Oh yeah, it's gross, and it gets worse.
Yeah. So think of it as the Flood Dark, for God's sake. Except they do not need hosts and they are just like end and eat and multiply as an exponential rate. Okay, got it, Dark, but please do not bring Halo again, ever. And the Fists are CBs and Marines are... Wait, and the Fists are CBs and Marines in one lol. Damn. They are the perfect mix of the E4 Mafia and the CBs. That's the Blood Ravens. Oh, I should befriend them.
On a cosmic horror type level, the Milky Way might be surrounded. Huh? Throughout Warhammer's lore, there have been multiple breach points along the Milky Way galaxy's border of different hive fleets entering the Milky Way, and they just appear to be at random. So it's entirely likely, because the Tyranids come from outside the Milky Way, that there are just pure hive fleets of these eldritch abominations surrounding the entire Milky Way galaxy, and we can't really do anything about it. So you can invent a can of Raid the size of a planet.
Oh my god. Okay, this shot will be the last one for this Friday. Yeah, because we are already over the hour limit, so yeah, this is the last one. After that we are going to different videos. Damn, yeah.
Warhammer could be dark.
Yeah, how did the time fly so fast? So to trouble you, Apex, I'm guessing something happened. I will not ask anymore. No, if it's alright, Dark, just... Never mind. I think I got mad for no reason. Don't worry about it. Welcome to the Trench Crusade. Excuse me?
You ever wondered if Warhammer could be darker? Why would anyone want it to be darker? It's Crusade! Yeah, I'm actually not gonna do the whole bit, so I'm gonna need the chair. What? How did he... What is Trench Crusade, Fen? Trench...
Wait, what? I feel the same way, Rainbow, but there's more to enjoy, so we can wait till next week for our Warhammer 40k. Yeah, true. Besides, we have an Enterprise to finish.
Crusade is a grimdark that takes place in a World War I that is set 800 years after the Crusades went horribly wrong. I'm not being hyperbolic. Some Crusaders pulled some heresy, turned to the Dark Lord, now it's heaven versus hell in an all-way battle, and yes, it's all set in 1914. Like, okay, this just looks like Diesel Punk Warhammer, right? Bam! Artillery Witch! What's an Artillery Witch? This thing!
What?
Also a good time to mention for a startup tabletop game, the artwork is stunning.
Yeah.
The artwork is second to none. This is some of the best artwork I've seen since 40k. The image has also been on the internet like forever. Guess what? It's from this game, and there's more stuff like this. Now, I'm not saying Warhammer 40k is not without its brutality and horrifyingness, but if you want something that is a little bit different in like a diesel punk-ish setting with steampunk and set in World War I, Trench Crusade is for you. Not sponsored, by the way. I just think this stuff is cool.
Yeah. You know what? Fair. Absolutely fair.
I've really been enjoying Space Marine too. I should really...
No. You are left for the next week. Anyway, the Anarchists are like premature insects that fall onto a planet and then pump out spores that create soldiers that consume and evolve in an unlimited manner. Jesus! Next week we open on by my favorite commissar. A Great Range Crusade is actually very cool. We should look into it more on another Reaction Friday. Yeah, Yeah, fully true. And we went only through 24 videos. We went to 24 videos. Holy. Also today Canada Lore top shit, yeah. Holy fuck. By the way, I should save this playlist. I should save this playlist. Wait, yeah. No, two Arachnids are the same since they evolve in different conditions with different source materials. Huh. Yep, we got the Canada Lore drop. It's great, lol. Yeah. Wanna check the short after the Warhammer long form video in the playlist, the 70th thing? Oh wait, I watched that one. Let's see.
Dude, I'm so excited for this new Night Rain boss. Are you sure we're ready for this fight?
Yeah. I've seen that one. Yeah, I've seen that. They let me solo her.
6 players instead of 2. Yeah, man, we've been playing non-stop. We got this. Well, who's the
Hello?
Okay, dude, we're gonna need a new plan. Dude?
Bye.
Dude, where'd you go?
Nah, I'm going outside to touch grass. It's the only place I'll be safe. I'm out.
No, you won't be safe in... you will not be safe even if you will touch grass, believe me. There's also a Canada Barbarian version 2 shorts after this one. Okay, I got it, but... wait. Let's keep everything in order. We are done for now with the Fenrir Warhammer stuff. We will get to the Fenrir Canada stuff a bit later. For now, we have the final chapter of the USS Enterprise story by Animarchy History. History of the USS Enterprise Part 4, Legends Never Die. Oh my god, I am not going to sing. The Arachnids of the same planet has similar psychology but still are different. Yeah, sorry if I ranted. Yeah, you ranted for way too long. Yeah, YouTube sucks for being a streaming service. Just saying. Okay, let's go. Let's finally get to the end of the pinnacle of history. Animarchy History proudly presents the history of the USS Enterprise, Part 4. And let's get to a proper quality. Oh my god. He became a Night Train boss. IGN Musashi, the Shibuyan Sea, Philippine Archipelago, October 24th, 1944, 1935. Well, Musashi, goodbye, girl. Jesus, it's loud. Do you read webtoons and stuff, Apex? No. No, I don't. The hell? What? Well, here goes the boat. The Philippines Sea, east of Taiwan. 1 week earlier. Okay. Oh, hello, there is that. Footage from a US carrier, okay.
On the flight deck, air crews are manning up for the 2010 launch. The temperature is
CV-6 USS Enterprise is currently attached to the Fast Carrier Task Force. Task Force 58 has been conducting flight operations to destroy the remnants of the Japanese Imperial Air Service. Okay. Wait. No damn ads. Oh my god. This is about to be some dark and very rewarding shit. Yeah. Yeah, very rewarding. Here goes the zero. Okay, just remembered a great webtoon that was very similar to Warhammer and it has some pretty funny scenes, no matter. We are done with Warhammer for today, Dark. Freedom! Oh, welcome back, Jack. It was fast. Operation duration October 12 to 16, 1944. Aircraft destroyed 552. Enterprise claims 126. 500 enemy planes were shot down. Damn. Oh. Can I know the name? Figure it out, please. With this operation complete, Enterprise and her sisters are ordered to protect an invasion force landing in the Philippines against a potential IGN counterattack. The suspected counterattack is indeed underway, codenamed Operation Shogo. The Japanese sorted the remaining fleet assets for one purpose: the final showdown. Oh my god. What ship are we looking at? Are we looking at the Yamato? Now time for my absolute favorite part of this series. Okay, you're giving me some expectations, Jake. Let's see if it's lived up. I'm not sure what to expect here. Me neither. And that's the Yamato, right?
But before that, I need to talk about today's sponsor. And
No, and sorry, but no, we're not listening to ads ever.
Featuring great doc where the title really is /con series. Guys, to go off script here, saved what 5%.
Join the Discord, I will put a list. Speaking of Discord, Dark, I wanted to ask you, can you create a Discord chat that for the streams, like a stream general chat that everybody can type in? Because in the stream chat that we have right now, like only the members of the stream crew can type. Like, look at that. In the stream chat, can you make like a stream chat general for all the members where everybody can type in? Please, please. I'll see if I can join after the stream. Yeah. Oh, and also create a role for the like stream. Create a role called Right Ravens for everybody that like from the channel, from the YouTube and Twitch channel. Just asking for a small favor, please. Okay, I will. Thank you, Dark. Thank you.
And you'd help out the channel. And of course, thank you to CuriosityStream for sponsoring this video. But alas, we must return to the story as the climactic finale of Enterprise approaches.
Okay, let's listen.
Empty.
Huh?
The hangar decks were empty. The ocean around them was empty.
Wait, that was, I forgot her name, like the last Japanese aircraft carrier that somehow survived apparently. Maybe, I don't know.
And their nation's cause, empty.
Oh.
Admiral Ozawa on the bridge of Zuikaku scanned the horizon, seeing nothing but the small task force around him. So this is the mighty air fleet of the Japanese Navy. He
No
thought
more.
bitterly. One full-sized flight
Zuikaku.
deck and
Okay.
3 escorts. Total number of aircraft? 116. Command had even been so gracious enough to assign him the Issei-class hybrid battleship aircraft carriers to make up the numbers.
Damn.
Yet no one had thought to give him any aircraft with them. Not that they had the pilots to fly them anyway. This trip was gonna be one way. A glorious final battle to force a decision in the field. Then again, we've had several final battles now, haven't we?
Yeah.
There always seems to be one more. But not this time. Zuikaku and the pilots aboard her represented the very last of Kido Butai, and even then most of them were replacements. The few experienced pilots they had left were either promoted to command far earlier than one would expect or require, or walking wounded holding instructors' positions.
Oh.
In the last 2 weeks alone, the Americans had destroyed over 500 aircraft, a third of those with their crews.
Damn.
Very soon we're going to be flying with cadets in biplanes. That's why Command recently approved the long-discussed plans that up until now were deemed too desperate even for them. Kamikaze, the divine wind, which blew away the invading Mongols centuries before, would
So that's where they started the kamikaze, or like was the kamikaze like part of the process if all else failed. Like, is that the point when they started to make kamikaze a trend? Speaking in modern language.
Now blow again, at the cost of Japan's youngest, best, and brightest. It could work, of course.
Yep, here at the Battle of the Philippines, that's when the kamikaze started. Oh, jeez. So it took them like 1 year to make the word kamikaze famous or infamous in that context. Damn.
If their carrier fleet could draw the Americans away, it could give his colleagues in the battleship force an opening to hit the enemy fleet anchored offshore. Admiral Kurita was in command of Yamato and Musashi, the mightiest warships ever to sail, with every battleship, cruiser, and destroyer Japan had left in support. The resulting slaughter would rout the US Navy, and it very well could give the island garrison a chance, forcing the Americans to the negotiation table.
It did really ramp up until battles of Ujima and Okinawa. Wait. Did Ujima and Okinawa happen after like the last battle that we are talking about, or did it happen like what's the timeline? Did Ujima and Okinawa happen later on, or did it happen already? Like either of them or both? Like, sorry, but the timelines are confusing me at this already.
The mightiest warships ever to sail, with
Yep, they happened after the Battle of the Philippines. Both of them. Okay, now the timelines is kinda set.
every battleship, cruiser, and destroyer Japan had left in support. The resulting slaughter would rout the US Navy, and it very well could give the island garrison a chance, forcing the Americans to the negotiation table. It could work. But was it worth the huge cost they would inevitably pay doing it?
Ugh.
Well, that isn't up to me, is it? After the disaster in the Marianas, the odds against them couldn't be clearer. By October 1944, Task Force 58 numbered over
Jesus.
100 ships.
Like every time I'm looking at this, Dark, well, will you post the list? Jesus, every time I'm looking at it, it's like, holy, God bless the American military industrial complex, because that is something beyond like mind-boggling. Like, I'm pretty sure you will never see something like that today. So yeah, I will give you a few minutes. Okay.
With a corps of fleet carriers named Murderers Row, led by Admiral Mitchell aboard USS
Jesus.
Lexington. Across the entire invasion...
Yeah, Dark? Yes, I made the stuff. Ah, you did? Thank you. Let me check how does it look. What? Oh, sorry, appeared for something wrong. I will configure it in a little while. Okay, thank you, Dark. By the way, browse channels. Let me see for a second. No, wait, what? Ah. Wait, let me see. Okay. Yep, we had shipyards producing ships like the Liberty class transport ship every 3 fucking days. Wait, they were making an entire ship in 3 days? 2 to 3 ships a week? Holy shit.
Force currently conducting
God.
operations, 300 American warships of all types stood ready for action, with an air wing numbering over 1,500 aircraft.
Damn.
This mission was doomed. Their chances were nearly zero. Yet, as wise men in the grim far future so often say, the Emperor protects. With a little bit of luck, raw audacity, and a well-timed bout of American stupidity, things may just go their way. And still, to this day, 80 years later, no one can really believe just how close they got, nor can they believe what the Americans pulled off to prevent it.
To put it simply, we adopted Ford's assembly line manufacturing for shipbuilding. Damn. Indeed, the Emperor protects, brothers. Let's stay chill. Let's stay calm. Like, you already had your orgasming, you already had your orgy. Let's keep chill. Let's keep calm. The next orgy is coming in the next week. Our orgy, yeah, your orgy, you're both. Yeah. But you got me. Must not must no for the Emperor. Oh my god. Jesus. Lighty Gulf, a complete ship show. You wanted to say... Oh, brother, I am straight.
In the American camp, meanwhile, things
You know what I meant. Well, it was too good to pass up.
were not as monolithically terrifying as it appeared. Due to the nature of the operations they were carrying out, the chain of command was a complete
Jeez.
mess. Simply put, because they were conducting an
Yeah, I know what you meant and I couldn't resist saying it. I know.
amphibious invasion of the Philippines, unlike all the major naval operations previously,
Oh my
they
God.
fell under Douglas MacArthur's jurisdiction.
Oh,
Therefore, half the naval forces were under his command, while 3rd Fleet, Task Force 58 and the heavier fleet assets, were all under Admiral Halsey, who was in turn under Admiral Nimitz. And while the heavier assets were primarily there to counter any Japanese fleet operations, they also had to do double duty, supporting the troops assaulting the islands with air power and shore bombardment and all the support missions.
Okay. This just shows my chunk. This just shows how much fun we have sharing the same brain cells and fuck MacArthur. Yeah, fuck that guy. Why the hell was he the general of all generals? Like, what the hell, man? Who put him in command? Fucking... Yep, indeed,
So
this is
at any
funny,
given
yeah.
time, no one was really sure who was in charge of who or what their primary objective was. Now, it must be said that this was nowhere near as catastrophic as some of the other chain of command structures we've seen, but it must be mentioned because it will help
jeez.
explain why there are a lot of crossed wires, miscommunications, and misunderstandings between the different elements of the US task force later on. But of course, this was not a concern of the aviators of USS Enterprise.
Nice.
They had their hands full, being the only real fully night-capable aircraft carrier on a 24-hour flight roster, responsible for night patrol, combat air patrol, and close air support for the landing force.
So the Enterprise at the time was the only like jack of all trades, and Enterprise was like very good at it. She was a hard worker. Oh, sorry, a workaholic. That would be more correct.
It was a hellish operational schedule, but in recent days it had gotten particularly bad. After the air campaign against the Japanese Air Force,
Yep, the poor pilots of Anti got run-ragged. So true.
throughout the Pacific, followed by the invasion of the Philippines, the US carrier force had expended a considerable amount of ammunition and fuel. Given that the invasion was now well underway and the Japanese had yet to appear, Admiral Halsey detached a large number of his carriers with orders to return to Ilithi Atoll for resupply, leaving only 5 fleet carriers on station: Franklin, Intrepid, Lexington, Essex, and of course, USS Enterprise. That said, however, they did have a large number of smaller carriers in support of the landings, assigned to Task Force 77, the Taffies, so they'd been called. Thus, they should have enough aircraft to handle any contingency. But of course, having fleet carriers in the double digits is always preferable if you have the option. And so
Yeah.
here it is. The US main force is under strength, their command and control is degraded due to conflicts in the chain of command, and the largest battleship flotilla ever assembled is now stealthily passing through the Philippine archipelago in the middle of the night under complete radio silence.
Oh.
The Japanese, by complete accident, and they had no way of knowing it, had against all odds managed to catch the Americans at just the right time for their plan to work. Now
Oh,
all they
shit.
had to do was catch
I
them
will
by
put
surprise.
it in general. Wait, what will you put in general? I got it. Okay, whatever.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, catch the
Wait,
Americans
what?
at just the right time for their plan to work.
What did I miss?
Now all they had to do was catch them by surprise.
That will not happen.
Spotted.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
At 1 a.m. on the 23rd of October 1944, two U.S. Navy submarines, USS Data and USS Dace, were cruising through the Palawan Passage on the surface, patrolling the sea lanes leading to the main invasion area. They were on their way back to the beginning of their patrol beat when Data's radar operator picked up a large surface force on their scope. It was in the
Huh.
direction of the US fleet, but no surface units were supposed to have come out this far. They were 30,000 yards away, cruising steadily eastwards. The radar operator strained his eyes to make sure what he was seeing on his scope was correct. He counted 30 returns in all, and at the center of the group he saw the two biggest returns he had ever seen on his scope.
Damn.
It had to be a glitch. These couldn't be this big. He fiddled with the settings, but nothing changed. Dace and Data turned to pursue and went to all ahead full, their diesel thundering to life as the submarine slowly accelerated to full speed. Data submitted a contact report to 3rd Fleet Command, while the bridge officer manning the conning tower got a visual with his binoculars. What he saw, he couldn't quite believe. In the darkness, he saw a group entirely composed of surface combatants, no flat tops, and in the middle of the formation he saw two hulking shadows which dwarfed all the other vessels around them, their pagoda silhouettes blocking out the moon. Admiral Kurita, commanding Center Force from Otago, had made it this far without being noticed. As per the operational planning, he had gambled that Admiral Ozawa's Northern Force would be spotted first and draw the Americans away from his movements, giving him an opening. But unfortunately, it hadn't worked. The Americans had spotted his group first. He had heard their contact report go out, but he was still under strict orders to maintain radio silence.
Oh, come
That,
on.
and if they were focused on attacking him, maybe Ozawa could get in close enough to attack the American LSTs with his surviving air group. Then again, he had both Yamato and Musashi with him, as well as Nagato, Kongo, and Harada, not to mention a full escort force of cruisers and destroyers. If there was any surface group in the world that could put up a fight against the overwhelming might of the US Navy, it was his. And so he pressed on into the dawn. But as the sun crested the horizon, there came a loud scream from the bridge wing. Yore!
Torpedo! God damn. Apex, I turned it into a code and put you on the top. You're on the Pantheon now. Wait, that, what? Wait, what? What did I just miss? Give me a minute. Wait, what? Oh, hello. Wait, what? Thank you, I guess. Okay, that's out of nowhere. Thank you, Dark. The scary part is if we hadn't spotted them, the Japanese actually would have succeeded in this planet, but I wiped out our landing force. I think that's like, look at your server name. Yeah, I looked into it right now. Yeah, I can see that. Thank you, Dark. By the way, let me look up something. Oh, general stream chat. Thank you, Dark. Look at your server name. Yeah, wait, what? Wait, what? My server name? Kratos! Why am I Kratos? Wait, what? Wait, what? Why am I Kratos? Okay, I may never know. Alright. How do we join the Discord that's been set up, Apex? If you can link it to... that's in the description of the YouTube stream. Like, give me a second. How do I go to the... Is it similar to Kapusticity? Also, so... It is similar to Carapace GT2, so Kratos. Okay, I guess. Cool, I will join after stream. Thanks. You're welcome. Just so you know, it's similar to. Shut up. Here. Here, the Discord server. It's right here. By the way, I need to update it and add my Rumble channel here. Whatever. Sweet, yeah. Very sweet. Now, back to the video.
Data and Dace. Horizon.
So what I wanted to say, it's like the second or third time that the US got lucky by spotting the Japanese Navy ahead of time. Like, the same thing happened at Midway in this story. Like, when USS... I forgot her name. I think that was Nautilus. I think the USS Nautilus spotted a Japanese frigate, I believe, and just toppled it before the... Oh wait, no, it didn't topple. It was fucking with that Japanese frigate, and it took them so long. The frigate got detached from the Japanese task force, and because of that, the F4F Wildcats of the US task force for the Midway battle managed they spotted that frigate, and by following that frigate, they found the entire carrier fleet. Yeah. Like, this is like the second time a US submarine changed the tides of an entire war. Now you just have to say, boy, on stream, and the initiation will be complete. Okay. Boy, come here. Okay, now it's done.
There came a loud scream from the bridge wing. Yore!
Holy fuck.
Data and Dace had moved ahead of the Japanese formation during the night, and as the sun came up, they had enough light to launch a submerged torpedo attack.
Beart, I tried to join this Discord, but it didn't take me to a server. Wait, what? You have to say it like Daddy Kratos. Boy. Okay, that was horrible. Wait, it did not work? What? The hell? Let me look it up right now. Expired. Got it. Give me a second. I will send you a link. Oh god, I need to refresh it once in a while, to be honest. Not enough angst in your voice. I wasn't traumatized enough as a child. Boy. Boy. Yeah, that will not do.
Atago took 4 hits and began flights had moved ahead of the Japanese formation during the night, and as the sun came up, they had enough light to launch a submerged torpedo attack. Atago took 4 hits and began to sink almost immediately. There was barely enough time to call abandoned ship before she began heeling over. Admiral Kurita was forced to swim for it. There wasn't even time to organize a launch or a raft. As the fleet came to battle stations and destroyers began fanning out to locate the attackers, another set of explosions could be heard from Atago's sister ship Takao. Both US submarines had hit their targets. though Takao only
Bam, joined Discord. Great.
took 2 hits and managed to enact damage control measures in time. The Japanese ships went to all ahead full and began evasive maneuvers. The destroyer Kishinami, who was nearest to the flagship, immediately began rescue operations. Admiral Kurita was quickly fished out of the water and transported to the relative safety of Yamato, giving orders to find and engage the submarines to ensure that the battleships could get away safely. He couldn't lose those ships. He had to move quickly, and he had to get a handle on this situation. But as he gave the order, while the rescue for Otago's crew was underway, yet another Japanese ship, the cruiser Maya, exploded in a ball of flame as 4 more torpedoes from Data slammed into her port side. This time they...
And my Discord handle is near identical to my Twitch and YouTube handles, lost. It's so easy to tell it's me. Yeah. Pretty obvious.
hit one of the magazines, and within 5 minutes she had capsized and plummeted down, taking over 300 men with her. The US submarines had just fired the opening shot of the largest naval battle in human history,
What?
having sunk 2 heavy cruisers while crippling a third. And as the Japanese destroyer screen began their hunt, both Data and Dace made a quick but stealthy getaway, linking
Nice.
up with none other than USS Nautilus as they did so.
Nautilus?
Things had started badly for the Japanese, and spoiler alert, it's gonna get worse.
Way worse.
Oh, it's gonna get so much worse.
Obviously.
Admiral Halsey, having received the contact reports from Data,
What can I say? I prefer to keep my usernames as close to each other as possible. It just makes things easier. And it also makes things make more sense. Like, it is the one case where it's better to make sense than to make dollars.
immediately organized his forces for an interception. Task Force 58 was put on alert, with some of the ships that were sent back to Ulythi
Who would you want as your jet? Kratos or Hugh? That's agreed. Kratos or Hugh? Look, I did not play Pragmata yet, I will be honest. Like, I want to play it on stream, to be honest. But from what I've seen, Hugh is more of a chill guy, so... Honestly, I would probably prefer for Hugh, because Kratos, he is like super strict, and it took him an entire decade to warm up to his son, and like acknowledge him as his son. So I think I will prefer Hugh as my dad. Okay, I have to say it. Would you intercept me? I'd intercept me. Oh god, my god.
being recalled. The battleships was put on alert, with some of
Right now, it was like the... if the kid did get an intercept and he became not mothballed anymore, he would like... Would you intercept me? I'd intercept me. Yeah. Put more life into it, boy. Put more life into it, boy.
the ships that were sent back to Ulythi being recalled. The battleships, meanwhile, were prepared to face off the enemy
Get your back straight into row harder. Wait, row harder, what? I still can't believe HLC's Trump managed to come up with a new slur before Bob wrote of it. Yeah, oh my god. Pipesicle beaner, fucking hell. Popsicle bean. Jesus. An instant classic, yeah, so true.
surface units in the San Bernardino Strait should the enemy maintain their advance through the air assault. This group was to be designated Task Force 34, under the command of the big man himself,
Huh?
Admiral Willis Ching Kirishima I don't see her leave, who I am certain was salivating at the possibility of taking down history's biggest ever warship.
Yeah.
Given
Do wonder how we get access to your channels in the server. Joined a few minutes ago. Oh, like you have only like 2 roles, like go to channels and roles. Oh wait, for the stream I think you don't have to pick up roles, just look into browse channels and pick up the channels you want to like be in. I just equated it to Arteus rowing the boat, and I did a Kratos impersonation. Ah, okay.
In the relative distance of the two forces, plus wanting to take stock and get organized, over the course of the 23rd of October, no combat took place. But US recon aircraft maintained their patrols, searching for any other Japanese units which they knew had to be out there. The Japanese were very obviously making their big play, and they definitely have more ships than just Center Force. And sure enough, they spotted Admiral Nishimura's southern force, comprised of battleships Fuso and Yamashiro and their escorts. He was making his way...
General Stream Stuff? Yes. Tell me his username. Like, it's identical, nearly identical to the Twitch username. Let me even look it up for a second. I'm pretty sure I can find it. Oh, wait a second. What is... Oh, wait, no. Not that. Oh, here, I already see him. Wait, Jay Keto. Yeah, member since several minutes ago. Yeah, he's with the profile picture of a cherry giving kiss to a phone, whatever. You'll see me in the channel. I sent a message. Oh wait, confused PC head. I think I can see you. Yep, that's me. Wait, you're also in the Pixelmon server? Alright.
through the Surabes Fuso and Yamashiro and their escorts. He was making his way through the Surigao Strait, a pincer movement attempting to overwhelm their defenses and hit the landing force. With
Yeah, I joined it back when I played the mod. Same.
Halsey's forces moving to intercept Kurita and Center Force, it fell on the 7th Fleet and the older battleships to handle that threat. However, Nishimura, due to the radio silence, had absolutely no idea whatsoever that anything was amiss. They were under orders to keep radio silent, so no one had told him anything. As far as he knew, Ozawa's force was on schedule, and Kurita was sneaking into the Sibian Sea, though he suspected that the Americans would eventually spot him. Hopefully, his colleagues could draw off the enemy long enough to get through, though. He pressed on with confidence, completely unaware that the survivors of Pearl Harbor were even now working up their crews. Their boilers were alight, their magazines standing ready.
Like I said, my name is December. Yeah, and I think I already found you. Even though the name is not shown like completely. It's like J and 3 dots. That's it. For like Discord is being weird with that one. Whatever.
The old and venerable battle wagons of the mighty US Pacific Fleet, who were thought to be dead 3 years ago, were ready and eager to get some well-deserved
Is your PvP like the one with the default ones check? But
and thoroughly righteous payback. And so, as radar-equipped scouts shadowed the enemy forces throughout the night, the stage was set for the US Navy's aviators to do that voodoo that they do oh so very well.
Yeah. By the way, I wanted to say, I love how the F6F Hellcat looks. Like, I don't know like how, but the Hellcat looks like a muscle car, like the airplane equivalent of a muscle car by design. This long hood, like, I have no idea how to explain it. It's just the airplane equivalent of a muscle car. A bit, yeah, reminds me of a Spitfire a bit. No, I mean like a muscle car. Just raw power of a design. This is what I'm referring to. Yeah, that too. The battle of this ship buoyancy. The future is now, old man.
Future's now, old man.
Oh god.
As the morning of October 24th,
Yeah,
1940...
it's the first Mustang of fighter blades, lol. I knew I saw something.
Before dawned, the Pacific's morning calm was actually anything but. Across Task Force 58,
No, not even a Ford Mustang. You know what it reminds me actually? I think it reminds me of like a Chevy Impala SS. Like really, the hood of the same type, like the same type of a hood. Or maybe, you know what? Maybe it's more like a Mustang Boss. Like the first generation. Huh.
as
knows?
the morning of October 24th, 1944 dawned, the
Oh,
Pacific's...
the Chevy Impala is a good looking beast, yeah. PRB could do something real quick, and that's a better comparison. Thank you. Love the one in Supernatural. True.
morning calm was actually anything but. Across Task Force 58, every vessel, big and small, was a hive of furious activity. The entire rainbow could be seen sprinting to and fro across the crowded flight decks. Purple shirts running hoses, red shirts rigging ordnance, yellow shirts unfastening tie-down chains and moving aircraft into position. To the untrained eye, it seemed like panicked pandemonium, but to those who know, it was a perfectly choreographed dance performed by men who had been on combat operations for months, with its only accompanying music being the relentless general quarters alarms sounding throughout the fleet, as all crewmen donned helmets and manned their battle stations, with thousands upon thousands of 20mm AA guns being turned skyward for the attack they knew would come. And it was definitely coming. After being hit the previous evening, Admiral Kurita knew that the swarm was about to descend upon him, and that without support he was going to get obliterated.
By the way, what happened on Wednesday? After the Monday stream, like on Tuesday, is it Thursday or Tuesday? Like the third day, I became super sick. Like I think me and my dad got a virus, like those simple kinds of viruses that makes you super like feel like super shitty. Your nose is clogged up to hell, and like I took some pills. We got some purple pills from allergies. Did you get well? Yeah, I did get better. I did get better on Wednesday, but since I felt like way better but not better enough, I decided to be a lazy bitch and just not do a stream. Now I feel completely better.
Breaking radio silence, he had contacted the surviving air units based on Luzon, led by Admiral Onishi. Orders were given to assemble every land-based aircraft available to attack Task Force 58.
Fair enough, and glad to hear you got better. Thank you.
The goal of crippling the enemy carriers while taking pressure off the surface force long enough to allow them to get through and into gun range.
To be honest, I was expecting that virus, like kind of virus, this sickness to happen, because this like 1 or 2 days of sickness, it's an annual thing in my family. Like it's a fucking tradition in our family at this point. For some reason, I don't know.
Admiral Onishi, who would later be known as the father of the kamikazes, was more than happy to oblige, assembling 180 to 200 aircraft of all types for the mission to be launched in 3 waves. Unfortunately for them, however, as per standard operating procedure, the first flights launched from each carrier was the Combat Air Patrol to cover the fleet during standard operations. Thus, they will have to fight their way past, just as they had to do in the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot.
Well, nice tradition. Yeah, a very fucked up tradition that we are not in control of. Whatever.
That said, due to half the US fleet having fallen back for resupply and the necessary repositioning to counter Kurita's advance, the Americans would have to launch their attacks group by group
Welcome back, Jake.
rather than in a massed formation. Intrepid was first in line, launching her air group alongside the CVL's Cabot and Independence. They quickly formed up and set
Just saying, Apex, check out my Discord PP and my stream profile picture and give me your feedback. Wait, what? Okay, give me a second. Members. Black King? Wait, what? It's just a cool thing to see that the chat has an endless stream in the mod icon lols. Wait, what? Ah, yeah. Later, not now. Oh, okay. Wait. Wait, where? Wait, yeah. Wait, Jake. Here on Twitch Rainbow lol, we are just mods yapping. Okay. Wait. Are you talking about the live chat widget that is above my head? Wait a second, Jake. Are you talking about the chat widget that is above my head? What? Like, I think Jake is referring to the pixel that is right under the live chat caption. You see that one? Yeah. I think Jake is referring to that. Oh my god. I'm talking about it in Twitch chat on the app, lol, because the mod symbol next to our names. Let me get my phone for a second. Hold up. In the Twitch app? Where is that? Jake, are you using a custom theme on your Twitch app? Because I don't see that in my Twitch app. Okay.
Heading towards the Japanese.
The green box with a sword next to your name. Well, yeah, it's not like a endless icon. What about it? Yeah, exactly. What's about it? Because I don't see anything about it.
Cabot and Independence, which their attacks
Never
group by
mind.
group rather than in
You fucking troll.
a mass
Okay.
formation. Intrepid was first in line, launching
Oh,
her
God.
air group alongside the CVL's Cabot and Independence. They quickly formed up and set a heading towards the Japanese battleships at full speed, with the rest of the US carriers prepping for launch as they left. But the Japanese would get the first hit in. At 7:50
Turn
a.m.,
in,
the
motherfucker,
radar
yeah.
pickets detected an initial attack wave launched from Luzon. VF-20 from Enterprise turned to engage along with the other elements of the Combat Air Patrol. But it would be the boys from Essex who got there first. And to call it murder would be charitable. By now, the Japanese had finally relaxed their training standards. They were desperate for new pilots after the devastation of the past 2 years. The only men available were a bunch of raw recruits led by a very small cadre of survivors, some of them from as far back as the initial invasion of the Philippines. In fact, some of them had even bombed the airfield they were now taking off from 3 years ago. But all that experience, excellent though it was by now not enough to compete with the sheer technological and numerical superiority of the enemy.
Yeah. No, I'm not trolling, I'm just failing to explain accurately how it happens. Alright.
Over the next hour, the Japanese attack force was obliterated, with one pilot from Essex, Commander David McCampbell, shooting down an incredible 9 Japanese planes in this one battle alone.
Bam.
But as the second Japanese wave started to arrive, several aircraft managed to slip through the screen and board in on the task force, preparing to brave the storm of steel that would come up to meet them from the combined firepower of 1,000 radar-guided proximity-fused armed AA guns. However, there were several scattered cloud formations over the fleet at the time, and one of the few veteran pilots of the Imperial Japanese Navy used them to great effect. USS Princeton, alongside the other light carriers, was prepping to strike the Japanese surface group moving in to attack the invasion force. As such, she had her strike aircraft fully fueled and in the process of being armed up for the strike. The Hellcats she had on combat air patrol, meanwhile, were coming into land after engaging the first wave of attackers, and so both her hangars and deck spaces were full of aircraft in all various stages of operational evolution, just as the Japanese had suffered at Midway. Bursting out of a cloud bank above her, a single D4Y Judy dove in for the attack. The defensive guns blazed away, but the enemy had gotten within range too quickly to respond. A 500-pound armor-piercing bomb slammed through the deck, detonating the fully armed aircraft inside.
Oh god.
A huge explosion rocked the ship, killing over 100 men before secondary explosions and fires started ripping through the rest of the vessel.
Ow.
The initial shock was so devastating, it broke the fire suppression system. USS Princeton would eventually sink, with a main magazine explosion detonating while rescue operations were underway, killing and wounding hundreds of men, while severely damaging several surface combatants in the process.
Oh god.
The Japanese pilot never knew of his success, though, as a Hellcat from USS Lexington blew him out of the sky soon after his run.
Okay. Fun fact about this battle is that there were more aces in a day. About this battle. My chunk! Fun fact about this battle is that there were more aces in a day met here than in any other battle of the war. Ace in a day. Made. Okay. This battle is that there were more aces in a day made here than in any other battle in the war. Ace in a day means you shoot down 5 enemy planes in a single day. Oh, okay. Damn. So they were just... It was XP farming basically for the aircraft, for the pilots. Like they were doing it for the love of the game at this point.
Small victory, won at great cost. Of that entire Japanese wave, not a single aircraft survived. But it wouldn't take long for the Americans to reply. Kirita had heard the alarm sound, but it may as well have been a routine...
It was called the Great Marianas Shoot for a reason. Wait, but that was a battle in the previous Enterprise video. Wait. We are now in the Battle of the Philippines, right?
Weather report. Kirita had heard the alarm sound, but it may as well have been a routine weather report. It was just as inevitable. Aboard Yamato, the AA guns barked to life, but being Japanese anti-aircraft guns, the US naval aviators simply moved in between the fire zones, as the primary radar gun director for the Japanese gunners was a man holding a stick yelling aggressively for the Emperor, which if he has a bolter in the other hand is perhaps worth some consideration, but in this case he didn't, and thus it wasn't.
You will see a lot. Okay.
The Helldivers began peeling off and picking their targets, while the Avengers steadily formed...
Bolter? Did they hear Bolter?
Was a man holding a stick yelling aggressively for the Emperor, which if he has a bolter in the other hand is perhaps worth some consideration, but in this case he didn't, and thus...
Commissar Yarrick?
It wasn't.
Not now, Rainbow. Not now. Not now, okay?
The Helldivers began peeling off and picking their targets, while the Avengers steadily formed up their formation torpedo attacks. Naturally, the Americans aimed for the biggest ships they could see, which of course were the 2 largest warships ever built, even now maneuvering hard to evade. It wouldn't help them, especially as the second wave from Essex and Lexington were now beginning to arrive as well. Musashi, Nagato, and Yamato all took hits from the dive bombers, with a 500-pound bomb...
Yep, and the Marquis of Hammer North like a yawn. To be exact.
Smashing through Yamato's deck near A turret, doing notable but not significant damage. Musashi, however, drew the focus of the attackers. Across several hours, she was pummeled by the air groups of Intrepid, Cabot, Essex, Lexington, Independence, and Langley, with at least 10 armor-piercing bombs and a torpedo barrage slamming into her from multiple directions, causing her to take on a list to port while wrecking the superstructure and starting multiple fires. Damage control teams rushed to extinguish the flames and get the flooding under control. But there would be no escape,
Oh.
because there was one more wave of US Navy aircraft inbound. A wave led by a vengeful spirit no enemy had managed to withstand. The two largest warships in history may have been among the strongest vessels afloat, but they weren't the deadliest. The deadliest was at that moment beginning her assault.
Oh god. Hello there.
Enterprise ready? Engage!
I mean, this isn't the only Warhammer reference. He has made this series all. Enterprise engage. God, I want to play as Lion. A
Let's
bow?
go.
Yeah, that's a bow.
USS Enterprise's pilots circled Musashi like vultures, with USS Franklin's pilots folding in behind them. They were the last to arrive due to the fact that while Intrepid and Essex had initiated the attack on Center Force...
By the way, USS Franklin. No, they didn't. Didn't what? Yep, Auntie is old school like that, Loss. She be a badass for it. No, no, they didn't. Turk, they didn't what? Create an entire anime based on our Surlane, but... oh wait, you didn't know, right? That they've made waifu ships. Whatever. So, USS Franklin. God, I want, yes they did. I want HLC. One day create a video that kinda says that the USS Enterprise and HLC has an history. They used Azure Lane Cliff for it. Animarke did. Yeah, he did.
Enterprise and Franklin had attacked the approaching Southern Force. Attack behind. Pilots circled Musashi like vultures, with USS Franklin's pilots folding in behind them. They were the last to arrive due to the fact that while Intrepid and Essex had initiated the attack on Center Force, Enterprise and Franklin had attacked the approaching Southern Force, with Enterprise's dive bombers scoring multiple hits on both Fuso and Yamashiro. Now she had come to finish what her little sisters had started. The Japanese sailors fired everything they had, but it was in vain as the Grey Ghost's Avenger pilots slammed several torpedoes into Musashi in a lethal coordinated attack. At the same time, the escorting Hellcats armed with rockets caused a magazine explosion on one of her destroyer escorts, sinking it instantly.
Damn.
Well,
they made both a gacha game and an anime about ship waifus, and it's not the only one. By the way, not the only one game? Damn.
Coordinated attack. At the same time, the escorting Hellcats armed with rockets caused a magazine explosion on one of her destroyer escorts, sinking it instantly, while the Helldivers of both carriers began their runs. Enterprise scored at least 4 bomb hits on Musashi, causing a number of secondary explosions and starting an enormous fire amidships. Franklin's pilots, meanwhile, added to the inferno with their own barrage of bombs and torpedoes.
There's at least 3 animes about ship waifus, lol. Damn.
With everyone able to see that Musashi was mortally wounded, the remainder of Enterprise's pilots settled on the cruiser Miyoko as their secondary target, dropping the remaining ordnance on the cruiser.
Girls und Panzer. Dark Girls und Panzer, it's about tanks, not ships. You got names? Girls Frontline. It's guns turned into girls. Dark. What combination of what words combination of ship waifus is not clear. Like, hello. I will look them up after stream and add them to this Discord. Thank you, Jake.
Crippling her to the extent that she had to withdraw from the battle outright at half speed. Over the next hour, the Hellcats emptied their guns into Musashi. and as Enterprise's pilots left the scene, Intrepid's pilots returned to ensure her demise. By
There are lots of gacha games about sex dolls. Yes, we know that.
15:30, Musashi had been blasted apart, her forecastle awash, her bow down in the water to a critical degree. Kurita, realizing that Musashi was almost certainly doomed, ordered several escorts to stay with her and assist in rescue should they fail to save the ship,
French
which
chick.
of course they would. Dead in the water, with severe flooding, the order to abandon ship was given. And as night began to fall, the once mighty battleship that bore the name of both an ancient province and Japan's mightiest warrior capsized and sank, coming to rest over 4,000 feet below the waves, her captain still on the bridge by his own will.
And now the only legacy that this ship is carrying is being the shittiest submarine on Earth.
Kurita analyzed the situation from Yamato and drew a stark conclusion. The operation had failed. He withdrew west away from the combat area to reassess and consider disengaging. He was down half his firepower without even getting close to the enemy's main force, and in the face of such opposition, retreat is the only sensible decision. But that was not going to be an option. Ozawa and Nishimura were proceeding on mission. They would enter the battle by tomorrow. Even if it does put the flagship of the Japanese Navy at risk, strategically and especially politically, he can't sit this one out. Thus, as the sun set, Kurita turned back around and headed towards the invasion beaches. And once again, unknowingly, he had against all odds swung the battle back in his favor. And unless you already know this story, I'm sure you're sitting here confused, wondering how is that even possible given the odds? Well, at 1640, about an hour before Kurita turned round, Admiral Halsey had confirmed that Center Force was running west. They were running away. It was then that his scouts finally detected Admiral Ozawa's force coming in from the north. In a rather ironic twist, the only Japanese force that had managed to sneak up on the Americans was the one that the entire plan hinged on being found first. It was then that the old bull Halsey made a fateful decision. Ozawa's flagship was Zuikaku, the last Japanese fleet carrier that struck Pearl Harbor still in service. It was also, as far as he knew, the only major Japanese air threat left in the area after they'd killed all those aircraft from Luzon. With the loss of a Yamato-class battleship and seeing Kurita heading away from the area, Halsey concluded that the main axis of attack wasn't Kurita anymore, but Ozawa, and that he needed to reorient his forces to meet the threat while finally settling accounts with Kido Butai once and for all. However, this kicked off a cavalcade of disastrous miscommunication and bad intelligence all round, which I will give you the short version of. Going back to the start of this battle, when the battleships were approaching, Halsey organized Task Force 34 under Admiral Lee to guard the San Bernardino Strait against further attack. His Iowas forming an unassailable wall of steel and 16-inch guns. And so, when he gave the order to move north and engage Ozawa's carriers, everyone assumed that Task Force 34 was to maintain its position and defend the strait, just in case Kurita turned around. However, because Kurita had withdrawn, Halsey decided to bring the battleships as well, to see if he could get close enough to wipe out Northern Force in its entirety and sink everything. Thing is, due to all the chain of command issues, poor radio communications in this region of the Pacific, and a few problematic, slightly adversarial interpersonal relationships, no one told anybody. And so the San Bernardino Strait was left completely unguarded. Now, it's bad enough this is happening by accident, but what's really incredible is that pretty much every other senior officer, including Lee and Mitscher, took one look at this and said,
"That's bait."
Which was...
Yeah. Okay, so there is Arpeggio of Blue Steel and High School Fleet alongside Astroline. And Kantai Collection, those are the ship waifu animes. Nice.
Very soon confirmed by a nighttime recon aircraft from USS Independence, who saw Yamato heading back east towards the invasion fleet. But again, due to the all aforementioned nonsense and shenanigans, This report was completely ignored, and so the entirety of Third Fleet headed north to fight the last major carrier engagement in the Pacific War, leaving a small assembly of destroyers and escort carriers to fend off the largest battleship flotilla in human history. A ragtag bunch of tin can sailors was all that stood up against Yamato and her escorts. They only had tiny 5-inch guns, relatively inexperienced crews, and only a tenth of their normal air support.
Huh.
The Japanese never stood a chance.
Yeah. And they are all different and good, so you can enjoy them without thinking you're watching the same show 4 times over. Nice. Ambush at Surikaku Strait, poking out eyes and crossing those T's. Okay, but give me a minute, I need to go to the porcelain throne real quick. Pause. And I also needed to stretch my legs. Enjoy some music in the meantime. Alright, I am back. Let's continue. God, I really needed to stretch my legs a little bit. God, they felt sore for a second. Okay, let me read what I missed. Also, you have Nikki and Fate, that's essentially the goddesses and historical characters into waves. True. Nice shit, no problem, guys. Always happy to help you all find a good anime to enjoy. Yeah, I need to write that down for later. Oh god, I have such a backlog of animes to watch. Okay, let's continue.
Over on the other side of the Philippines, however, things were, surprisingly and amazingly given the nature of war, actually going according to plan.
What?
Task
Really?
Force 77 had assembled an absolute monstrosity of a battle group to confront Southern Force, comprised of 6 battleships, 5 of which having been revived after Pearl Harbor, 8 cruisers, and 28 destroyers, backed up by a screening group of over 40 PT boats.
Damn!
Nishimura was walking into what can only be described as, using scientific terms, an absolute of an ambush.
Okay, better to have a backlog than not enough anime to watch all. Yeah, and considering the amount of force that was about to just dawn on Nishimura, I think the most scientific term to describe it would be fucking lead bukake. Like, I am so sorry. But you caught my point, right? Oh my god, that is so wrong.
At 22:30 on the 24th of October,
Bro is about to find out the other definition of the rising sun. Yeah.
PT-131 made contact with the Japanese, sending a contact report back to the main force. Once that was done, the PT boats formed into their squadrons and began a ferocious assault on the Japanese as they sailed through the strait. And things just went downhill really quickly from there.
Yeah.
Nishimura has had his fair share.
Tell Jake to watch Isekai no Biri no Kuma farming life in another world. Jake, you heard it and now you see it above my head.
Of bad days. He commanded part of the escort force at Midway, which he then followed up by leading the 7th Cruiser Squadron through Guadalcanal.
Ugh.
Rough days were not an uncommon thing.
Yeah. Already seen it, lols. Well, Dark, here you go. Jake knows more ball than you think he does. And tell him to tell me who his favorite waifu is in it. Jake, you heard it. You heard Dark's question, and now you're about to see it, by the way. Any second now. Whatever.
But today, oh man. And the worst part was, it would be his last day ever.
Ugh.
The PT boats kept hitting Southern Force for the next several hours, but Yamashiro and Fuzo were able to keep them at arm's length, allowing the formation to dodge the avalanche of torpedoes sent their way. Problem was, the PT boats were just keeping them busy and keeping them in sight, while maintaining an accurate plot on their position.
I'm an anime nerd and my favorite waifu is the Tia the Angel, lol. Let me look her up. Give me a second. Oh, she looks so cute. Yeah, she's adorable. Approved.
As the Japanese advanced, they were falling deeper and deeper into a closing noose, as just beyond the PT screen was the entirety of the destroyer force.
So you are a Tia lover. Dark's words, not mine. I prefer Hakuren. I almost read it as Haudoken. What? Fuck me, man. What can I say? I'm a true man of culture. True.
And once they got into position, they made the torpedo spread of their smaller colleagues look like a joke.
Wait a minute, let's reverse
were
back.
just keeping them busy and keeping them in sight, while maintaining an accurate plot on their position. As the Japanese advanced, they were falling deeper and deeper into a closing noose, as just beyond the PT screen was the entirety of the destroyer force. Now,
Oh,
once they got into position, they made the torpedo spread of their smaller colleagues look like a joke. And at 3 a.m. on the 20...
Hakuren is adorable, no question, but I'm a camp TLL. Yeah. Hakuren is a woman of culture, so...
25th,
whatever.
both Fuzo and Yamashiro took multiple hits, with Fuzo stopping dead in the water. That ship had so many onboard fires, it looked like sunrise had come early. Given Fuzo as another...
So, I'm a man of more culture than you. Let's not fight over waifus now. You both were fighting over football a few months ago. Let's not fight over women, okay? Let's not fight over 2D women, okay? For God's sake.
Onboard fires, it looked like sunrise had come early. Given Fuzo is another name for Japan, it seems they took the land of the rising sun a bit too literally.
We can agree to disagree. Good.
Actually, at this point, that starts to become a theme, but anyway.
Wait.
Fires, it looked like
No.
sunrise had come early.
God damn it, Dark.
Given Fuzo is another name for Japan, it seems they took the land of the rising sun a bit too literally.
You're just
Actually, at this
culture.
point, that starts to become a theme, but anyway. Fuzo took such a beating, some people thought it had split in half and reported it as such.
Damn.
But nevertheless, it capsized and sank within the hour, with USS Melvin scoring the killing blow. Meanwhile,
Nice.
Yamashiro took most of the hits in her main belt, so she could still steam on right ahead, just fine, straight into the radar-directed guns of an entire battle line of American battleships who had, for the last time in naval history, crossed the T of their enemy. USS West Virginia detected Yamashiro as she and her surviving escorts pushed through the ambush. And once the Japanese got in range, John Denver's biggest hit song was completely invalidated, as there was absolutely no such thing as almost about the heaven Yamashiro sailors suddenly found themselves in. West Virginia's first salvo slammed into her, followed by a literal wall of shells from her
Let's
colleagues.
go, Weave.
California, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, and Maryland sent shell after shell alongside Weavy. Nishimura's force
Weavy,
was systematically and completely annihilated. In fact, they were cut down so mercilessly that by the time USS Mississippi, the last battleship in the line, got in range, they only fired one salvo, which
Oh,
is
really?
the last time a battleship has fired at another battleship in naval history.
Damn.
Admiral Nishimura was killed, just dead, just straight out blown away. His ship Yamashiro torn down to its individual components.
Oh god. I respect Jake and his love for Tia, but I prefer a little more power in my waifu. Also, Haruken is absolutely perfect. She knows almost everything humanly possible, and she is immortal. Damn. Yeah, but we've shot for West Virginia. Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. What more can you ask? Give me a minute. Hakuren, eh? Oh, she looks cute too. Yeah, approved.
Her escorts were likewise obliterated, among them the heavy cruiser Mogami. Only one ship, one singular ship, the small destroyer Shigure, managed to escape the fiery hell that the Americans had unleashed upon them.
It's not exactly fair in hell. Like, I came up with another name for that. Also, Haruken is a dragon, by the way. Good. Dragon wife. You can be the so you're the donkey. Good. Look, everyone has their preferences in waifus, and there is no wrong other than do not loot the lolly. Fully agree, Jake. Do not the lolly. Okay. But anyway, so I got another description for all that clusterfuck of the Japanese. For the Japanese. Shelin Bukake. I am so sorry for that description, but like it's probably the closest to it. Absolutely agreed, yeah.
The battle was so viciously one-sided that the second
And Tia is an angel, not the conventional angel. What? She is biblically accurate? She looks dope though.
wave of Southern Force, that's right, there was another wave behind, so managed to escape the fiery hell that the Americans had unleashed upon them. The battle was so viciously one-sided that the second wave of Southern Force, that's right, there was another wave behind them, took one look at this situation and decided,
Nope.
quickly turning
No, Apex, it's the explosive bukkake. You know what? Fair.
tail and running
Oops,
west as
sorry.
fast as their propellers could turn. As the sun rose on the morning of the 25th, it looked as though it would be a complete clean sweep for the US.
USS Melvin scoreboard note, the only destroyer with a battleship kill marker. Damn. What about loaded Rory Mercury? What the fuck is that? By the way, how long is this part? An hour and a half and we're not even 40 minutes in.
Navy. But off the
Yeah.
island of
You have to say, fuck this ship, fuck this shit, I'm out. Oh, fuck this ship, I'm out. Oh yeah.
Samar through the now unguarded San Bernardino Strait, Kurita's center force was thundering forward at full speed into a small force of destroyers and mini-carriers, setting the stage for the only success the Japanese would achieve in this battle, while simultaneously guaranteeing their defeat.
Hold up, Rory Mercury. Why does that name rings a bell? Oh, that's why, of course, fucking Gate. And let's be honest. Considering how batshit insane Rory is, like, you can loot her out as much as you want. She's not even human in the first place. Time for the epic tale of the John Paul Jones and the Johnston trivia. Ask Chuck if it's alright to loot Rory Mercury. I don't see an issue with that considering her lore, so, you know.
Because unbeknownst to the men aboard Battleship Yamato,
I think I heard Gate is basically Japanese propaganda. Listen, but from what I've seen, the propaganda fucking worked. So who knows?
they had just picked a fight with the US Navy's biggest ever task force in terms of displacement. 90% of that displacement being the testicular fortitude of the men in it. A task force.
Yeah, and that's the one lolly you can loot, and the only one. Fair. Because she doesn't even act like all cute and kawaii and sort of. She's literally batshit insane. Like, excuse me, but she loves killing. I beg your pardon, testicular fortitude? Yeah, it's another description of having big fucking metal balls.
Containing testiculars of displacement.
Yeah. I mean, Rory Mercury is not called Rory the Reaper for nothing. Exactly. Like, I'm sorry, but Lolly that is stuck in bodies, like, if she's willful enough to stack bodies, and she will be happy to stack your own body, you might as well loot her a little bit, because she won't mind anyway. Okay, big as balls of pure titanium, yeah.
90% of that displacement being the testicular fortitude of the men in it. A task force containing the two mightiest warships the US Navy has ever fielded. USS Johnston and the Samuel B. Roberts.
What? Wait a second. Samuel B. Roberts? Name familiar. 25th October 1944. The largest battleship ever built is sailing unopposed towards a small flotilla. 540 yards prior to this exact day, a similar situation presented itself. Huh? On the fields of Agincourt, a small English army under King Henry V. The fifth faced a French army over 5 times his number. But such odds didn't daunt him. Damn. God, I'm burping too much. As they marched forth into the battle, they showed no fear, and neither did their colonist descendants. Over half a millennia later, the two mighty empires clashed on Saint Crispin's Day. Damn. Oh shit, wrong boat, my bad. I misremembered the ship name, it was Samuel B. Roberts, not John Paul Jones. My bad. Like, yeah, for a second I was thinking, how did John Paul Jones show up here? Apex, check this name. Keys shot Ariola Orion-Hart under blade. She's a lolly too. What? Wait, Keys shot Acerola Orion-Hart under blade. What? But it's a more complex than a simple lolly thing. Let's not delve into that dark. Bam! Red button, full stop. We are not delving into that. We are stuck here for too fucking long anyway. Let's just continue watching. I was thinking the ship class lol. I have way too many factoids in my brain lol. Makes sense.
Sir, they have an entire flotilla of battleships out there. They're...
Backman, did you seriously use Lady Gulf's anniversary with Agincourt to include a Shakespeare speech? Wait, what?
Sir, they have an entire flotilla of battleships out there. Their tonnage has us beaten 5-1, and they're all fresh. These are truly fearful odds. Oh, that we had here now but 1/10,000 of those men back in the States that do no work today. What's he that wishes so? Well. None other than my dear Admiral Sprague. No, Admiral, if we are marked to die, we too are enough to do our country loss. And yet to live. To live. The fewer men, the greater the share of honor. God's will, I pray thee, wish not one man more. God's peace, I would not lose so great an honor as one man more methinks would share from me. So please do not wish for one man more, Admiral. Rather proclaim it all throughout my command, that he which hath no stomach for this fight, let him depart. Let him depart. His passport shall be made, and his transfer orders put into his pocket. We want to die in that man's company that fears his fellowship to die with us. This day is called the Feast of Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand a tiptoe when this day is named, and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He that shall live through this day and see old age will yearly on the vigil feast his neighbors and say, tomorrow is Saint Crispian.
Damn.
Then he will strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on Crispin's day. Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot, but he'll remember with advantages what feats he did that day. Then the names of our ships, familiar in his mouth as household words, Samuel B. Roberts, Johnston and Hull and Hierman, White Plains, Fanshawe and St. Lo, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. This story is a story the good man shall teach his son. And Crispin Crispian shall ne'er go by from this day until the ending of the world, but we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers. For he today that sheds his blood with me shall forever be my brother, be he ne'er so vile. And this day shall forever gentle his condition. And gentlemen back in America, now abed, shall think themselves accursed they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, whilst any man speaks that fought with us upon this St. Crispin's Day!
Holy fuck! Did he really made an entire Shakespeare-style speech for just one battle? Just check no kiss shot to ask Jake if he likes Senna. Who the fuck are those? Dark, I already told you, tone the fuck down with the lollies, for the love of God. Like, we abandoned that topic minutes ago, okay? Like, this was a side track we were never supposed to go into. Yep, this battle took place on the same day as that ancient battle of Agincourt, kinda ironic, huh? Nice. Now you see why this is my favorite part of the series. I can see now. Horror! The last stand of Taffy 3. A proof that size doesn't matter, even in the Navy. Senna is not a lolly. Senna from where? Because I know one Senna and it's definitely not the Senna you're talking about. Senna is a simple waifu. I know Senna from Xenoblade Chronicles 3. What Senna are you talking about?
Soaring through the early morning sun at 0630, Ensign William Brooks in his Avenger was scanning the horizon when he saw a surface force approaching from the northwest. Why was Halsey back so soon? 0630, Ensign William Brooks in his Avenger was scanning the horizon when he saw a surface force approaching from the northwest. Why was Halsey back so soon? Did the Japanese carrier group disengage? He turned his aircraft towards the approaching force to see what...
Senna from Isekai no Nobunaga. We've been whatever.
What was up, and he called in the sighting, only to get a really confusing response. No friendly vessels in area. Report inaccurate. Establish direct visual contact. This order came from Admiral Sprague himself, who received the report and didn't believe it. Someone's got to be playing games or screwing around, or they're just not calling their movements. He would have to file a complaint to Nimitz later about whatever idiot was out there. Halsey went running off like a cowboy and he's forgotten someone, most likely. Or maybe he's realized his mistake and sent a force back so we aren't hanging out here with our butts in the wind. That'd be a first, and it'd also be pretty nice. But no, it was neither. Ensign Brooks flew closer, and what he saw confirmed what he thought his eyes were lying about, which was quickly followed by a wall of anti-aircraft fire. Admiral Sprague heard the strained response through the receiver personally. I see pagoda masts and the biggest meatball flag on the biggest battleship I ever saw. Holy crap. Those Japanese battleships had turned around in the middle of the night and were now tearing towards his escort carriers, who were almost completely defenseless. Worse still, they were all prepped for launch in a support configuration, meaning they had ASW, CAS, and air superiority loadouts. Very few of them were armed for anti-shipping operations, as it was thought that Task Force 58 had dealt with the threat. That, and they were supposed to have a heavy surface battle group watching the straits in front of them. We can't stay here, and we sure as hell can't let those...
To Dark and Jake, if you want to talk about waifus, you have a Discord chat now. Go into DMs for the love of God. Please.
Battleships and cruisers fire on full carriers. If just one shell hits the hangar bays, the entire ship will go up. Order everyone to launch with whatever they have and hit that surface force. HE bombs, depth charges, BB guns, I don't care. And then turn us east as fast as we can go. We need to draw them away from the transports and towards the fleet. However, Sprague realized in horror that they had gotten within 20 nautical miles of the outer elements, and while the rest of the group would be able to break contact, Taffy 3, the outer picket, would not. Taffy 3, being on the outside, only had depth charges fitted to...
Yeah, we can continue this later, sounds good, let's go with that. Sorry for spamming it here. I get it, but... my ADHD says, every time I'm looking into the chat, I see you just type a lot, and I want to read it, but I know that I shouldn't read it. But my ADHD says me, I need to read it, Like, you see the problem? Like, and that is a private discussion between you two. Like, I have no idea what you two are talking about. Like, you see the problem?
Its aircraft for it. Taffy 3, being on the outside, only had depth charges fitted to its aircraft for ASW. There was nothing they could really do to stop the largest battleship in human history, which was even now turning its guns towards the carriers. They tried dropping their depth charges on the lead cruiser in the formation Kumano, only for them to harmlessly bounce off and fall into the water. There was nothing for it but to throw all their 50 cal at the
And Navarro's epics we get it, so man, it's alright.
destroyers and cruisers in the hopes that they could do some damage while waiting for backup. It was then that something terrifying occurred.
Huh?
Due to Taffy's air wings having been spotted taking off, Kurita had reorganized into an anti-aircraft defensive formation, only to
Then
realize
you
now
should
that
watch the anime as well. I don't have time for shit, I will tell you that.
he was actually in attack range. His force was spread out in different groups rather than the concentrated battle line that he would
Just
normally
kidding.
be in for a surface engagement. Now, for the Americans, this was good news for the carriers, as it meant only the battleships and heavy cruisers could really shoot at them, while for the destroyers, it meant that they could maneuver to meet their threats individually. The bad news was that it meant Kurita had no choice but to order a general fleet attack, meaning that the
Now
entire
back to ending this battle is gonna get insane. Thank God. Now back to the main line.
Japanese force would kick it up to all ahead full and pursue them until point blank, blasting every single one of them into little itty-bitty pieces. Congo, who was out on the northern side, joined up with the cruisers to support them against Taffy's aircraft, who were now beginning to bully Suzuya and Kumano quite ruthlessly. Haruna, Nagato, and Yamato, with their destroyer screen and battle column, began closing in, and then Yamato opened the battle, and the fight of all of these sailors' lives was now on. Admiral Sprague ordered the destroyers to make as big a smokescreen as they could, and then run for the rain squalls that were brewing nearby. Trying to meet a cruiser squadron, 2 Congos, a Nagato, and the Imperial flagship in open battle was not possible. It would be damn near suicidal, and any efforts to do so would be of little use. Throw 5-inch at them if you get the chance to throw off their aim, but for God's sake, just run. But the rearmost escort facing down Yamato didn't feel like running.
Oh?
Captain Evans stared at the pagoda mast in the distance, firing 18-inch shells straight at him, and thought, if I can turn about with enough speed and utilize the smokescreen, I reckon I could just about get into torpedo range of the lead element. His ancestors in the Cherokee hadn't run from the British Empire, and they were the biggest power on Earth at the time.
Oh my
So
God.
if this new bunch of imperialist pricks thought they were going to get him to turn tail, he was going to have to correct the record. He turned to the helmsman and gave the order.
Okay, Animaki was not kidding about the testicular fortitude, and something tells me that out of the 90% of mass being testicular fortitude, I'm pretty sure this man alone, his testicular fortitude was like 50% of all the mass in that US fleet. Just saying.
Flank speed, full left rudder. Mr. Hagen, you are clear to engage. The destroyer, USS Johnston, a ship less than a tenth of the size of just one of the Japanese ships, turned directly into the path of the entire enemy formation, almost crossing the T. However, it was halfway through the maneuver when Evans realized they wouldn't be able to pull it off, and so he had to make a decision. And given the circumstances, there was only one thing for it. Fix bayonets. USS Johnston immediately swung towards the nearest enemy ship, which was the lead cruiser Kumano, and charged, firing every single gun she had.
Wait, did I miss anything? Is that naval ship is controlled by a marine right now? Yep, him and the Samuel B. Roberts commander account for 90% of the testicular fortitude. Damn. And wait. Is that US ship manned by a crew of marines? Oh my
5-inch
God.
shells began raining down on Kumano's superstructure, wrecking it completely both from the over 45-inch impacts and a
Now he's an heavy guy. Okay, but apparently he has the temper of a marine. Okay.
raging inferno on deck, started by the sheer volume of fire Johnston was throwing her way. And worse still, Johnston was at that moment turning to fire her torpedoes. Upon witnessing this insanity, Admiral Sprague knew that Johnston, against all odds, had seized the initiative and moved to act on it. He ordered the other 2 destroyers in his screen to follow her and attack the enemy with everything they had. The destroyer Heermann was on the other side of Taffy 3's formation. They went to flank speed immediately, ducking and weaving between the aircraft carriers to get into position. While leading the attack was the flagship of the destroyer screen, USS Hull, who circled around to link up with Johnston. But as Heermann tore past, something rather incredible happened. A destroyer escort, the smallest ship class in the Blue Water Navy, immediately went to flank speed and formed up with the other two ships.
What?
The escorts, as their name implies, were ordered on pain of death to stick with the carriers. They had absolutely no hope in this fight. In fact, the destroyers are only here out of desperation and the stupid bravery of one of the commanders, and yet...
No, he has the temper of a Cherokee Indian, aka the same tribe that Brad Pitt was from in the movie Indigenous Inglourious Bastards. Okay, he wants his scalps. Oh my god.
He are only here out of desperation and the stupid bravery of one of the commanders, and yet here came USS Samuel B. Roberts under the command of Lieutenant Commander, that's right, these ships are so small they don't even get a captain to command them, Lieutenant Commander Robert Copeland, sailing into harm's way against the biggest battleship in human history. To put it in perspective, just one of Yamato's turrets has more weight displacement than their entire ship. His reasoning...
Hold up. Did I hear that right? One turret of the Yamato is bigger than this entire ship? Oh, sorry, heavier than his entire ship. Holy fuck.
Was simple. Due to the fact that they were Johnston's wingman in the formation, they were in perfect position for a torpedo attack, and that given their small size, the chaos of battle...
Yes, their turret weighs more than the entire ship, lol. Holy fuck.
All the smoke screen and the rain squalls nearby, they could probably get right up on the Japanese without them noticing. And thus the boatswain's whistle blew as the cannonade of battle rang out around them, when Commander Copeland addressed the crew. Gentlemen, this will be a fight against overwhelming odds from which survival cannot be expected. So,
like I said, time for an epic tale. Very epic.
we will do what damage we can. And so the tin cans charged after Johnston into the maelstrom, all guns blazing except for Roberts, who held fire to remain unnoticed in the confusion, hoping to get as close as possible. At that moment, a huge explosion shot up from one of the Japanese cruisers. Kumano had taken a direct hit from Johnston's torpedo attack, and the resulting explosion had torn her bow off completely. Suzuya, meanwhile, was faced with the entirety of Taffy's air groups, relentlessly pounding her with whatever they had to hand. Literally. One of the pilots threw his map case, an oxygen canister, and an empty Coke bottle at various Japanese ships. The two cruisers were forced to run north, while Kongo was forced to launch a countercharge as Hull's torpedoes stormed towards her. This wasn't a battle. This was a melee, a fistfight in the mud during a hurricane. As Taffy's air group started forming up for their next attack, the tin cans rolled in further, firing their 5 inches at anything they could hit. Johnston was wrapping back around to screen for the other ships, and as she did so, she fired at the most direct threat to her, which was none other than the battleship Yamato. However, the flagship responded in kind. 3 18-inch shells slammed into Johnston, followed by 3 6-inch secondary shells into the bridge wing.
Oh.
Captain Evans's left hand was
5 inches. 5 inches. Oh la la.
severely mangled, while a number of the crew had been killed or wounded. However, due to the fact that they had been firing literally everything at the Japanese while going flank speed, Johnston was actually quite light on combustible materials, and so she didn't immediately go down. In fact, the Japanese, erroneously though it was, gave Johnston the compliment of reporting the destruction of an enemy cruiser.
Damn. These men didn't give a flying fuck. They were prepared for death and lived by the motto of "Y'all fuck it, we bow." Holy shit.
As no destroyer would be able to do the amount of damage they had just seen. But Johnston wasn't dead. Oh no.
Oh no.
Johnston, while the Japanese shifted targets, snuck into a nearby rain squall currently blinding Kongo and got her systems back online, because Johnston and her crew didn't hear no goddamn bell. Meanwhile, Samuel B. Roberts had gotten into torpedo range undetected. Not so much as a secondary had been fired at her. And now the crew aboard selected the Japanese cruisers Chokai and Chikuma as their targets. It was then that the Japanese spotted her. This tiny little ship they would use as an armed fleet tug, this pathetic little thing, was now charging towards them. At that moment, Lieutenant Commander Copeland gave the order he had been denying for the past 20 minutes.
Huh?
Mr. Burton, you may open fire.
Nice.
The little destroyer escort started emptying her guns at the enemy cruiser, while closing not just to point-blank range, but knife-fighting range. They got inside the minimum range of Chokai's guns to the extent that the enemy couldn't depress their secondaries low enough to engage her. It was then that the lookouts aboard the Japanese ships cringed in horror as they saw the large splash and silvery trails of Mark 15 torpedoes heading straight towards them, and they were far too close to evade. Chokai's stern was blown off, crippling her completely, removing her from the battle
Holy
as the
fuck.
Roberts ducked back into the smokescreen. And if you think that's metal, here is the insane part. While all this was going on, USS Johnston thundered back out of the rain squall, charging at the Japanese once again. That's right, in the 10 minutes it took for this drama to commence, Johnston's damage control teams had been working frantically and got all their systems back so they could rejoin the fight. And who did this absolute bunch of mad lads go after? Well, it was none other than another battleship, specifically Haruna, who incredulously saw a destroyer closing to gun range and firing. And what's more, that gunfire was effective. 15 hits were scored on her superstructure starting fires, all the while buying time for Heermann and Hull, who were launching torpedoes which resulted in forcing Yamato to evade away from the fight temporarily, buying the carriers much needed time to attempt to escape. And with that, let's talk about the Naval Aviation Division, as we're supposed to be talking about Enterprise, and
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but from what... It's like a horde of mosquitoes just harassing the Yamato left and right, and all the other big battleships just non-stop, and they were fucking good at it. They did not give a flying fuck. Holy shit.
trust me, as this is going on, she is engaged in her own drama.
Yeah.
But I do want to mention the Naval Aviation contingent of Taffy 3, as they get a little overlooked in the retellings of the events, despite being just as giga-chad as their surface colleagues. But as a last word on the tin cans, let me say this. As I recount the rest of these events, for the entire time I talk about them, just know that in the background, a small group of 4 or 5 destroyers throughout the entire story are locked in mortal combat with several battleships, their destroyer screen, and a heavy cruiser squadron by themselves.
Holy
With that,
fuck.
let's talk about the pilots. The aviators had been pummeling the cruisers and destroyers throughout the morning. Strafing, bombing, dropping depth charges, throwing...
Respect for him giving proper spotlight for less talked about parts. Yeah, fully agree. Like, because that story is beyond crazy.
odd bits and pieces out of their cockpit. They had done some serious damage as well, though not fatal damage. But that damage wasn't just restricted to escort vessels. Cullinan Bay's air group was scattered after an emergency launch. A pilot from St. Lo overheard this conversation.
Huh?
This is Georgia 1. Any other Georgia aircraft up? 8-4 here. I'll join on you.
That's one of Animarch's specialties. He goes into full story. Yeah.
What you got? Anti-personnel bombs?
Detailing history.
Yeah, me too. What do you think we should hit? Probably one of the destroyers. Well, I'm the flight lead, and I think we should go hit a battleship. Won't do y'all much good. If you're scared, you can try landing on the carrier. God damn it, I'll go anywhere you go. And so they did, making runs at
Nice.
Congo, who was sailing behind the cruiser screen. However, as the day went on, the Taffy pilots steadily ran low on fuel and ammunition, being forced to find an airfield. They couldn't land on the carriers as they were currently under direct fire from the cruisers now tearing towards them.
Oh.
But those carriers weren't the helpless targets the Japanese expected. The escort carriers all had a 5-inch dual-purpose gun mounted on the stern for this very scenario to engage surface targets while trying to break contact. And the carriers of Taffy 3 were at this very moment yeeting shells downrange as fast as they could load and fire them. And they were scoring hits. Lots of hits, in fact.
Yeah. Like I said, these guys embody the very essence of fuck it, we ball. Yes, they do.
The superstructures of the Japanese cruisers were getting absolutely battered again and again. And while they too were doing damage to the carriers, they weren't doing enough. Not even their torpedoes were working. The Americans were dodging every one they threw at them, and the ones they couldn't dodge were shot out of the water by Taffy's planes. You heard correctly. The pilots of Taffy 3 dove down to 0 feet to strafe torpedoes. The whole of Taffy 3 amounted to just one of the Japanese ships in terms of displacement, and yet each man on each ship was fighting like a lion. If you want to know what the mood was, the anti-air gunners aboard the carriers sat there watching their 5-inch colleagues firing at the oncoming Japanese, and they weren't scared. No, it was the opposite. They were angry they couldn't join in, so they sat there fuming while their trigger fingers itched, until one of the officers called out, "Don't worry, boys! We're suckering them into 40 mil range."
I'm sorry, but are we sure that they're not Marines at heart? I'm just saying. Those Navy sailors are getting more and more and more spirits of Marines at this point.
But the problem
Took a page out of Marsock's scruple. He's angry he can jump bandits with Canada. Exactly! That's what I'm talking about!
with planes is they run out of ammo and fuel a lot faster.
Oh no, okay, these guys would have made the perfect Marines, yeah.
But the problem with planes is they run out of ammo and fuel a lot faster than a ship. And landing on the carriers while under shell fire, as mentioned before, is not advisable. They need to divert. The Task Force 58 was on their own adventure and unable to lend support or provide temporary flight decks.
Shit.
Thankfully, however, the Army had seized a number of forward airfields in the Philippines during the invasion. Tom Lupo, from the Fanshawe Bay Air Group, was leading a motley crew of Taffy pilots, having run out of ammo and fuel, when he noted that the recently captured airfield of Tacloban was open. The engineers and Seabees were just starting to clear the field of debris and fill in craters caused by the Navy just the previous week. Lieutenant Lupo landed his Avenger, dodging potholes, and rolled to a stop near the command tent. He then immediately ran over to the Seabees and told them to grab their bulldozers and whoever they can grab with a shovel to clear the field for his fellow aviators.
I love this dude, he's a mad lad. I can see already.
It was then that he spied piles of ammo, tons of bombs, and hundreds of barrels of fuel.
Oh damn, Seabees. Yeah, the Seabees are here. Good.
Fuel that had just been dropped off. "Who's in charge of that?" he asked, and was immediately referred to an Army Major. The Army Major in question told Lieutenant Lupo that these stores were for the Army Air Force squadrons scheduled to arrive within the next few days. "Well, the entire Japanese Navy is out there, and if we don't use those bombs, they're going to sail over here and blow you to hell." The Army Major was still nonplussed and told him that he couldn't have them unless he cleared it with his colonel, who was commanding troops at the front. To which Lieutenant Lupo drew his pistol and said, "Well, I'm not going to bother the man. He's out fighting a war like me, so that's just too damn bad." He then pointed the pistol at the officer and handed the pistol to...
God, I beg your finest fucking pardon. This lieutenant right now has the biggest balls in the room. Listen to it again.
Bombs. "Well, the entire Japanese Navy is out there, and if we don't use those bombs, they're going to sail over here and blow you to hell." The Army Major was still nonplussed and told him that he couldn't have them unless he cleared it with his colonel, who was commanding troops at the front. To which Lieutenant Lupo drew his pistol and said, "Well, I'm not going to bother the man. He's out fighting a war like me, so that's just too damn bad." He then pointed the pistol at the officer and handed the pistol to his stunned radio man with instructions to cover him. He then climbed into his aircraft and radioed Fanshawe Bay to direct all friendly aircraft to Tacloban for rearm and refuel. The Army anti-aircraft gunners welcomed them for a few moments before being yelled at to stop. However, the strip was still very, very rough, and the first aircraft attempting to land hit a rough patch and went over on its nose.
Ow!
Thankfully, with the crew all okay, though. The other aircraft waved off, only to be radioed by an Army air controller, who had been joined by a Navy aircraft director who had been put ashore with the invasion force. These two men saved the day, coordinating the safe recovery for most of the force. There were some concerning moments as a trio of Japanese Zeros strafed the field in the middle of landing operations, but other than that, there were no major incidents. What happened next was the same miracle of American military personnel forced to improvise that we have seen all throughout their storied history. This group of enlisted personnel and junior officers, on the spot with no warning or structure, organized a fluid rearm and refueling point for the entire Taffy Air Group, turning aircraft around and quickly deploying them back into the fight. The field was rapidly cleared for safer landings, and even battle damage was fixed, with one of the crews raiding the Avenger who force landed for a new wing, which they then fitted to their aircraft, rearmed, and headed back out. US naval aviators and Air Force maintainers. God himself could not fashion a more lethal team for projecting air power. However, some Taffy pilots were still on station. Blue Archer, in his Avenger, was preparing to head back to the airfield for more fuel and ammo. It was then he heard the call for a torpedo attack. Now, he didn't have any ammo or fuel, but he did have guts and some friends. And so, to draw the fire from the other aircraft and the aircraft carriers, he opened his bomb bay and began doing low passes with his wingmen over the Japanese task force.
What?
It was then he saw Yamato turning to rejoin the fight. So with his two wingmen, he turned in to make a low pass over the ship to draw their attention away from friendlies. It was then that a wall of AA shattered his engine and blew away the Avenger on his left wing.
Oh my
Wounded,
god.
concussed, and completely, absolutely, unbelievably livid, Archer opened his canopy for better visibility, and as he flew past Yamato's bridge, drew his pistol and dumped the mag straight at the superstructure.
This is a photo from one of their passes. Yes, that is Yamato. Yes, it is real. He was so angry. He got out of his cockpit, stand up, looked at the ship, and he casted Magnus Tempus Nerds at Yamato. Like that was just a trick shot at this point.
With Admiral Kurita staring back in sheer amazement.
Damn
After this
straight,
move, the
yeah.
air attacks died down briefly as the Americans returned to rearm. While they departed, Admiral Ugaki was heard to remark on the bravery of the pilots, which left many of the Japanese officers in a state of disbelief alongside Kurita. But their bravery, though Herculean, would not outdo that of the Japanese aviators, for a divine wind was blowing.
Oh
The
god.
first kamikazes of the Pacific War had arrived on the scene.
Oh,
They
shit.
attacked different targets throughout the entire Taffy formation, with their leader, Lieutenant Yukio Sekai, slamming his Zero into St. Lo, causing catastrophic
God.
damage that would result in the loss of the ship.
Oh.
Other kamikazes struck targets causing chaos, but most were shot down before they could even get close. It would be the only air support the Japanese would get. And so the battle raged on. The Tin Cans waged a war of heroic yet spiteful resistance as the carriers tried to escape. But against a force of battleships, the result was never in doubt. In desperation, Sprague...
Not gonna lie, I hope the next fan lore video will be about Florida. Yes, same read about that would be amazing. So true, so true.
passed calls for help up the chain of command, begging for any kind of support from Task Force 58, but none was within range to assist. Nimitz, having thought the Iowas were nearby to assist, fired off an encrypted communication to Halsey. Turkey trots to water. Where is Task Force 34? The world wonders. The answer to that, of course, was nowhere near enough to help. By the end of the engagement, St. Lo and Gambia Bay had been sunk. Heavy cruisers Johnston Hall and Samuel B. Roberts along with them. But due to their sacrifice and their heroic efforts, along with that of the Taffy aviators, the majority of the formation
Almost fully flat colored, yeah. Yeah, Apex. Oh, nice.
broke contact and survived to fight another day. Yet even as they made good their escape, Yamato and her surviving escorts were now tearing towards the invasion fleet. They had defeated Taffy and were within striking distance of the objective. The Americans were helpless. All they needed to do was press the attack. And so they turned hard about and broke contact west.
Huh?
Admiral Kurita ordered a full withdrawal and to abort the entire operation.
What?
Taffy's resistance had been so fierce that it had inflicted significant damage on his entire force, including Yamato. Furthermore, he had burned through far more ammunition than he would have liked, and there was now no air support, not even kamikazes to back them up. If he sailed in there, he may very well score a few more kills, but it would almost certainly result in the loss of his entire formation like Southern Force, as the rest of the US fleet would thunder in and crush him before he could get away. And losing both of Japan's mightiest flagships in a single battle would be both a strategic and political disaster.
I
No.
can imagine that.
Yamato must live on as a final bastion to defend the homeland. Thus the Japanese offensive came to an end. But a question still remains unanswered, and like the world, I'm sure you're wondering. As this drama was playing out, where was USS Enterprise?
Oh yeah, by the way.
Well, the answer to that is as fitting as it is poignant.
Of course.
While the drama of Samar played out, Enterprise and her sisters were far to the north. They had sailed at all possible speed, and as the sunlight broke the horizon that day, their airmen took flight for a singular purpose: to settle accounts once and for all.
Oh, we are going after Shikaku, right? The battle of Cape Ganor, Romans 1219, a sister's wrath. Oh my god. He wants to make decisions here because of other battle wagons that slaughtered not Southern force would have sunk him as well. Wait, what? Ah, yeah.
Admiral Ozawa was once again not having a good day.
Zaikaku, right?
Honestly, this man just keeps taking L's wherever he goes. Were it not for what's to come, I would say he's the real tragic figure here.
Yeah.
Hearing what happened on the 24th, he had rightly concluded that the plan was a bust, and as a result he should withdraw to preserve his force. However, like with Kurita, orders came down that everyone was to turn around and re-engage. They were going to accept battle against the Americans. Now, in his case, that meant taking his force, comprised of one air group of 120 planes, Japan's remaining carriers, and his hybrid surface warfare group, up against the entirety of Third Fleet. He had something like 20 ships in total, and that's including his support auxiliaries.
Do they want to just kill their own people? Like, what? Who the hell would give that order?
Americans, meanwhile, had over 100 ships hauling towards him, with 10 times the number of aircraft he did, not including the seaplanes and other auxiliary
that's who. True.
air units, as well as all of the Iowa-class battleships. As if it was any small consolation, their mission hadn't actually changed. Kurita was at this stage just about to hit Taffy 3, so he was bait, and in that sense his mission was accomplished. Now he had to hold the Americans here for his colleagues to do their work, and that would mean spending the lives of his pilots and sailors to do it. Well, it was going to come to this sooner or later anyway, and such was their duty. As dawn broke, the 30 Zeros of Zuikaku's Combat Air Patrol launched into the rising sun, while the strike package behind them loaded weapons. Zuiho's pilots had already manned their planes and were waiting for the flag officer to give the word, and as the sun broke free of the horizon, the Japanese launched. They knew where the Americans were. They were hard to miss with a force that size, and so the strike formed up.
A government that decided that the Battle of the Philippines would be the true divisive battle of the war on both land and sea, and, well, like Rainbow said, retards. Yeah.
But as they moved out, they detected American scout aircraft within visual range of the task force. Here they come.
Okay, I'll be back in a second. I need to take a pill. Give me a minute. Okay, I am back, and also on the way I got myself some water and ice for my gamer potion. After I'm done with the flat colors, I'll likely post the progress on the server for... I don't know, I ain't got the reason besides why not. Okay, hey, that's good enough reason, Rainbow. Thank you, Jack. Yeah. So, Rainbow, what do you think of the history of the Enterprise? So far outlandish and insane, right? Yeah, like, I knew from the Fat Electrician video on Dusty Lies that Enterprise has one hell of a history, and thanks to also Turkanifil. But god damn, the history of the Enterprise is even more insane than I thought. Like, holy shit. I can't say a lot because it's surprisingly and turns because it's surprisingly and turns left and right. Yeah, like like it's basically all over the place, but also super good. Yeah, I mean, Apex, you and I should be housemates. What? Dark, what? Excuse me? Wait a sec, Dark. Where did that come from, eh? What the hell? I make so many great things to eat and drink. Dark, I am making a fucking gamer potion. What are you talking about? It's the amount of shit you would expect from multiple ships, and yet it's just one damn ship. Exactly. Are you and Dark IRL friends, Epix? Not yet. Like, only online. Dark is from Sri Lanka. What do you mean, not yet? Dark, you were planning to visit Israel, right? You can get all you want and eat and drink if you were with me. Dark. No, I'm sorry, but I am straight, okay? Okay, let's get back to the video.
The two strike packages passed each
That doesn't mean you aren't real friends, doll. Huh.
other on their way to their respective targets, but only one would reach their objective. As the Japanese pilots approached Task Force 58, the Combat Air Patrol descended on them like a pack of hungry wolves.
I am Alter. What do you mean you are Alter? I mean, later. Okay.
American radar
Who said the
fire control was just too effective.
Okay.
Enterprise's pilots from VF-20 scored 5 kills from the ensuing fight, while the other aviators of Task Force 58 steadily began slaughtering the Japanese. Of the entire attack force sent, not a single one got through the perimeter defenses of the task force. However, several of the more experienced pilots aborted their attack, and they would later strafe Tacloban during the Battle of Samar. That was that group of 3 zeros earlier, eventually joining the kamikazes for one last attempt at victory. The Americans, meanwhile, had no such problems. The first wave of US Navy aircraft arrived over the Japanese force. The Japanese Combat Air Patrol bravely tried to mount a defense.
I consider all the people I know on land my actual friends, lol, but that's just me. Yeah, that's just you. I just make so many stuff when I am allowed. Huh.
Only to be scythed down by escorting Hellcats as though they were nothing. It wasn't without results, though. 1-0 did manage to shoot down an Enterprise Avenger, however the pilot was rescued by seaplane promptly afterwards, along with his crew. With their only defense gone and only a small group of ships to provide AA fire, they were now at the mercy of the Americans, who would show precisely none at all. Bombs and torpedoes began raining down.
Bitch, I never knew if I'm friends with someone until explicitly told to my face. so same.
On every ship in the group. Issei took several near misses and a small bomb hit to one of her turrets, while a destroyer was completely immolated by Enterprise's pilots with a rocket barrage. But they weren't what most of the air group was aiming for. No, they were aiming for the carriers. Zuikaku and Zuiho, in the center of the formation, maneuvered to escape. One more time, the Grey Ghost and the sole survivor met in battle. And it would be the last time. Wave after wave of aircraft struck the Japanese. The near misses alone caused shock damage to almost every ship in the formation. but the carriers and seaplane tenders were sentenced to certain death. The aircraft from every ship in the US fleet pummeled the Japanese flat tops, and it seemed that Enterprise would finally vanquish her nemesis. It was the end. She'd finally, after all these years, she'd finally won. But there was no glory, no honor, no triumphant final battle. No. It was merely an execution for a long-defeated adversary. Yet as they stared each other down, it would not be Enterprise who settled it. As the third wave crested the horizon towards the Japanese, at its head was none other than the air group of USS Lexington.
Oh, Luxie.
Her namesake. Her mothership. Her predecessor had perished at Zuikaku's hands. She would answer for that death. And Zuikaku would answer to her. The last survivor of Kido Butai, the only ship left to stand against the oncoming storm, a mirror to her rival in so many ways, was helpless to save herself. Bomb after bomb smashed through her flight deck, as no less than 7 torpedoes smashed into her hull.
Jesus.
Her anti-aircraft defenses were useless, along with Zuiho fighting for her life alongside her, and failing. The situation was well and truly hopeless. At 1358, the order to abandon ship was given, with Admiral Ozawa transferring the flag to the cruiser Oyodo. Her surviving crew gathered on the starboard side of the flight deck, which was now the only part of the ship above water, and officially struck the ensign in a ceremonial parade, even as bombs and torpedoes were dropping around them, a mark of respect and honor for this valiant ship who had been their home for the past 5 years. This done, they dropped their gear and jumped over the side, with the ever-worsening list aiding their departure.
Kind of fitting that it was the New Lexington that got the kill on Suikaku, in my opinion. To be fair, yeah. Like a revenge of the daughter, basically. Like, in some way, I guess.
The Americans, seeing that she was finished, switched targets and started hitting every other ship in sight. Chiyoda was bombarded repeatedly, while even more pressure fell upon Zuiho. But all of that faded into noise, as at 1414, the moment finally came. Zuikaku, the auspicious crane, capsized and slipped beneath the waves by the stern, taking her captain and 842 men with her. And as she fell to the ocean floor, the only thing she could see was the twisting and writhing hull of Zuiho, who she knew would soon be in her company for all eternity. The airstrikes continued. The submarines of the US Navy closed in like a pack of hungry wolves, but it was this moment more than any other that tolled like the final bell. Kido Butai, the force which struck at the heart of freedom, was finally no more, and history's largest sea battle was over. And though Halsey would be criticized for leaving the rest of the US fleet unguarded, the heroics of the Tin Can sailors and the US naval aviators had turned the odds in their favor and achieved a total victory, though there was never really any doubt of the outcome in the end.
Yeah.
The Japanese Navy had launched its last gasp, and they had suffocated. It was now time to tighten the noose. With their only defenses down, it was time for the final phase, and there was only one place for Enterprise to go now. Tokyo.
Oh. Journey's End. Holy shit.
After a return to Ulithi for rearm and refuel, Enterprise and her sisters sailed unopposed across the length of the southwestern Pacific. With her air group being one of the few trained and equipped for dedicated night operations, she operated on rotating shifts, blasting Japanese positions all throughout the region, including targets in Taiwan, Macau, the Philippines, and Vietnam, from airfields to
Damn.
army depots to strategically crucial infrastructure, all the while engaging and destroying any aircraft or shipping they came across. Throughout December and January, these efforts continued until Task Force 58 was tasked with one mission, the one objective that Enterprise's sailors and airmen had been waiting for since 1941.
Oh?
Their target in February was the city of Tokyo, specifically
Okay.
aircraft production and engine plants in the city. Task Force 58 was to conduct round-the-clock strikes, with the early morning and late-night missions being flown by Enterprise. But she was not the only night carrier in the group,
Ah?
because Enterprise would be reunited with a very old friend.
What?
USS Saratoga, having completed night training for a number of US Navy pilots throughout
Oh.
Carrier Division 11, joined the force to assist in the upcoming operation. The task
Nice.
force fully assembled by February 14th, and 2 days later, the task force began hitting targets in the major cities along the eastern coast of Japan. Tokyo was hit along with naval installations at Yokosuka Naval Arsenal. Strikes continued over 2 days until the 18th. Once completed, they immediately sailed south to rejoin the main US Armada, bombarding Iwo Jima to support the upcoming invasion. Enterprise and her colleagues arrived on station just in time to support Uncle Sam's misguided children, who were wading ashore just as they began flight operations. Throughout the campaign to take the island, Enterprise began flying constant strikes and combat air patrols, many of
Damn.
them against Mount
They did not have a single break. Yep, Anti and Saga were the last carriers left of the ones that began the war. Ah, so those are sister ships, you're saying? Wait. Oh wow, that's one hell of an upcoming end to their journey, yeah. Wait. So, Anti and Sarah, they're from the same Yorktown carrier class ship? They're sisters? Or wait, no. Saratoga, she's from the Essex class. Huh. No sister per se, but they served together. Close enough.
Suribachi as our favorite Crayola canines slogged their way up its slope. Many of the
Excuse
island,
me?
Enterprise began flying constant strikes and combat air patrols, many of them against Mount Suribachi as our favorite Crayola canines
Crayola canines! Saratoga was from the class before Yorktown class. Damn, Devil Dogs, yeah. God damn. So it's basically Saratoga was Enterprise's aunt, right? So basically auntie and the niece are working together. Is that what I'm getting? But yeah. Crayola Canines, it's what a name. In short, yes.
slogged their way
Makes
up
sense.
its slopes. Enterprise here would set yet another world-first record, conducting constant flight operations without a break over the span of 174 hours.
Jesus.
Enterprise...
Excuse me? Big E was conducting a constant air operation for for nearly 8 days? Holy fuck. I bet those pilots were dog-ass tired.
His pilots were literally flying a week straight with no break.
7 days, okay.
She stayed in this role until March the 9th, when she left to resupply for an attack on Kyushu, the southern island of the Japanese homeland. Sortying again, she conducted strikes all across Kyushu and Honshu in precision night raids, pioneering radar-guided bombing attacks against crucial industrial targets.
Damn.
She sustained light battle damage on the 18th, but it was inconsequential. She then proceeded to support the
7 days and 6 hours straight. Jesus, imagine the bags under the eyes of those pilots. Like, I do not envy them at all.
landings on Okinawa, which is where her tour of duty would ultimately end. From April 5th to April 11th, the aviators of the Big E flew constant sorties in support of the Marines, working their way across the island. Conditions were horrible and the resistance fierce. It was then that the last great naval operation conducted by Japan took place,
Oh.
as
Who would envy them? Let's be real. It's so true. Like, the shit that those men went through, like, nobody would envy them.
sailed forth to make her final stand.
It didn't go well at all. Jeez. Goodbye, Yamato! And we know but massively respect, fuck yes, yes. Absolute respect to them. Absolute balls of titanium.
Enterprise, however, was not involved, as by now there were so many Essex-class carriers
damn.
present that her specialist night pilots had, quite literally, 1,000,000 better things to do than to blow up the world's biggest battleship.
Yeah, true,
because
yeah.
Enterprise is the true queen of these waters. However, not even queens can defeat Mother Nature.
Huh?
The weather proved hazardous for both naval and air operations,
Oh,
but
shit.
there was one storm that was worse than any other.
And that
The
is...
Divine Storm.
Oh,
The
fuck.
kamikaze had begun in earnest. Wave upon wave of Japanese aviators threw their lives away in the hope that they could achieve critical damage on enemy ships. And those that managed to get through the defenses inflicted horrific losses on the Americans.
Oh.
Proper countermeasures to the threat were still in the process of being developed, some of them very creative. One such ingenious idea was the creation of smokescreen buoys to be dropped by support vessels in order to shield the ships from view, while allowing the radar-guided AA guns to engage and destroy the oncoming attackers at will.
Huh.
And one of the pioneers of this method was a ship currently overseeing a forward emergency repair station among the islands south of Okinawa. A ship that bore the name USS Vestal. On April 11th, a wave of kamikazes struck the carrier group anchored offshore. Enterprise was damaged considerably by 2 near misses, with the explosives aboard setting shockwaves strong enough to rupture her fuel tanks, damage her
Oh,
engines,
no.
and knock out power to numerous systems on the ship.
Oh, fuck.
However, the damage was not fatal, and under her own power, she limped back to Ulithi for emergency repairs. These were completed quickly, allowing her to return on station off Okinawa by the 6th of May,
Thank
conducting
God.
round-the-clock flight operations constantly for the next 4 days. In the time
Jesus.
she had been absent, things had gotten worse.
What a workhorse.
Kamikaze attacks had increased in frequency, and though damage had been heavy throughout the fleet, there were some incredible stories of bravery. One
Yeah.
such story belonged to a ship named USS Laffy. She's back.
Laffy!
Who, against all odds, held off the assault of an entire squadron of kamikazes by herself and lived to sail away from it.
Not gonna lie, the kamikaze bombardments are a disgusting thing that was done. Yeah, that was very disgusting and agreeable. Like, find me a person who will disagree with that statement, let's be honest. And then look where he's coming from. Like, what is his country of origin? You will see, like, I get patriotism, but that's just a suicide mission that isn't worth it. Exactly. But you know who will tell you that the suicide mission is worth it? Like, I will not say you who that is, but we all know who those are. Like, those are not sane people at all. Like, nobody sane will ever go on a suicide mission due to patriotism. Japanese? No. They fuck sand. And they fucking descent, not the pillows. I could guess that one of the wacko leftists here in my country might actually disagree with us laws. Yeah, that one, and also the people he idealizes.
Throughout the first half of May, NT's pilots racked up the flight hours and took down kamikazes. The gun crews as well were getting quite proficient, adding to their tally quite regularly as the fleet came under attack. However,
Jihachimi's West Shidiots, those and Jihachimi himself. Like, and his and his ideology at all.
While Enterprise was the luckiest ship in the fleet,
The Down syndrome you call me lol. Yes.
everyone under attack were getting quite proficient, adding to their tally quite regularly as the fleet came under attack. However, while Enterprise was the luckiest ship in the fleet, everyone's luck eventually has to run out. On the 14th of May, another wave of kamikazes hit Task Force 58.
Oh no.
1-0, flown by Lieutenant Shinosuke Tomiyasu, managed to evade the combat air patrol and braved through the ungodly fusillade of AA fire.
Yeah. We have way too much fun with the HLC nicknames, lol. Yeah, we do.
Taking aim at the nearest carrier he could see. The carrier he found was USS Enterprise.
Oh no.
He aimed his aircraft towards the bow section, hoping to destroy the flight deck and knock out the ship.
No.
He slammed into the forward deck elevator,
No.
sending the elevator flying through the air.
No.
13 men were killed in the attack, with another 68 wounded.
Oh, God,
Damage
no.
control teams moved swiftly to douse the flames and restore the flight deck to active use, patching the elevator hole and running diagnostic checks throughout the ship. Enterprise's captain said she was still combat capable and could continue operations.
I'm not so
However,
sure.
given that the entire Essex class was now present and available, it was deemed unnecessary to keep her there, and she was
Yeah.
ordered back to the States for a full refit.
Yeah, good idea.
As such, Enterprise, with the aid of local auxiliaries, checked out her systems, secured the decks, and set sail for Puget Sound, saying farewell to her old friend, USS Vestal, who was at that time aiding a pair of destroyers in the maintenance area, while Enterprise handled her own repairs. They had been comrades through the darkest times, saving each other more times than either one could count.
Yeah.
Enterprise and Vestal were sisters in arms, through and through.
Mm-hmm.
And this would be the very last time they would see each other.
Huh?
CV-6, the Grey Ghost, pulled into Puget Sound on the 12th of June, disembarking her air group and her battle-weary crew. There was much work to be done. The ship was worn out. The crew had cared for her
Yeah.
deeply, but there was no hiding the battle scars, the dents, the scratches, wear and tear. Nevertheless, the yard got to work, bringing her back up to the best condition they could in preparation for Operation Olympic, the invasion of Kyushu, to secure the southern flank and forward base for the final part of Operation
Holy
Downfall,
fuck.
the invasion of mainland Japan. It was going to be a brutal fight. Hundreds of thousands were expected to die. Purple Hearts were manufactured by the millions.
Jesus.
However, those medals would not be awarded until 60 years later, as on August the 6th, a small flight of Boeing B-29s soared through the morning sun over the Pacific. Their lead aircraft bore the name Enola Gay. At 8:15,
I'm
a
sorry.
bright flash
I'm
enveloped...
so sorry, but the fact that the fucking bomber that nuked Hiroshima was called Enola Gay. Back when boy knew how to make planes. I'm sorry, but I cannot be sad at it when the plane is called Enola Gay. Sad fact is we are still using those same Purple Hearts to this day, and that plane's name was the name of the pilot's wife. Oh! What an unfortunate name for the pilot's wife, let's be honest about it. Like, it's so unfortunate, and... The Purple Hearts that were manufactured in 1945 are still used to this day. They still didn't run out of those metals? Even throughout, like, the Korean War, Vietnam War, the Gulf War, I'm pretty sure, Afghanistan, like, there are still stockpiles of those metals from 1945. Yep, they made millions of them with a fucking S. Jesus fuck. Okay.
the city of Hiroshima, leveling the city to the ground in an instant, extinguishing the lives of 100,000 people with it. An emergency meeting of the Imperial Council was called. However, the military was adamant the war would continue. They would force the Allies to invade.
Yeah,
The
bad
Emperor,
idea.
however, was not convinced. He, along with his aides in the civilian government, were looking for a solution. But their hands would be forced, as on August 9th, Nagasaki was struck by a plutonium bomb, killing a further 40,000 people and destroying a key port in Kyushu vital for the defense. On the same day, Soviet troops invaded Manchuria, scuttling any hope for a negotiated peace via arbitration. Realizing the situation was hopeless,
They expected at least. Wait, what? At least 200,000 dead and at least 2 million wounded in the invasion of the mainland of Japan. Jesus Christ. Thank God that never happened.
the Emperor declared his intention to end the war. And this actually resulted in an attempted coup by overzealous Japanese officers, along with multiple units defying the order to cease hostilities.
Sheesh.
But in the end, eventually, the Emperor's will would be enforced. In his address to the nation, he accepted the terms of unconditional surrender established at Potsdam with the words, "The war has developed not entirely in Japan's favor." A
No
ceasefire
shit.
was announced, and on September 2nd, 1945, aboard USS Missouri, Japan formally capitulated to the Allied powers, bringing humanity's largest and most horrific conflict to an end. However, missing
Yeah.
from Tokyo Bay and the air parade over the city,
And that's because the Japanese government have indoctrinated its civilian population to resist the last man, woman, and child should we invade. Damn. You know what? Yeah, thank God that never happened. Let's be honest. Thank fucking God that the US just dropped 2 nukes at Japan, and Hirohito made the sound decision to surrender instead of resisting. Like, thank fuck. Ugh.
was the ship who had done more to bring about this Tokyo Bay and the air parade over the city, was the ship who had done more
I mean, in every street alleyway and home would have hidden a combatant much like the war in Afghanistan. Oh god. Oh. I can only imagine how badly it will go out.
However, missing from Tokyo Bay and the air parade over the city was the ship who had done more to bring about this moment than any other.
Yeah, where's
USS
Enterprise?
Enterprise sat in Puget Sound. Her refit finished 2 days earlier. Her restoration, though, was now no longer needed. She was old, obsolete, and
Oh,
even with
come
her new
on.
coat of paint, there was no doubt that with the end of hostilities, her career was at an end. But true to her fighting spirit, true to all the sacrifices she had made, true to all the men who served her to the last, she embarked on one last mission in service to the country. And it could not have been more perfect. USS Enterprise, the Grey Ghost, the Big E, the ship which had stood firm in America's darkest hour, was the ship that took America to war. And now, she would bring America to peace. And she would bring all those Americans home. USS Enterprise immediately began Operation Magic Carpet to retrieve as many US servicemen as possible and bring them back home to the United States. She sailed to Hawaii, where she embarked 1,141 servicemen for the voyage home. After this was done, she sailed on to New York and later Boston, where she would have her aircraft support facilities removed and replaced with as many berthings as possible made to accommodate soldiers returning from Europe. She would make 3 voyages across the Atlantic, bringing over 10,000 servicemen and women back to the United States. On the
That's
second
great.
trip, she stopped in Southampton, where she was received officially by the British First Lord of the Admiralty and his senior staff. As recognition for achievements in battle and the friendship between the two navies, USS Enterprise was awarded with a Royal Navy Admiralty pennant, a symbol of distinction and the only US ship in history to ever receive the honor, capping off an illustrious and storied career. By war's end, USS Enterprise was the most decorated ship in US Navy history, as well as its most deadly. In her time of service, she had accounted for 911 planes and 71 ships by herself, while sharing in the disabling or the destruction of 192 further vessels of all types with her sisters. She was officially awarded both the Presidential Unit Citation and the Navy Commendation Medal, with 20 battle stars to her Asia Pacific Service Award.
Damn.
More stars than any other vessel in the US Navy before or since. USS Enterprise's only equal in American naval history is USS Constitution. That is the level of honor and reverence we are discussing. On the 18th of January 1946, Enterprise entered New York Naval Yard for decommissioning. It was originally intended for her to become a war memorial, to be cared for by the state of New York, but plans for this fell through and were suspended in 1949.
Why?
This decision caused outrage among what amounted to the entire U.S. naval aviation community. Veterans of USS Enterprise campaigned relentlessly for her to be saved as a museum, even gaining the support of both Admiral Nimitz and Admiral Halsey. Eventually, the U.S. Navy gave them an ultimatum. The cost for the purchase of Enterprise from the Navy was listed as $2 million US, roughly $25 million in today's money.
Yeah, nobody have that amount.
There was no way that they could raise enough. And so, in what I consider the worst and most sacrilegious crime ever to take place in naval history, USS Enterprise, CV-6, was sold for scrap on the 1st of July, 1958, to the Lipset Corporation of New York, to be dismantled in the breaker's yard of Kearny, New Jersey.
Fucking bureaucrats. Like, such a perfect story, and they had to ruin the finale. For God's sake.
Several precious artifacts were saved, though, such as her stern plate, which rests in a park in New Jersey, while her...
This part of the story always pisses me off. I can imagine why.
Anchors are preserved in the Washington Navy Yard. Most prestigiously, though, her ship's bell is held in pride of place at the U.S. Naval Academy, and it is only ever rung if the midshipmen beat West Point in the annual Army-Navy game. But nevertheless, it was over. Her journey was at an end. From Pearl Harbor to Midway, to Santa Cruz to Guadalcanal, to the very gates of Tokyo she sailed, and now her final resting place awaited her arrival.
Genuinely, what in the hell's name was up the bastard's ass to sell the price of history for scraps? I have no idea, Rainbow. Maybe it was somebody from the Bureau of Ordnance that decided, you know what, that was a great ship. We should get rid of it. Probably. Like, I bet it was the same fucking retarded ass bureaucrat who made the Mark 14 torpedo and decided it was fucking sacred. I have no good answer for this one. It's a crime against humanity, in my opinion. It's not just an opinion, it's a fact. It's a fucking crime. The ship that basically carried on its back the entire Pacific War is being sold for scraps. What the fuck is wrong with those people? Wouldn't surprise me if it was that same person, yeah. Like, what the fuck, man? Why? Why wouldn't you make it a floating museum? You already have the biggest fucking floating museum in the world. One more aircraft carrier will not hurt it. Besides, you already have Yorktown II as a floating museum. What would hurt you to have this one as a floating museum too? What the hell, man? Too expensive to maintain was probably the reasoning. Fucking ridiculous. But keep watching. Animarchy gives us a good of an explanation we will get sadly. Oh god. Okay, I will swallow it.
She passed through Manhattan, under the mighty spans of her bridges and the towering buildings of a prosperous nation. A nation she fought so valiantly to save. It was not the end she deserved,
Not at all.
but there is a part of me that thinks it may have been the end her spirit wanted,
Huh?
and I cannot think of a more fitting place for Enterprise to rest. As she
Maybe.
sailed to her last port of call, she passed the Statue of Liberty, a beacon of hope, a symbol that she herself, on her final mission, had brought so many of America's finest to see, to let them know that they had come home.
There are
But-
only uncutting ninjas in my room.
But it's more than that. As Enterprise slowly passed from this earth, she was overlooking New York Harbor. And in Lady Liberty, I think she actually found a kindred spirit in the end. For both of them had made a solemn promise that they would be a guardian, a watcher, a protector of the flame of liberty, ensuring that for all time, forevermore and without compromise,
Gotta say, I'm doing my best here to...
there
Stop
will
us all.
always...
That was my dad. Gotta say, I'm doing my best here to stop possible waterworks. Me too, man, me too.
always be a land on earth where anyone can find sanctuary, where the poor and the oppressed and downtrodden, regardless of who they be, may once again breathe free.
Let them flow, guys. If any ship deserves those tears, it's Enterprise. Over the next 2 years, Enterprise would be steadily stripped down of her components, disassembled piece by piece until May 1916. Hercule, the only remaining piece of a once mighty ship. Until that, too, was hauled away by the end of the year. Man. Enterprise's spirit passed into the ether, overlooking New York Harbor. Her friend Lady Liberty stood watch for them both. However, there were whispers among the sailors and shipbreakers of New York that on certain nights her ghostly figure could be seen alongside the statue, staring intently out to sea. It is a crime that it was her and yeah. The most famous sighting seen by almost all of New York was October 22nd, 1962, as President John F. Kennedy delivered his address warning Americans and the world of the Cuban Missile Crisis. The grey ghost could be seen clearly against the darkness of the harbor, her eyes firmly looked south. One onlooker was heard to remark, "She only shows when we're in danger. Let's hope we never see her again." 39 years later. Oh, no, 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 no. 9/11, oh god. No. Terrorists under the command of Al-Qaeda hijacked for airlines with the intent of destroying America's most prominent national landmarks. They succeeded. An entire wing of the Pentagon and the World Trade Center complex are completely destroyed, along with the lives of almost 3,000 Americans.
Both trade towers, where thousands of people work, have
It's
now
always
been
horrifying to
attacked
see that.
and destroyed,
Just
with thousands of people.
I can hear you! And the people who knocked these buildings down will hear all of us soon.
oh, well, somebody's pissed. Yep. Upon hearing the news of the attacks, without any orders instructing them to, a US Navy supercarrier returning from a training exercise immediately went to general quarters and began pre-flying her aircraft with live weapons. The only ship in the fleet equipped with a full complement of 8 nuclear reactors. She went to 100 on all of them for the only time in her history, leaving the escort destroyers unable to keep up as she raced into harm's way without a second thought. Of course she did. Of course she did. She was the first ship to enter the Persian Gulf, and the first ship to get within range of Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, launching the first US Navy strike missions of the War on Terror, and the first US Navy ship to respond to the worst attack on American soil in history. The ship that bore the name USS Enterprise, CVN 165. But the Enterprise lived. The service, after the ending of the decommission, while the words are hard. While they decommissioned the CV-6 aircraft, the US Navy had the brains to keep the Enterprise name alive, and they said, "We are now building a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and the first ever super carrier that will have the nuclear reactors will bear the name Enterprise." Yeah, there was always been an Enterprise in the fleet, and always will. True. And also, right now the CVN 65, as we speak, is decommissioned, and is being scrapped again. But the Navy is already working for the next generation of the Enterprise, the CVN 80, that is a 4th class carrier. And it's supposed to be ready by like 2031. Oh god, she was angry as hell. I know it's probably a joke, but it feels like the All Might point in meme, like the Enterprise giving away for the next carrier of its name. Actually, it's very fitting if you think about it. Look at it. That was the CVN 65. That's a very accurate assessment, Rainbow. Yeah, that's very accurate. Like, the next generation of the Enterprise. Look at it. What a beauty. Good luck, that's one good looking carrier. Indeed it is. And that's one angry aircraft carrier. CVN and ET, that's the generation in the future. Not right now, but whatever. As long as humanity is guarded by a ship named Enterprise. Of one thing I have absolutely no doubt. Evil shall never triumph, and freedom shall never die. Yeah. Holy shit. That was one hell of an ending. Okay, is there anything in the end? No, there isn't. Whew, holy mother, beautifully said, Animarchy. Yeah. He quoted somebody, but anyway. I have no words anymore. Enterprise will never truly die. Parts were taken from CV6 to construct CVN-65, and then on to CVN-80. Same steel, same spirit, same ship. The Grey Ghost will forever be there. Yeah. I have nothing else to add. Now, if you will not mind me, I will go to the personal throne and release my bubble. And we will have the opportunity to have time to like chill out and get into a better mood. That's great news to hear, to be honest. Yeah, wonderful news that the Enterprise will never die. And it will never die also in pop culture, like the name Enterprise was also immortalized in various TV shows. The most popular, obviously, it's Star Trek, where the flagship, like a space carrier, basically, was named the USS Enterprise. So yeah, that was wonderful. Okay, I'm gonna go to my porcelain throne now, enjoy the music. Oh my god. Alright. I am back. Okay, time to read. Like I said, Animarchy gave us the best answer to the question of why she was scrapped, and honestly, I think it's what her spirit wanted as well. To be honest, yeah, like, she did her job and it was just time for her. And she left the future job for her successor. Yeah. Okay, it's comforting to a degree. To agree, it helps to ease the pain of it, to believe she had done all she could and had found the place she wanted to rest. Yeah. Okay, okay. Oh. Okay, time to stop our teary eyes and start our fucking happy eyes. Because we're about to witness a lot of chaos. Canada's Bizarre Adventure by Madman Fenrir. Another lore breakdown. After such a tier simulator, we're gonna have some fucking lols and funnies, okay? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, let's go. Let's go, Madman. What you got in store for us?
You tell me right now.
Probably one of my most well-known characters. I thought today we would go over everything he was up to between meeting America Wizard and when he first appeared in the fantasy realm.
Damn right, let's have some funnies and chaos, yeah. Even Fan is scared, so true. Fan is scared of his own creation.
There you are! The America Wizard and when he first appeared in the fantasy realm.
There you are! I win!
So close.
Oh, I hate doing that.
And without further ado, let's talk about everybody's favorite friendly neighborhood war criminal.
Honestly, that startled me too. So true.
Something to chew on, huh? Canadian Barbarian. To start off, Canada showed up in the fantasy realm roughly 7 months before America Wizard did.
Oh!
You know what?
Of course he fucking did. That's twice Hell must have been killed by his own character, lol. True.
Being out here all by myself is great. No one's threatening me for once. Oh my god, it's Raining Man! Ich werde dich ausweiden wie ein...
I will cut you like a pig. Well, yeah, I missed something epics. Well, yeah. And I beg your finest fucking pardon, why is Canadian Barbarian speaks German right now? Did I miss something? I'm sorry, but isn't Canada supposed to be like half British, half French? What the hell is going on?
Threatening me for once. Oh my god, it's Raining Man! Ich werde dich ausweiden wie ein Schwein! Bist du Deutscher? What?
He was in Germany, so he probably learned German to intimidate the enemies. Damn.
Et tu français? Please don't cast a spell on me!
Remember, Canada was in both world wars and on the ground against the Germans. Fair.
What kind of fucked German chemical warfare shit is this? Canada arrived in the fantasy realm dazed and confused and surrounded by things he could not comprehend.
Yeah.
So his immediate first thought was, oh, I'm tripping mad balls. And honestly, I don't blame him for thinking he was tripping mad balls, considering, you know, where he just came from was... Hey! Did he say anything important?
Budget man, hello? Wait, what?
He just came from was...
Anyone else starting to imagine what would happen in the opening to Florida lore video? Oh. Oh, fuck. Do you understand what kind of danger? Like, I'm pretty sure Fan is scared to summon Florida Man in the first place, like... Oh my god. Yep, and I'm concerned that Florida won't just let himself be returned to the storyline. Yeah. What Florida will do to Fan when he gets poofed there. You know, I think he would, I don't know, turn fans' glasses into waffles. I mean, that would be way too soft for Florida man. Maybe crocodile eye. My tongue. Maybe crocodile eyes. I don't know. Honestly, Hopfen is smart enough to not summon Florida. So true. Mimic glasses. Wait a second. I have my own version of maybe mimic glasses. Let me find that preset. Yeah, I have something like that. Even though I will never use it ever. Whatever. Let's continue.
Hey! Did he say anything important? Did he tell you any spoilers? Came from was Hey! Did he say anything important? Did he tell you any spoilers? Okay, good. That's redacted. Go back to your video. Yeah, so I
You fucking asshole. Okay, got it.
That explains everything. Canada very quickly realized he was not tripping mad balls because he was actually mad hungry. He unfortunately landed in a extrememly remote part of the continent, and he
cause I don't think unleashing a rapid Florida man on our world is a good idea. It will never be a good idea. Oh my god, I'm burping again.
He wandered around for a while, not knowing if anything was safe to eat because everything looked weird and strange and not familiar to him, and he couldn't find any wildlife to hunt, so he eventually just collapsed out of hunger in front of Ukraine's tavern.
Oh, so that's how we know he knows Ukraine. Okay.
Okay, he's alive. That is correct. Ukrainian Paladin is actually the first friendly person Canada met in the fantasy realm, and there will be way too much lore on him later, trust me. Subscribe for season 2, it will all be explained. I think I tease season 2 more than Rockstar teases GTA 6.
So true. Canada looked dead when he was laying like that. Yeah, so true.
So yeah, Ukraine fed and clothed Canada and gave him a place to stay. In exchange, he just had to pay him back for all the food he ate, which was in fact the entire tavern's pantry. So Canada quickly became a mercenary for the fantasy realm. He went around doing odd jobs for all different kinds of people so that he could pay back Ukraine. And eventually he would pay back Ukraine, and he would just keep on wandering around the fantasy realm doing odd jobs because he got a bit of a kick out of it. However, Canada was developing a bit of a reputation as someone who was vicious, violent, extremely unhinged.
Oh, we're quite done with sorries, Harold.
Oh god. Oh god, I love the legacy videos.
Much so that people started calling him a barbarian, and he actually took a liking to that name and started referring to himself as the Canadian Barbarian. And because of this notoriety and fame, when Jason would enter the world later on, he would hear about this character and become curious. He would tell Budget Man about it, and then Budget Man would tell him, hey, go check that shit out, dog. That's weird. And their first meeting was fun, to say the least.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh.
You certainly gave it your all, didn't you? Shame you and I won't get to talk. My boss had a lot of questions. But let's see what free shit you had on you. Oh, well, that sure was a great power nap. Who are you? Good morning. Ooh, sorry. I don't really do none of that melee fighting shit. Huh. Wait, is that a gun? Yeah, 1911 actually. Are you actually Canadian? Yes. Huh. Meeting Canada was definitely a strange occurrence for America Wizard and also Budget Man, because meeting a Canadian in the fantasy realm was a unprecedented bit of information they weren't prepared for. Because of how strange this is, Budget Man effectively made it part of America Wizard's gig to keep an eye on Canadian Barbarian. They would get separated.
Well, Jason definitely did not kept an eye on Canada. Oh well, we got more lore out of it.
For a little while, mainly because Jason was a little bit unnerved by him. Creeped out. He was creeped out by the guy. He'll never admit it. But then Canada would eventually find America Wizard, you know, about to be executed for his crimes. Also, a bit of fun information I want to throw out there. As
keep keep an eye that failed most spectacularly. Yeah.
To why crimes. Also, a bit of fun information I want to throw out there as to why Canada also just stands out so much in the fantasy realm. The average height of a human in the fantasy realm is around 5'8", 5'9". Normie is slightly above that average at 5'10". America Wizard kind of breaks that average, being in at 6'3", which is my height. And then you have Doc.
Damn, Fenrir is a fucking huge. I never knew that.
Doc breaks that average, being in at 6'3", which is my height. And then you have Doc coming in at 6 feet tall. Then you have Marsoc coming in at 6'4", and
Makes
then you
sense.
have Muffles coming in at 5'9". Then you have Canada coming in at a whopping 6'8". Canada is the biggest boy of the team. I mean, he's the tank,
Damn.
so you know, gotta make him tanky.
Fucking told you, Ibex. Of course you told me. Like, you did.
The team. I mean, he's the tank, so you know, gotta make him tanky.
Yeah.
As for where Canada actually came from and
It's in the podcast video he made with his friend. Yeah, I know.
as for where Canada actually came from and what's his name and where was he born, you're gonna have to subscribe for season 2 to see that.
You have gotta be fucking kidding me.
I'm a bitch. And that is lore on Canadian Barbarian's journey in the fantasy realm before meeting America Wizard. Thank you everybody so much for watching the video. Canada was a heavily requested character to get lore on, so I was more than happy to provide. If you enjoy what we do
Thank
here,
you.
please feel free to subscribe and hit the bell icon so you can get notified when videos get uploaded. Feel free to like the video and comment below what lore you would like to see in the future. And a very special shout out to the Patreon members. Without you guys, none
Damn.
of these videos would be possible. That's a cat bed, by the way. Members of the Patreon also got access to the
Cute.
Discord community where you can get in on the general shit posting, the memes.
Fuck you and your cliffhanger teasers, fan. Jesus, Jake. I'm praying people want Florida. Oh, God, please no. I want Normie, to be honest. Like, for example, I want the lore behind how he met that one ghost in the ghosty place.
The lore, the fun. You also get to vote on the games I play on streams, and you also get to be part of the bi-weekly calls where you guys have a chance to directly ask me questions about America Wizard or just shit posting in general. My name is Madman Fenrir, and I...
Oh! You fucking little bitch! I'm praying people... I'm torn between Normie and Florida. I prefer Normie, to be honest. And... Mimic! I'm thinking when I get a job, I'll join his Discord for the hell of it. I will not join because I don't want to get spoiled, to be honest. Like, I will wait for season 2 till it comes out. I will not just... I will not look into the spoilers on the behind this stage. Like, I'm waiting for the season 2 with bated breath. So Canadian Barbarian is a trench raider from World War I, transported to the fantasy realm. The show makes much more sense now. Oh yeah, so true. So true, and Mimic! I'm with Apex on this one. I want no spoilers on anything like it. My tank! Damn it. Whew, okay, let me take another sip. The BHM is one talented lady with jewelry and crochet. True, absolutely true. Alright. Now with that over, let's go to what we've probably been waiting like the most excluding the America war, like Fenrir's Warhammer 40k videos. Shoe on head video. Man goon to you. Responded to Hassan's meltdown about shoe on head. God, this roasting session will be biblical, I can tell you that. Are we ready, boys? Because we will be here for a while. Recording button is working. Let's go.
The other day I made a video about the
I really can't stress enough how much I think Fan and Emmett deserve to put self-promos to anything they make. Fair.
The other day I made a video about
Sorry?
the Pragmata video game drama and covered some insane opinions people were having about it. How the game
Hey Apex, I have the link for the music video of this. I will post it for you. Okay. Let me open the video. That will be in a minute, right after the main video.
activated some fatherly instinct in some men, and how people were calling those men creepy incels for having the basic human desire to start a family. A small part of that video was covering far-left Twitch streamer Hassan Piker's awful opinion about it. I will play that segment in its entirety so you have some context.
What's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming.
You have no idea how. Like, the main reason I wanted to react to this video on stream, it's first of all for fancies, because it has been a while since I had a Shoe Head video on stream. And second, because of my burning hatred for this motherfucker. Okay, honestly, I wanted to make a note for myself to just roast the hell out of him. Okay, so that is Hassan Parker. He is, okay, a brain-dead, inbred, retarded, fucking dog striker, and a communist. Fucking, I wanted to make a better roast, but it's all that came to my mind right now. Lol, yeah, sure, Hassan coming from the guy who had to go to a fucking portal to lose his virginity. Okay, you did it better than me. Oh, but yeah, also, also that portal had 16 years old. So he is also allegedly a pedophile. Yeah. And he is also taking steroids, so there's a high chance he has no balls. Not gonna lie, I only know about him from the dog thing, despite him sins. Believe me, you will despite him even more. Like, let me just find a video about his comment on. Give me a minute. I think that was that one. Just listen. Consider yourself lucky, Rainbow. I'm deep in the weeds on this scum-sucking dog abuser. Me too, Jake. Me too. And just listen to it.
Men,
I think that was the
whether
one.
they should continue to be allowed to be exempt.
Bro, literally both options are hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their fucking untrained, inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
Wait a second. Is that the one?
I don't know if it'll happen, but I'm totally on board with this. I think it's hilarious.
That's
with that.
No, that's not the one. Where is the one where he crashed out? Where is the one where he lost his shit? Which crash out, lol? Where he was calling Jews inbred, like, you get that, maybe. Maybe this one? Nowhere. Fucking nowhere. Oh, also he has that he has a big beef with Nox Taco. Yeah, Hassan has a crash out every other day, so true. What if I will... Hello there. Maybe I will go into... I love what you Nax roast Hassan is amazing entertainment, yeah.
Like his tireless, yeah, of course.
No, it's not the one. Let's go into videos. What is that? Oh, I think that's the one.
Zionist. His entire goal is to do Hasbara.
And
Ethan Klein has posted about Hen Mazik.
Not the one. Wait. Nah. Did they really delete all of that? Hello? Well, I don't enjoy Nox as a whole, lol, and it's hilarious because Nox, like, is a fellow Jew, lol, yeah. And... for God's sake. Is it really impossible to find the video where Hassan calls Jews inbred? Like, hello?
For example, was the reality that what took place in all of these other constantly getting ill. None of these people, because they were being pogrom in Algeria, that collaborated with the...
Oh wait, no, that's an actual... Oh, I watched the video from Hassan's alt channel. Ew. Jesus, what the fuck? For God's sake. Is there like a fucking word filter for Hassan or something? Sorry, I don't enjoy Nux. I meant damn autocorrect. Ah, you do enjoy Nux. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Like, there wouldn't be a problem if you like don't enjoy. Like, everybody each to their own. Like, it's all alright. But is YouTube has a fucking filter that protects Hassan from fighting videos that like expose him for the fucking monster he is? Because I swear to God, I found literally nothing that would fucking help me with my statement, but whatever, possibly. That fucking cunt, whatever. Let's get back to the video. We got stuck for way too long.
Sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things you actually enjoy, right? If you're a lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, it's just not something.
Says the fucking guy who had to pay for sex. They just searched on it in YouTube and it pulled up the first video you did and nothing else affects. Yeah, it's super weird. Like, there are so many clips of Hassan being absolutely out of pocket. And there's only one that shows up on YouTube. Like, hello, spoken like an expert, ain't he? Like, fucking expert on nothing, basically.
That you're gonna experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right? This is something that I never understand.
Wow, maybe there's a reason people are yearning to start a family and can't afford to have one and can't seem to find a partner. They feel alienated from their work and atomized from their community. If only
Nah, he's an expert virgin. So true.
there was a political commentator
So true.
around to speak about all this. Oh,
Yeah,
well,
an expert retard, lol. Also that.
guess not. First of all, the only care about something if it affects you is extremely libertarian coded and also very weird coming from a guy who understandably wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the ocean. Second of all, what is this nihilistic horseshit? You never aspire for anything, never aim for greatness and meeting. And I love how he's like, unfuckable losers. Like, okay, congrats on the sex, bro. Check out this sex haver over here. I'm sure all those unfuckable losers could easily go to foreign brothels and pay for sex like you, Hassan. Also, 35? No kids?
I love this meme. Yeah, Hassan is 35, like, and his girlfriend, now ex-girlfriend, Valkyrie, she did not want to have kids. I'm sorry, but at this age, you want to have kids. Because what's the point in all the money, all the fame that you have if you will fucking die with nothing? Like, the only way people will remember you is a fucking eyesore. Like, you have no legacy, man. I love Shu. She's hilarious. Call me mommy. We all need in our life, yeah. Yeah, I also love Shu. I also disagree with her on a lot of things. For obvious reasons, let's be honest. But she's funny as hell, and I bet you can reason with her, like, in many things. To be fair, we would want to have his crotch goblins running around. To be frank, yeah, like, also fun fact, Hassan is actually inbred, so yeah, you would not want him to have any children in the first place, so maybe removing himself from the gene pool in a way that not having kids is actually beneficial for all of us.
And in his ugly ass $600 Gucci sweater. I swear I've never seen this guy in a fucking normal ass t-shirt. Sitting on his high horse.
Speaking so do I, but she has always says that she is first and foremost an entertainer and she just wants us to engage in the discourse and to get our opinions on our own. And that is an absolutely best statement. Like, you have your opinion, I have my opinion, we disagree, but it's important that we have our own opinion, which is respectable, yeah, it's respectable, and... Wait a second. Let's... Where is the fucking... Where is that fucking ridiculous... Here it is. Look at fucking that. And tell me... Tell me... Look at this and tell me that this man is not a Californian. I'm sorry, but what the fuck is even that? What is the name of Hobo Claus in this shit? Oh god, it's the pro tips. God, that's the pro tips era Hassan Run. Also, Rainbow, speaking of the pro tips, do you know what is one of the quotes of very early Hassan, like pre-Twitch Hassan Piker? Like, where he was on television? Oh, my mistakes. Desperate Hobo Claus goes no self-respect in Hobo. What? Before Hassan was on Twitch, he was on a a television channel called The Young Turks, made by his uncle. I will not go into that story. That's a whole other can of worms. That fucking you should look into that by yourself. But he used to be a host of a show where he was giving broad tips on basically how to find a girl of your own. And one of the quotes that he created in the style of Dr. Phil was, and I quote, "Old enough to count, old enough to mount." Fucking disgusting. This man said that. This fucking cunt. I beg your finest fucking Peter Parton. Exactly. Like, no further comments required. And also, there is another comment from Hassan. I'm not surprised. Yeah, exactly. And where is that fucking where is the clothes where he was looking like her legs are super small? Like, where was that shit? Oh, and also Hassan has a ridiculously small head. Jesus, what the hell is that? Maybe... Oh, yeah. Look at this fucking atrocity. Like, excuse me, but who walks with pants this fucking big? Like, he's walking in oversized pants and it makes his legs look so ridiculously small. Like, excuse me? Just, what the hell is even that, man? Shitty Aizawa cosplay? I have no idea what he's trying to do. And in the post where he made that selfie, he posted that on Twitter, and the caption said, "China Maxine. A 35-year-old man." Just a reminder. Okay, let's get back to the video.
Horse looking down. I've never seen this guy in a fucking normal ass t-shirt.
What surprises me is how the hell Hassan hasn't been deported under the Patriot Act for his promotion of terror organizations. I have no idea either, Jake, to be honest. I have no idea at all. Like, how the hell was he getting away with that? Saying, and I quote, "America deserved 9/11. I fucking condemn it under the highest regard." Just speaking, just saying. He's also said, if you're concerned about Medicare fraud, you should, and I quote, "kill Rick Scott, a sitting U.S. senator." Also condemning to the highest regard. What was else? Oh yeah. Also, and I quote, kill them all. Let those capitalists sink in their own blood," or whatever that was. He was talking about landlords, by the way. And also, just a reminder, his family, he's come from a family of landlords. His mother is a landlord. Oh, and yes, he's also quoted, "I support the Houthis and believe that what they're doing is right. 10 toes fucking down." Like, it's not... Hassan was yelling in nearly all of those statements. Like, he is beyond insane. Not to mention, he said, and I quote, "Let the streets run red with the blood of the capitalist pigs." Oh yeah, that's about the landlords. That was that's what I was trying to quote about the landlords. Thanks, Jake. And yeah, he's fucking insane. Oh, and also, he had a Yemeni terrorist on his stream, literally. He had a called Houthi pirate live on his stream. Like, he did an interview with him, and they were talking about One Piece and shit. How the fuck was he not deported back to Turkey? He's By the way, he's a vacation baby. Like, his parents, his father and his mother went to a vacation in America, and the mother gave birth to Hassan in America, and then they went back to Turkey. And since Hassan was technically born in the United States, he had the right to American citizenship. What? My god, he's a parasite. He's a fucking parasite. I'm pretty sure that Hassan Piker is, for some reason, is an industry plant for China. I swear to god. This guy, in short, is the worst of the left. Yeah, of the left wingers in my country, and we need to deal with him most severely, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. I fully agree with you, Jack. You have to somehow get rid of him. I swear to God, because if he continues to exist in America, like, I'm sorry, but he will destroy California at the very least. At the very least, California, at most, half of America will be dead because of this fucking moron. Like, I'm sorry, I am what do the kids call my tongue? What the kids are calling that today? Doom posting or whatever? Like, I know I'm doing that, but that's like the worst case scenarios with that fucking bastard.
Sitting on his high horse.
Oh, don't worry, we are doing everything we can, hence so why so many of us expose his shit so to everyone we can. Thank God and keep up the work. Now, let's go back to the video. God, we were talking way too much.
Looking down at people for wanting something more out of life. I don't understand how someone could be so mentally mind raped that this is their reaction to such like a simple, wholesome concept.
Yeah.
That was 3 minutes of a 30-minute long video.
Yeah.
I didn't think much of it, I just uploaded it and moved on. The next day I woke up and my YouTube homepage was flooded with videos like Shoe on Head just ended Hassan. Shoe on Head destroys Hassan. Shoe on Head finishes on Hassan.
Tecton.
Wait, what? I had no idea what was going on. And to my surprise, he actually responded back, which then prompted a bunch of new videos. Hassan just
Tecton. Yeah. Tecton sometimes makes super weird titles for his videos. I have no idea why he's doing that, but I mean, clickbait, big clickbait. Lol, typical Tecton title, yeah. I mean, the clickbait works, so I kinda okay, but whatever. Tecton is an odd lol sometimes, yeah. An odd guy, yeah. He can be weird at times, but like he's very loud, he's very brash, but like sometimes he can spit facts once in a while, but it doesn't happen often enough.
At his biggest meltdown, Hassan's biggest meltdown yet. Shoe on Head has completely mind-broken Hassan. His response to me couldn't be that bad, right?
Yeah, it's worse.
Right?
What an unbearable f***ing way to exist, dude. Oh, I'm getting all my politics from Shoe on Head. Ooh.
He may be an odd one sometimes, but he's still based like the rest of us. Yeah, true.
Ooh, look at me. I'm an emo girl. Ooh, look at me.
But to be fair, Tecton, he does have a little bit of an ego problem, like from what I've noticed. Like he has a bit of an ego. Like I don't know what to do about it.
4chan guys who are now 38 years old want to fap to me. Why would you openly admit that you listen to Shoe on Head? What the f is wrong with you?
In this video, I'm going to show.
Yeah, Hassan has no idea. Like, I'm convinced that Hassan does not know the concept of happiness or having fun. Let's be honest about it. I have never seen Hassan happy in my life. Like, seriously. Find me a clip of Hassan being like actually genuinely happy and having an actual proper laugh. Not this annoying dolphin-ass laugh. Like an actual laugh. Where he's genuine like, what? Like he's laughing his shit out. I have never seen him doing that. He's always like this. He's always in a down mood. He has no idea what fun is.
my raw reaction to his response, and throughout that will be sprinkled in like normal commentary. Now, I'm gonna be completely honest, I was really debating whether or not to do
Hassan Happy, wat de betriebene fucker nieuwsparty. You know what? Fair. That's fair. that would be reality breaking.
A response to his response, and throughout that will be sprinkled in like normal commentary. Now, I'm gonna be completely honest, I was really debating whether or not to do a response to his response, but like, everyone else is covering this crash out, so why wouldn't I, the subject of said crash out, cover it myself? Like, there's currently a resolution in Congress to like disavow.
No, wait, oh wait. The Times of Israel. Look, I'll be honest, as much as I love my country, I will not really trust sources from my own country. Like, because there may be a bias. Like, if that is true, then I am all in for it.
Hassan Piker, the same thing that they did to Nick Fuentes, disavowing private citizens for what they said on the internet. What are we doing here? Does our government really have nothing better to—
Well, I do know one thing. Hassan is good for a constant stream of farmable content. Yeah. Like, so many channels are just farming this guy for content, it's insane.
To do. Like, there is so much going on in the country right now, so much going on in the world right now. I feel like decades worth of news happens like every week. Every day there's a breaking story of the most insane stuff you've ever heard in your life. Everyone is expected to have a fully formed opinion immediately. But the reality is, when a story first breaks, you're probably not seeing the full picture. And that's why for 5 years now, I have been using today's sponsor, Ground News. So let's quickly give them a shout out before we dive into today's reaction and video, shall we? When you browse the news, you will probably arrive at completely different conclusions, depending on what outlet you see first. For example, if you saw this headline first, you might think things are going according to plan and the war may be over soon, and this is just a smart pressure tactic to get the deal done. However, if you saw this headline first, you might think that things are going to escalate. And if you saw this headline first, you might think Trump is going crazy and probably is not emotionally stable enough to even be the president. 3 headlines, 3 completely different conclusions. And that's why today's sponsor, Ground News, is so important. Ground News is a website and an app designed to make reading the news easier and more data-driven. Every day they pull in thousands of stories from all around the world, and each story comes with visual breakdowns of political leanings and ownership bias. Let's go back to that story to see it in action. Right away, you can see that 117 outlets covered this story. That's a lot. You can also see the bias distribution chart for the story. The coverage was pretty even all across the political spectrum. And under that, you can check the overall factuality and ownership. You can even see who broke the news first, which is pretty cool. But one of my favorite features of Ground News has to be the blind spot feature. It is so fun. It basically
I do truly appreciate how Shoot does have Ground News as a consistent sponsor, as it's an actually trustworthy news app. Maybe I should get myself this app. I don't know. I will figure it out.
It shows you news stories that have been covered by one side of the political spectrum, but ignored by the other. For example, here's a story about how the US government wants Google to share data on an unidentified Canadian Trump critic. Bizarre and dystopian. 32 outlets covered this story, 22 were left-wing, and only 2 were right-wing. That's insane. I am definitely going to read up on this. I've been using Ground News for years now. It is one of the first apps I check in the morning. It really helps me digest all the news better and helps cut through all the noise. But don't just take my word on it. The Nobel Peace Center called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. Best of all, I'm currently
let's be honest, I do not trust any prizes. Like, Nobel prizes, Nobel this, not Nobel that. I don't really trust it, but I guess I will see on my own.
Offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. So go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code here on screen, or use the link in the video description down there. Big thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. I can always count on you. Right?
Yes.
And now, without further ado, let's get back to this video. So I thought it would be fun if
Yeah, but the app is good. I use it and it's very informative. Huh. Then I will guess I will look into that. And by the way, Smogalana is here also. Like, they're interacting to it together, I guess. So yeah, there's also a fox woman in here. So that's why she was calling for Smogalana on Twitter. Alright.
someone joined me responding to this because it is so ridiculous. I needed somebody to like bounce off with because I felt like I needed some like emotional moral support because I feel like I'm going insane watching this. So I am joined here today with the lovely Smug Alana, the VTuber, everyone's favorite Oshi.
Hey guys, I'm a JPEG and I would bow, but I can't, so just pretend I am doing it right now.
No, nice bounce.
Well, I mean, it'll get the views in, you know what I'm saying?
Bro, you were on the last Shoe on Head video. I will literally myself if you bring that shit up in here, okay? Why? What do you want me to do? Myself.
Because it's not only shows you what the political leaning of the outlet is, but what NGOs and companies behind the news outlets lean towards politically. Yeah, makes sense.
In the face, not die in the process, but at least lose significant chunks of my brain so I can operate at the same substandard, suboptimal IQ level that Shoe on Head and her dumb audience operates in, so I can do a regular response to that? Is that what you want me to do?
What?
Yeah, this is his reaction to one chatter mentioning, hey buddy, you were mentioned in a Shoe on Head video. Like, this is literally his reaction. Hassan, you were mentioned in the latest Shoe on Head video. Do you want me to kill myself? Like, literally, that's what happened. Don't threaten us with a good time, Hassan. We may take you up on that offer. To be honest, yeah, like, nothing of value will be lost. Like...
He's so mad.
Still has yet to bring up anything.
Nothing. 0 points. Like, 0 points addressed.
How many seconds in are we?
I basically made the same joke.
Basically second 0, yeah.
In my video about like giving myself brain damage so I could understand.
Trying to follow the logic here. Let me just give myself some brain damage.
Yeah. To quote Albrecht Cell, treat me with a good time. At first you had my curiosity, but now you have my erection. Jesus. Like... Rainbow. Jesus.
Imagine being that chatter. Like, hey Hassan, did you check out this video? Do you want me?
Ooh, look at me. I'm an emo girl, and I change my politics all the time.
No, she's not. Like, from the... I'll be honest, I have not been watching Shoe on Head for like a long time, at least like less than 2 years, that's for sure. But considering the 2 latest years I was watching her politics are pretty consistent, to be honest. I can finally understand when vets get murdered boulders. Jesus.
Ooh.
Time out.
Emo? I wasn't even gonna bring that up. No, hold on. For me, it's the wild way that he frames having nuanced opinions, like depending on the subject. Like, God forbid you disagree with Hassan Piker, the arbiter of correct opinions of the internet.
I do not have that many videos. I have like 100 videos in the span of like a decade. You could go randomize and click on any of those videos and you wouldn't be able to tell if it was made today or 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Which honestly I shouldn't be bragging about, but okay.
Honestly, yeah. Like, it would be sound like patronizing, but even after a decade, Shoe still looks very good. She is married, she has a child, we know that. She still looks great. Okay, I have to correct you. Hassan aka Jihad took Shoe's politics have not really changed at all. I mean, no, Hassan's politics are like... some of the elements of Hassan's politics are very consistent, but other elements are changing as often as his clothing. Which means his politics are changing on a daily basis. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet. A little shoelace. I swear to God, if in 20 years Sean Head's child will not name itself shoe on lace on her head, no, lace on her nose, like it will be a wasted opportunity.
My point is, I haven't changed that much. And the things I have changed my mind about, I'm very open about. The way he's framing people...
Hello, I am the green man that descended from heaven. Check my... Fucking fuck you. That was about...
Changing their minds, changing their political opinions over time as like a bad thing is bizarre. Especially as a guy whose goal is, I assume, to change people's mind politically. He's totally for people changing their minds politically, but only when they change their mind to agree with him. He supports people changing their mind as new information presents.
Yeah, that was a weird ass spot, lol. Yeah, very weird.
Itself. He supports iDubbbz apologizing for the crime of being funny 5 years ago. But when it comes to me changing my mind on like 3 things over the course of a decade, that's bad. Like, yes, I've changed on a few things, obviously. From the ages 23 to 35, yes, your opinions are gonna change a little. So
Yeah, no way.
Really? Like, you probably don't believe the same things you believed like 10 years ago.
No, absolutely.
Me too, like 5 years ago. I will admit to us, like 5 years ago, I used to believe that communism was good. I know that's a fucking insane belief, but that was an actual belief. And at the beginning of the Ukraine-Russia war, I was actually more pro-Russia than Ukraine. Thank God I got out of that fucking cult. Like, and you know what? You know who, like, helped me change my opinions? The fat electrician and HLC. God bless these 2 mad lads, because they helped me change my opinions drastically in the last few years on everything I used to believe before. Yeah. Hell no, I don't believe the same shit I did 10 years ago. True, because, like, you discover many things in life. You discover, like, that the world is very different than you imagined. В стиралке. The bitch, I haven't lived long enough to have strong opinions that have changed over time. You will have. You will have, believe me. Forgot to put my laundry in the dryer. Damn it. Whatever, let's continue.
Not. Well, I think in that video that you talked about, I don't know, I remember like a couple of months ago, you were like, I had a baby and then I lived in the city, and then I was like, man, maybe safety and putting money into the police isn't that bad, you guys. And maybe that was different when you were like 20 or 25.
Right, exactly.
I'm 35, almost 36, Rainbow. I have had many beliefs change. Like, yeah, I am turning 22 next week, like, a little more than in 8 days, literally. And my beliefs are very different than what I had at like 16.
When I was living in like sheltered suburbs, I was like, ACAB, f the police. And then you live, and then you're an adult with a child, and you live in the city, and it's like, oh, actually, no, we need more police.
Never mind.
I'm half your age, Jake. Damn.
I just confuse terminally left-right brained people. I always have. Hyper-partisan people absolutely hate me because they can't just like put me into a neat little box and then smash that
When I'm like 22, I'll see if my opinions change as well. We will see.
box with a hammer. Hassan usually can hand-wave away critics like, oh, they're just an Israel shill, they're just a Zionist. He can't do that with me. He hand-waves them away by calling them neocons or neoliberals. He can't do that with me. Alt-right incels. He can't do that with me. So what does he do? He malfunctions and starts calling me emo. Like, okay, man, you got me. Emo is when eyeliner, I guess. In the hyper-partisan mind, it is completely impossible to hold several non-contradictory opinions at the same.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Just take your time and let your opinions and belief grow naturally. That's all you need. True.
same time, like wanting free healthcare but also wanting a strong border. Like, to me, those aren't contradictory whatsoever. In fact, that works together. You don't want to override your healthcare system, right? Your focus should be American citizens. Like, in their mind, like, Denmark doesn't exist, right? Like, they think like, oh, if you...
Like, there's that, but also, where does the money for the free healthcare comes from? Like, nothing in this world is free. Like, it will come out of your taxes. Like, it will not be just like, oh, you had your taxes, now they're going to your healthcare. No, it will be additional taxes on top of what you're already pay in taxes. So, there's that.
I think unions are important. You must also be for minors having HRT. Like, no, you believe in public transportation. You also have to believe in abolishing prisons. Like, no. Sorry, no. I don't know how my ideology is confusing. I don't know how they see that as, like, flip-flopping or being a grifter. When to me, it's, like, completely normal, common sense stuff. Like, you can't have a country in decay like this. You can't. It will not be fixed by people like Hassan telling young men not to aspire for anything and saying stupid shit like telling people it's cool to steal.
Would you steal from Whole Foods?
I'm pro stealing from big corporations.
Like, what in the fucking LARP is that? Yeah, stealing is so cool, dude. Let's just steal from big corporations so those big corporations move out of that community, and then that community turns into a crime-ridden, unsafe shithole ghost town and a food desert. Like, yeah, bro, you're really fighting the man. Listen, you can tell people that billionaires are the real enemy until you are blue in the face, and it might be true, but Jeff Bezos isn't the one stabbing them on a train, you know? You can't have a peaceful, functioning, socialist, or even social democratic society with the delusional social policies of Hassan Piker. You just can't. Anyway, sorry, I'm going on a tangent. It's just so funny he sees my
I do semi agree with you on the healthcare and border opinion. Yes, free healthcare. Sorry. Yes, free healthcare is a dangerous thing, but pairing it with a secure border is a good point, because if you don't have a secure border, then no matter which system you have for healthcare, it will be overrun. I mean, yes, secure borders, like, in every country you need secure borders. It's kind of like the default requirement for a legitimate state. Like, country, state, whatever, like, it's one of the basic requirements. So yeah, secure borders, it's by default. Free healthcare, like, it will come out of your taxes anyway. So there's that.
Politics as, like, incoherent, when to me his politics are the ones that are incoherent. The video was barely political. My response to him was about his, like, nihilistic mindset when it comes to young men. Because for years, we had to watch the media shove this guy down our throat like he was the Joe Rogan of the left. Oh, he was gonna save young men from the alt-right pipe.
Editing moment. Edit.
Lines. By the way, this guy is never going to be the Joe Rogan of the left, because, like, Joe Rogan, at least Joe Rogan from years ago, I don't know about now, was all about listening to other people's beliefs and hearing other people's opinions. Hassan does not do that. Hassan closes his ears and goes, la la la, I can't hear you, you're stupid, I'm smart. For years, we had to listen to how this guy is gonna push young men away from the GOP. They are leaving the GOP, but they're not going to the Democrats, and I don't know if they're going to the left either. But anyway, my video was not political. In fact, the only part that, like, was political was the part where I agree with Hassan about the genocide in Gaza.
If you're a gamer...
I can't believe she actually believes in that. Look, I will try as less to talk about it, but, like, there are definitions, like, there are definitions of what a genocide is, and, like, if you look into that, and if you look into what happens in Gaza, at least what was happening until October, like, 10th, like, that's not even a genocide. That's not even close at all.
You should care about things that you actually experience.
Very weird coming from a guy who understandably wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the ocean.
My point there was, you can't be telling young men to only care about things that directly affect them, and then make it your life mission to tell those same young men to care about things that don't directly affect them.
Do you want me to lose chunks of my brain? Do you want me to John Fetterman myself so I can understand the compelling argument the Shuon head makes? One that should have been left in the dustbin of history all the way back in 2016.
As if opinions from 2016 aren't still here today that are good.
Literally, technically, I mean, I'll put my stats on the screen. I am literally more relevant today than 2016. Like, more people are watching. So these aren't opinions from 2016. These are opinions from now, Hassan. People disagree with you now.
Yeah. Using the word genocide in reference to Kaza is a constant left-wing talking point, sadly, since they don't know how to open a dictionary. Yeah, true, and it's honestly sad that Shu fell for that, like, actually, like, I'm pretty sure you can, like, tell her, look into this, look into that, like, make your own conclusions, like, because seriously, okay, I do not really want to talk about it because it will take way too much time and I have barely any energy about it.
Look at me. As an emo girl, 4chan guys who are now 38 years old want to fap to me.
Wait, 4chan guys want to fap to me? Wait, I thought it was...
Let's just leave it at this then, lol. Yeah, good idea, because that is a fucking it's a rabbit hole of just bullshit. It's a rabbit hole of political nonsense, of bullshit nonsense, of every type of nonsense. Just keeping that aside, let's focus on the main video.
Super cool and progressive to have like an army of men who simp for you online. That's not very woke of you, Hassan.
First of all, I like how you used the word fap.
That's so old, isn't it? It's like gooning now.
Yes,
Come
it's
on.
gooning.
Look
Come
at
on.
progress.
Come on, get with the times. It should have been left in 2016, Hassan. Come on.
Jesus.
If this was said by anyone else, he would be calling it misogynistic and sexist. But it's being said by someone with the hive mind approved opinion, so it's okay. It's called dark woke, Chud. We decided to become more hypocritical and annoying. You wouldn't get it. If I was getting paid for men to fap to me like many of his friends and ex-girlfriend porn star do for a living, that would be fine, he would support it. But since I don't do that and I'm just like a normal YouTuber, it's a way to insult and degrade me. It is interesting though how Hassan uses unfuckable as an insult to hurl towards men and fuckable as an insult to hurl towards women. I think it was Bell Hooks that once argued that patriarchy harms men by reducing their worth to status and conquest, while women are harmed by being reduced to only their desirability and being conquered. You should not be getting feminism mogged by someone who does not call themselves a feminist, Hassan. Not a good look, buddy.
Yeah. Well, typical hive mind hypocrisy. Hassan grow a working brain cell. Oh wait, you can't then shut the fuck up. Yeah.
And also, bro, you thirst trap more than I ever have in my entire life. You are on the cover of JQ.
GQ?
You are on the cover of GQ in a f***ing hot tub. I will put the picture up there as censored as I can.
Not this thing.
To shield everyone's eyes.
Like little rubber ducky on his pee-pee.
Ew.
You are spread eagle in a magazine. Let me read this to you. Let me read what this journalist.
Like, and that's one of the many, by the way. Like, that's one of the many fucked up shit that he did. I do not want to talk about it.
Are you ready for this? Here's how Hassan Piker starts each day working out, shooting the shit. It's Monday, 8:30 a.m. and we're in the backyard of a house in West Hollywood where there's a makeshift private gym with benches, pull-down machines, and dumbbells galore. This is where—
Oh Lord, get ready for the most disgusting Hassan Glazed season you've ever heard. Yeah, but it's already started.
34-year-old political influencer keeps his thirsted after body fit.
What? By the way, written by a male too, and I'm just like, I would have thought it was. Yes, I'm pretty sure.
He strips his shirt off. An army of girls and gays would kill to be where I am now.
By the way, not to mention admiring Lux Maxers. The fuck, yeah, good question. And I'm sorry, but am I getting old already? What the hell with the Maxers thing? Like, there's China Maxin, Mommy Maxin, this Maxin, that Maxin. What the hell does Maxin means? Like, excuse me, but it was made up literally a few months ago. This ain't an article, that's a 6 Hassan fanfiction. And I believe there's many more. Like, I think one of them was even made by New York Times, I think. Yeah.
Next to Piker as he pants in a pair of neon shorts with black Calvin Klein boxers poking out.
The socialist, by the way.
Sunlight glistening off the sweat beading on his chest hairs. So when it's women and gays
Ew.
thirsting after you, then it's a good thing. But God forbid straight men find you attractive. This is the dude that has to keep his girlfriend a secret like some kind of K-pop star.
Yeah. What in the name of fuck? Yeah, I have no idea either. It was like in, I believe, August last year. Or maybe that was right after the October 7. I have no idea, honestly, anymore.
So he can like be e-boyfriend for his parasocial female fans. I'm always talking about being married, like when I'm in a relationship, I'm talking about being in a relationship, whatever. I'm the whore, not the one playing e-boyfriend. Look at
You're
this
covered up. You can make the argument with me. When people say like, oh well, she's just a pair of anime tits on the screen. Okay, fair point. However, Shu doesn't even like have anything that she wears in her YouTube videos that are like revealing. Like she's very moderate.
People.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, my dad is calling. Wait.
Dad, put me on the phone with him. Hey, we're busy. The left in a MAGA body, bro. That always stuck with me.
Like, excuse me, but what in the name of hell? What is that? Like, excuse me?
Aggressive mind in a MAGA body. What do they even mean by that?
Yeah, it's absolutely unhinged how these articles about her son read more and more like a crappy fanfic from a DeviantArt, not a news magazine. So true. Like, it's like they took a DeviantArt artist who was also on Reddit at the same time, and they just asked him to make a fan fiction about a man. Like, a fan fiction about some men they would first after, and they just replaced the names with Hassan. That's it. Like, it's really that bad.
Being attractive and eating healthy and working out is right wing. What the f are we smoking?
For like a good 3 years, there was this really weird campaign to make Hassan Piker like the face of progressive masculinity in a bizarre attempt to move men to the left. A progressive in a MAGA body, they said, which like, what the f did they mean by that? Hey guys, we're not all ugly dysgenic freaks. Look, there's one of us who's attractive. What? Mr. Piker's success on camera, in some part, has been aided by the fact that he is, by conventional standards, a very handsome man. He is 6 feet 4 inches tall and built like a professional athlete. A square jaw, a beard, and a head of thick dark hair. It's the one aspect many of my haters can't shake, Mr. Piker said of his appearance in a Twitch broadcast last year. They can't turn around and be like, you're not hot. Indeed, tens of thousands of viewers may watch his video.
I personally don't think I like him. Like, he disgusts me. Like, even looking at him. Like, I'm sorry, but he looks like this. Like he's, how do I say that? An old man LARPing as a Gen Z. Like, it's the best I can describe him. Like, and that is very off-putting to me. Let's be honest.
Videos for his political views, but many also tune in for their view of Mr. Piker himself, whose social media profiles are littered with suggestive images of his muscly body in states of undress, or thirst traps, as the pictures are known. Some of his fans scrape, screenshot, clip, and repackage them into fan cams that travel across the internet, glorifying Mr. Piker's appearance and indirectly his beliefs. That is yet again another mainstream article saying one of the only reasons people watch Hassan is because he's attractive, and that he uses his appearance and thirst traps to gain a following. So is he like projecting onto me? Is that what this is?
What in the name of gay porn is that motherfucker right in there? I don't think I wish to know. Let's put it at that.
Is he like insecure about his thirst traps and his reputation of being?
Thank God for that, Lolo. You got into an ad jail in the midst of all that. Thank God you're lucky. I wish I was in that ad jail at the moment.
Nothing but eye candy. And listen, I'm not delusional, okay? Obviously, your looks can help take you further in life, online and offline. Like, if I was morbidly obese or hideously ugly, I probably wouldn't have, like, half the following I have. You can easily say the same thing for Hassan. But at least I organically collected my simps and didn't have some, like, astroturfed glaze fest.
I leaked out with this ad time in LOL. Yeah, you did. You surely did.
Propping me up for years as some kind of, like, political sex symbol.
Locked.
Embarrassing.
Guys who are now 38 years old want to fap to me.
38. You mean 3 years older than us, Hassan?
Oh my god, the people that are in my demographic.
And what's so funny is, like, his little fangirls were coming at me on Twitter, like, you're nearly 40 and you dress like a Hot Topic cashier. Like, and Hassan and I are the exact same age. I think we're a month apart in age. And, like, look how he dresses. We are literally co-workers at the Hot Topic, okay?
People like Shuonhead are basically a humanoid version of a f***ing Reddit aggregator.
Reddit? Reddit hates me.
Literally 80% of his audience are f***ing Redditors. Are we f***ing for real right now?
Bro is loved on Reddit. Like, why didn't he say 4chan or Twitter? He's not even funny.
Yeah.
He can't even banter or do the jokes correctly.
Unironically, I think this entire rant, this clip, just sounds like if you were just to post the question, what do you think of Shuonhead on r/politics, and then read the comment section?
Yes.
It's just angry Reddit-coded malding. You wanna know the worst part? This is the best thing you could come up with. This is the best you could do.
Jesus Christ. What an unbearable f***ing way to exist, dude.
Lol, so true. Reddit despises Shu, lol. Reddit despises common sense. Let's be honest about that. Like, if there's one thing that Reddit hates way more than Shuonhead or Asmongold or like whatever the hell, it's the concept of common sense and like toned down people. Like, Redditors are... They have some of the most unreasonable ego I have ever seen on the planet. Like, Jesus. I'm pretty sure you all seen that one Reddit moderator. That was like, I this and I that and I this, like... and he literally did that in a video, like, with formatting that looked like a cheap TV show from the early 2000s. Like, you know what I mean, right? It was so bad.
Oh, I'm getting all my politics from Shuonhead. If you're getting your politics from a person like Shuonhead...
Yeah, good point. Apex Reddit hates common sense and fucks because their poor fifis get destroyed every time they deal with them. Yeah.
You should be embarrassed.
What do you mean, get your politics from Shuonhead? I don't expect my audience to get their politics from me. I expect them to be entertained, to laugh, to think, to engage with the discourse at hand. I don't try to, like, pass off as someone you should get your politics from. I don't think my audience should get their politics from me or any YouTuber for that matter. I think they should do their own research, come to their own conclusions. I just say my opinions and people are free to agree or disagree. Hassan, on the other hand, like, really thinks he's some serious political commentator. Bro, you're a Twitch streamer. I'm a YouTuber. But that's the difference between you and I. I know what I am.
Oh my god.
Yeah, also Hassan, he has no idea what race he is in the first place. Like, he has a race identity disorder. Like, literally. Like, a lot of time, Hassan says, he's white. And then one day, when he is getting criticized, he's saying, I'm a Muslim. Like, he has no idea who he is. And it's that take that makes Shu so best, even if we disagree. So true. Like, we can disagree and still have fun. That's the most important thing in the world.
I want to say to people like this.
Then say it.
Say it, pussy. Did he change into a suit because I made fun of his Gucci shirt?
Like, you can literally see him scanning his chat of domestic...
Also, speaking of a suit, why the hell would Hassan put a suit to stream? Like, why the hell? Excuse me, but why? Do you expect to look like more official, more serious? Nobody takes you seriously, like, expect for your own retarded audience. Like, this suit makes him look like some comedic parody character. Finally done with art for today. Oh, good lord, Rainbow. Like, he looks hideous in that suit. Now it's time to relax and laugh at Hassan, yeah.
Like Redditor for insults, right?
This is so lazy.
I find it more compelling when someone deconstructs why you're being stupid. I swear, I think if he had an audience that thought it was okay, he would obviously bring up that you're a girl. Stupid woman. It's like he's fighting his bro like instincts.
He's reverting back to bro tips, Hassan Piker. Yeah.
This week's bro tip is about bringing out the alpha male in
Oh,
you. This is a
God.
classic example of what happens when your father doesn't pay attention to you. You turn out to be a slut who's craving for attention, and then I tend to pick
Jesus.
you up at a bar late night and bang you out on the first date.
All his insults I've already
Oh my
8-miled
God.
him on because I've already made fun of the fact that my eyeliner is from 2008. I'm in no position to talk about style. I still do my makeup like it's 2009. I already made fun of the fact that you shouldn't get your politics from me. If you were going to shoe on head for political information, you are deep fried.
Yeah. Why in every God's names is he is his head comically small? Oh my God, you figured it out on your own. It's the steroids trend. Yeah, he uses steroids. Like seriously.
Never self-insults. Like, you can make jokes about yourself. Like, I've joked about a million times, like, oh, I'm a 400-pound man behind an avatar. Like, it's funny. Like, who gives a f? I feel like just takes himself way too seriously. The most popular streamers, every single one that I can name that are at the top of Twitch with Hassan, every single one of them at least like makes jokes about their appearance. Asmon talks about how he's bald and doesn't have any teeth. He leaves himself so exposed to being made fun of, and then he wonders why everybody makes fun of him. Like, just join in. It's part of being a human being.
Honestly, good luck, dude.
Thanks.
Wait, Crash, now you like to wipe the drool off his mouth. He's like frothing.
Frothing at the mouth like a bulldog.
Alright, so then we got one of these Hassan orbiters. So
That means his microscopic Hassan is also a side effect. Yes, indeed.
Former booby streamer. This is Casey Tron.
Oh my God, I cannot stand this girl. This shoe on head girl, pick me woman.
Shoe on head and her dumb audience.
Her dumb audience of incels. Like, I don't know. It's like shoe on head. If you like.
Yep, he has micro PP syndrome. Lol. Also, about Casey Tron, I have no idea why, but every frame of her, like from the last 2 to 3 years, she looks like she's always high on something, which makes sense because he is literally smoking weed on stream. Like, no wonder there is no thoughts in those eyes, because there's literally nothing but fucking weed. That's not even a joke. She smokes pot on stream every stream. Oh yeah, pot. Thank you, Jake. Pot, not a weed. Potato.
Care so much about these incels, go one.
This is such a self-report for being a retarded whore. Like, I love the implication too that like Casey Tron thinks the only way you can truly care about men is if you have sex with them. Does this thought process just come free?
And that's coming from a pothead being me. Jesus. TBH, I'm surprised the Apple took little better power while using it compared to other shit. Nice.
Not having a father figure. Do I have to have unresolved daddy issues to comprehend this?
Is that problematic for me to say?
No, it's just retarded.
Like, prove you care so much about these incels and
their... considering how much she smoked, there can be a very high probability that she lost like, I don't know, 40 IQ points from pot.
Ability to get
just saying.
Go one. Oh wait, you won't? Because you're just grifting to them? Like, you don't even want to get with them either. But you'll condemn other women for not wanting to who you...
Well, in my case, it's not just about getting stoned, it's also for the medical benefits that it gives for my ADHD and my bipolar disorder. ADHD and BPP, damn.
don't want to okay.
When did I ever condemn women for not wanting to fuck people?
That's not a good combo. Not a good combo at all. Like, damn, that's tough. Least I can do. Least you can get back to help.
What is it? Hat on Foot again. Hat on Foot making YouTube videos from Earth 2 about how women owe men sex. What?
She's really fantasizing.
Why is everything sex with these people too? Like everything is sex. You talk about the human desire to like create a family and have a legacy, and they're like, sorry you can't get laid, incel. Sorry you can't get pussy.
Says the chick that sits in her room all day and smokes weed until she's numb.
People.
Yeah.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what are you?
If you look up the dangers
You
of
also have Asperger's as well, which is classified as high functioning autism. Damn, you had a shitty luck in life, Jake. Like, honestly. I feel bad for you, man. Hope you're doing well.
smoking marijuana in like a Kids Dare pamphlet, there's just a picture of Casey Tron's face.
You're happily married and have a child, but because some fat retard on Twitter thinks you're a grifter, you're gonna need to a bunch of random men to prove them wrong. What do you—
Yeah, damn, man, Jake, the hand you got dealt was not a good one. Yeah, not a good one at all, man.
You just have to do like a weekly raffle, pull a random inside of how do you verify that one of your
Subscriber
people
number
are—
20? Yeah. I stand by what I said. Shoeonhead should be thanking me for giving her and her incel following— Say it again, award! Say it
Incel,
again,
really?
Incel! It's like a parrot, man.
What? Incel!
You know Jafar from Disney?
Hassan is Jafar and like—
I don't think so. I'm doing well. I have a stable job and a roof over my head that I own and just rent the space it sits on, so I did alright. Oh well, that's good for you, man. Like, you're a strong one, man. Seriously. You're doing way better than anybody would ever expect. Like, good for you.
He's like, incel. He's like, good girl.
Yeah, that's
yes,
awesome
give
shit,
her a
yeah.
clap.
Yeah, here's your cracker.
So once again, people in his chat brought up my video. He has not responded to it. He has not made a single point. Called me.
Okay, I need to go to the personal throne. I cannot hold it in any longer. I'll be in a minute. God, I've been holding that for like 20 minutes. Sorry. Okay, I am back. And oh god, I feel so much lighter now. I feel a lot lighter. Obviously, it's not nearly as light as Casey Tron to fly in pillow, but whatever. Yep, I had good friends and family in my corner backing me up. and that help with teaching me to manage my issues and help with my way. That's awesome. You're one lucky son of a bitch. Like, yeah, indeed. Like, you were very lucky for having that much of a support system. That's awesome. Agree, and I pray, thanking God every day for that good luck. Yeah, you got awesome luck. Thank God you're with us, man. You're awesome.
Emo, called me irrelevant, you know, but he didn't call me wrong. Notice that. They never call you wrong. They call you emo, but.
By the way, check if it ain't too sensitive. Is yours like American man or something? Actually, considering how good his life, Jake's life is, I'm pretty sure, Jake, you're married at this point, right? Like, look, I can be wrong. It's, but I will not just. No, I'm single because of my issues being hereditary. I refuse to pass them down. Oh, so you refuse to get married and have children because. Oh, that is unfortunate, man. That's like. I'm pretty sure you do not want to play Prekamata, right? Because of that. I'm not sure if there's a way to make that shit funny. I don't want to risk my children having the same or worse from my genetics. That's very respectable, man. Like, that it takes a great resolve to make such a choice. Just you're a strong man. You're very strong. Let's continue. Yeah, agreed, Alex. Wait. Wrong spacebar.
They'll never call you wrong.
Did you see what Sean had responded on?
Didn't know how to word it myself. Yeah. Yeah, I had no idea how to word it for like a minute.
With on Twitter? No. Also,
you're good, guys. No worries. Thank you, Jack. And let's continue. I have no idea what to say.
what?
Look at this
Who
fuck
cares?
face.
Dude, that laugh was killed.
That hysteric laugh at. Yeah, she's absolutely roasting me, and I have no way of roasting her back. I have no idea to accuse her in any way because she's everything I have to approve, but she has a little different opinion than me. Lost I'm just a pothead. Oh, okay.
Me.
Who cares? Bro, the fake laugh. What is going on?
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, that laugh feels so fucking forced. Like, yeah. Oh, that. God. Just he is more fake than a bimbo. Like a rat, yeah. Hassan is more fake emotionally and mentally than a bimbo physically. I mean, that's the laugh of a guy trying not to crash out and failing miserably. So true.
About, man.
What are you guys talking about?
Bro, I'm literally over here talking about how I'm doing a rally with someone who's running in Philadelphia.
I'm out here doing the revolution, okay? Like, that's cute, Hassan. That's adorable.
He's not a politician.
Yes, what an adorable revolution. What a wonderful achievement, Hassan. Yeah. What a wonderful achievement. Go and take a cookie from the shelf. What a wonderful achievement.
Man, the majority of the people that know your name only ever heard of you because you electrocuted your dog live on stream.
Kaya, please just fucking go. Just stop.
And that's here, ladies and gentlemen, the only legacy that Hasan Piker will ever have. Choking his own dog and creating Dogtober 7. Which is fucking ironic if you know what Hasan Piker cares about in his life. Oh my god. Okay, after this reaction we're finishing the stream, okay? Oh yeah, 3 a.m. Oh my god. Look, Jihad Hassani Revolution will tie into crib lol. We refuse to ever become the Down syndrome comics like you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, totally fair.
Does he not understand that 95% of his fan base are terminally online Redditors? Like, they don't give a fuck about your rally, bro, in the background over here. They want you to call Shuonhead a Nazi to validate their hatred and their feelings.
Whatever the Shoe on Head said.
It's the laugh again! No, you're joking. Stop.
Hasan is pissed because, like, he's finally out doing something in the real world, and the only thing people care about, the only thing people are talking about in regards to him online right now is this. And you know what? To be, like, completely fair, which is something these people would never do for me, this was a better response than his first response. He's basically just like, I don't care, I'm busy doing, like, real things in the real world. Okay, fair enough, understandable, have a nice day. But then, then he says this.
Talk to me when we got the wiki feed ratings up for Shoe on Head. Okay, what's her wiki feed looking like? What? Okay, what's her
What? Did I listen to what that woman said? No, absolutely not. Let me know if I can see her feet, though.
What?
Honestly, it would be Giga Chat if it came from anyone funny or likable.
Like, if the chatter didn't even bring it up, why did you bring up WikiFeed?
I know. By the way, if you guys don't know, WikiFeed is a website where people upload pictures of, like, celebrities' feet. Let's look up Hasan's.
No. Oh.
How the hell does Hasan even know that such a site exists in the first place? Like he literally brought it from the back of his head, which is ironic because his head is so tiny. There's barely any information at all. What in the WikiLeaks shit is that response? Yeah, like what is WikiFeed? Excuse me? Like what the hell is that even?
Mike, no way. He's got his bare tootsies online.
Wait. What? I have a higher feet score than Hasan.
What? Also, wait. Did Shu ever set her actual name in one of her videos? Let's let that burn in the dark lie. That's a one strike to his ego. Jesus. Also, wait. That's Shu's real name? Like, she ever said her name? Because I don't know about you, but I think that would be a horrible idea. Let's be honest. Like, just saying. From the perspective of a person who sees how brain-dead leftist people act when you disagree with them, like, I am afraid for Shu right now. I'm not sure if that's her actual name, honestly. I hope it's not her real name. Like seriously.
Is this what this is about?
He's mad?
He's been footmogged.
By the way, never addressed anything you said. Never even attempted to refute a point you made. Just starts going on about, like, WikiFeet.
If I sold feet pics, if I sold pictures of my feet, would he use this as an...
Wait, what? Weird.
An insult? No, because he's Mr. Sex Positive, Mr. Sex Work is Real Work, Mr. Brothel Boy.
Work, yeah, I'm making a difference, unlike Shu and her stupid video. Also, did you know she's stupid?
She's stupid. Don't go watch the video. Don't go watch it, guys. She's stupid.
Also, her feet are kind of nice looking.
The craziest part about all of this was after his crash out and, like, after everyone was making fun of him, he gets on Twitter and he's like, I've yet to watch any of her content.
Really?
Excuse me? So what the f are you basing all of this on? How am
Yeah.
I stupid? How do I change my politics? How am I just an emo girl that men fap to? Either A, he's lying and he has seen my content, or B, he's just blindly repeating things he's seen other people say about me. Either
It's obviously A because of his like crash out in the first time. Because if he did not know like what Shun had said in the video about him, he would have never had this much of a crash out. The crash out overload of Hassan. Yeah. Oh, by the way, hello, Dark Side. Wait. And there's no way he wouldn't know what Shun had said if he had didn't have that the crash out. Hey, Dark. Wait, Dark. That's like Dark is Dark. How we doing? We are good. Like, he knew exactly what Shu said about him.
way, it's pathetic. He's stuck between, like, wanting to be above it all.
Yep,
I don't even know who that is. I'm out here doing the revolution and wanting to tear me down. But he can't do both. So as it stands right now, what he's saying is that he has literally never heard me speak. He just looked at me and went, "Woman online must be a whore."
Yeah.
Which honestly, not a bad guess.
People should be more embarrassed, okay? What happened to shame?
Oh, wait. I find it incredibly ironic that the guy who used chain lightning on his dog live on stream in front of thousands of people and then lied about it and gaslit everybody thinks that anyone else needs to be embarrassed about anything. Like, you've spent your entire career, the better part of a decade plus, being a political commentator, but the only thing that the majority of the internet knows you for is zapping your dog for stepping off its 4 square foot cot that you've designated for it. That's your fucking legacy, Hassan.
You know, I cannot say it better myself. The Fuchswoman absolutely roasted it, like, well done. I'm doing alright in it's 72 here, so I'm mode a family member alone. Hold the hell of tear the fuck up. What in the warp to Riven fuck are you on about, Hassan? Exactly.
My dog, I can't stop. Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
Like, obviously
That
he
video.
watched the video and something in it really had him rattled. Like, was it the brothel thing? Was it the clock meme? Because if it was the clock meme, that was a joke, okay? We're the same age, Hassan. It is not too late. This is all
No, it's already too late for him. His bolts are already gone.
not that serious. I just thought it was really funny and everybody was...
Have we heard his suit shit? I think we did.
asking for a response video. So there's your response video. I also just want to make it clear that if he responds, I will not be responding back unless it's something absolutely insane that requires a response. I
Yeah, good
refuse to
idea.
get caught in the Hassan Piker content loop. I will leave that to the professional Hassan Piker farmers. There are people who have made diabolical wealth off of farming.
I know that reference. Ay. I know that diabolical reference.
This guy, okay? I am but a humble culture war farmer. I am but a humble gender
She's
war
right though,
farmer.
yeah.
And my crops
Yeah,
are
she
dying.
is.
I must get back to them. They're calling him the corniest man alive. The final boss of performative male feminism.
Damn
the
it.
human Brian Griffin. This is like when like a hot girl has like a video game controller and she's like licking it. She's like,
Yes, or like
Ew.
with the cat ears, the little
Yes.
headset with the cat ears. I
this
love
is
that there's not just one picture,
Oh,
it's
Sam here. The jail strikes again. I'm so sorry.
2 in different shots. So like, it's like, dude, can you just take a picture of me like holding it and then like putting it down on
I'm
my
like
lap,
solemnly
like I'm done
looking
reading it?
out the window.
My dog is literally just sitting next to me, staring at me. He knows I'm talking about Hassan. He knows, Kaya, I will save you.
Okay, Alana, thank you for joining me.
But they did not mention that in this book, in this photo, he was reading Lenin's book, like basically a communist book. Reading while driving while riding a train. And on his left hand, he has a bent nail with a bunch of diamonds scattered on it. And that shit cost like $1,200. Oh, sorry, maybe even more. Maybe far more. Let me look it up. I have saved a screenshot of it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. It's not $1,300. It's a nail, a bended nail in the shape of a ring, with a bunch of diamonds installed into it, and that thing is costing $3,140. This on the same hand that is holding a communist book. Bravo, too much money, not enough brain. Yeah.
My dog is literally just sitting next to me, staring at me. He knows I'm talking about Hassan. He knows, Kaya, I will save you.
Okay, Alana, thank you for joining me. You made it less painful to watch this shit, okay?
Yeah.
I'm glad you were with me for this. Plug your stuff for everybody watching.
Follow me on Twitter, on Smugalana. Follow me on Twitch. I go live 5 days a week.
The fuck kind of bullshit spending is that for a supposed to come in, lol? Yeah, and also, that doesn't make even sense. Why would you want a bent nail on your finger? Like, it does not make any sense.
Join my Discord, lots of really nice people to hang out in there. Absolute pleasure, Kami Mommy. Emo girl with the feet.
Yes. If you like this video, please subscribe, and if you can, donate to my Patreon, link down below. I'm going to start doing live streams for Patreon members only. That should be a lot of fun, and I will see you guys next time with a new video.
Bye. Damn, that was wonderful. I kind of want to go to Hassan's stream and get him guest up on ending landlords to mention his mom, his one. Oh, I bet it's a nail from the Berlin Wall that he wants to remind him of better times of the USSR. Nah, it's some luxury nail from Cartier, some jewelry store. I don't know what is that. But let's quickly watch this video that Jake proposed as an addition. Oh my god, it's about to be ridiculous.
No one is shocked, except for Kaya.
Classic.
He's a fully grown child. Don't rage bait him into having kids. He can't even be trusted to have a dog. What a normal, measured reaction from an intelligent, emotionally stable individual. This is dude threatens to delete himself with a gun while calling Shuimo. She absolutely obliterated him, and he's hurling early 2000s insults. Hassan saying what happened to shame is just about the most hypocritical thing he's ever said.
True so far.
You're telling me the guy that abuses his dog can't handle slight criticism. I'm shocked like Kaya, a guy who electrocuted his dog for moving an inch. Can't understand why people wanna have children.
Yeah, very. Nah, it most likely a factory-made nail that is a dime a dozen. I don't know about that. I don't really care anymore.
Based. She cooked so hard she fed the whole internet. Shoe and head made Hassan's mind break. Well then Shoo doesn't even need to say anything. Hassan humiliates himself on a daily basis. Hassan's comforted by something he does not have in his bubble. An intelligent woman. I really don't think there's many chunks of brain left to blow out. Did you see his chat when he talks about the shotgun? I do not think Hassan can lose any more of his brain.
Yeah. Lol, this song is absolutely roasting Hassan, especially with that background. Yeah, true.
All Nepo babies grow up to be extreme narcissists. Hassan is just missing that nose ring to complete the look. Twitch Stalin has some deep emotional issues. I dare say he's a sociopath. Being gay and
play devil's advocate, there's actually a second gay Muslim. His name is Mujtaba Khamenei. But that's a story for another time.
I've never seen Hassan in an outfit that costs less than my monthly salary.
Yeah, true.
And is trying to lecture me.
Yo, Shu made a joke about you! I will commit an act of terror if you say that again! Please do not encourage Hazen Piker to procreate. After seeing how he treats his dog, it's a good thing he doesn't have a child. He's balding! He's balding! As usual with these people, every accusation should be seen as a confession. Of course, Hazen wouldn't like it, he couldn't legally shock a kid. Receives a small amount of criticism, breaks down completely. His fans are not handling well. When do they handle things well? Hassan and his fans crashing out. I'm not as shocked as his dog.
Damn. Okay, that was awesome. That was wonderful. And oh my god, nearly 7 hours. Oh, we did it again. We did that again. God damn it. We need to do like 3 hours flat at this point. For God's sake. Like 3 up to 4 hours on a Friday, that should be a maximum per person for the end of today's stream, yeah. And we are still have 2 more videos to watch. For God's sake. That's including a 2 video backlog from previous week. For God's sake. Damn, that went hard, yeah, very hard. Okay, but I thought it was a 24-hour stream. No, it fucking isn't. I kid. Yeah, I know. Okay, thanks. Save for next week. Yeah. Now it's finally time to sleep. Thanks to everybody who was here today. It's thanks to Darkside, Jake, Rainbow, and who did I miss? Did I miss anybody? Good night, Alexia. Goodbye, guys. And remember, Steam night, Steam sleep tight, especially at midnight. Have a good one, night, Apex, and good one, guys. Yeah, have a good one, boys. Bye bye.